Port Louis and the gap that permitted entrance to Tombeau Bay. It was uncertain, from the few soundings indicated, if he could anchor off that coast close enough in to permit a quick trip with a boat. It might be more satisfactory to rig the drogue and supplement its drag with the second launch towing Rapid into the wind. As Waldron said, it should be for not much more than 2 hours, provided he could edge in close enough. "Bad luck," said the voice of McClellan behind him. Merewether had imparted his happy secret, and had asked McClellan to stand up with him at the ceremony. "But ye should be back in plenty of time." He paused and winked. "For the great event." "I'm only concerned about Caroline's feelings for my desertion of her this week," Merewether said anxiously. "It's a bobtailed announcement party if the groom isn't present." "Never fear," replied McClellan. "Ye'll never be missed. All eyes will be on the joyous bride-to-be. The groom is of no more account on such an occasion than a teat on a boar-hog." He laughed and then sobered. "Captain, you'll be my guest at the club tonight. I've a bit of a suggestion to make." "I shall be delighted, though I have a later engagement with Caroline." After an afternoon of interviews with the officers and warrant officers as to the state of readiness of Rapid, the glass of gin was delicious, and the common room in the club was dim and cool. McClellan lowered the glass of Scots whisky, smacked his lips, and set it down. "Good, Captain, good. And now, my suggestion. You know the air rifles I showed you? Well, this morning I presented a petition to the prize court for valuation before condemnation. I made the appraisal myself, and obtained a decree awarding the rifles to the Marine at £5 each complete. What it means is, the Marine has bought the rifles in advance of the condemnation and sale of the prize because of urgent need for them." "What urgent need?" inquired Merewether. "Why, your landing force, certainly. One musket shot would bring down the whole garrison of Port Louis on your party, and cold steel might not reach far enough." McClellan sipped his drink and continued. "I had Gunny and the Marine detachment over this afternoon, gave them full instructions on the weapons, and let each man fire 5 shots. With the 2 spare air flasks, they'll have 60 shots a man before they need to recharge the air." "Well, I'm damned." Merewether was nettled. It had not occurred to him to demand the use of the almost noiseless weapons for his mission. Lady Caroline was both warm and sad that last evening. Her reserve had apparently melted for good at his proposal 2 nights ago, and she accepted his attentions with fervour. Merewether suspected that he might have had her, wedding or no, but that was not the way he wanted this marriage to commence. He still felt no all-consuming passion for her, not at all the madness for Flora Dean that had possessed him last fall on the voyage back from Bombay. Rather, he had a gentler emotion, one of tenderness, a desire to protect and cherish this splendid woman. He sensed her loneliness, that she had lost a husband and was separated from her child. He still felt a pang of jealousy at the thought of either, and that she was in love with him, scarred face or no. He had made a discovery. When a woman truly loves a man, it is difficult for him not to respond. They parted at 2 in the morning. "Take care, my dear, my love," Caroline whispered. "I shall, Caroline. I shall count the hours." He kissed her again, and resolutely strode out to the Tonga. Chapter 16. Close-hauled against the southwest monsoon, Rapid made a long reach, steering as near south as she could to pick up the southeast trades near 10 degrees south latitude. then ran down almost to 25 degrees south before she went about to make the approach to the west coast of Mauritius. Almost 4 weeks, commencing with squalls and rain, and then fine weather. The heat was not oppressive at sea. Lieutenant Dobbs was developing into as competent a navigator as Macrae, and Midshipman Hamlin was able to stand a complete watch under the cold blue eye of Larkin without prompting. Merewether relaxed and enjoyed the cruise, spending long night watches on deck, sometimes dozing in the canvas chair rigged at the weather bulwark, or carrying on a desultory conversation with Larkin, or McCamey, or Dobbs, or Dr. Buttram, or even Mr. Hamlin. He thought a great deal about Caroline, and watched the calendar anxiously. The voyage back with the southeast trades and then the southwest monsoon would be much quicker than this roundabout slow trip south, he calculated. Finally, the noon sights put rapids squarely on the latitude of Mauritius. Longitude was more uncertain, but Merewether was sure he was west of the island. He changed course to east-northeast to half-east, and called Briggs, boatswain's mate, aft. "Do you know a man on this ship with better eyesight than you?" he demanded. Briggs scratched his head a moment. "No, sir," he replied. "All right, take the glass. Now I want you right at the hounds of the mainmast. The island has tall mountains, and they say a cloud hangs over the peak of the tallest at all times. It could be—" Merewether hesitated. "Anywhere from dead ahead to the starboard quarter. Sing out the moment you sight it." Briggs took the glass and went, agile as a monkey, up the ratlins. It was 5 bells in the afternoon watch when the hail came. "Land ho! 1 point on the starboard bow!" Merewether held on course. It was extremely unlikely that anyone should be on one of the peaks barely visible from the masthead, and even unlikelier that rapids royals could be identified at that distance. When the peak bore due east, Merewether hoved to. With this fair breeze it would be a matter of less than 4 hours to run in. An hour later the marine detachment formed up on deck for inspection. By the side of Gunny as he passed down the rigid ranks was Havildar Logie, still thin and toothless, but in health again after 5 weeks at sea. He would go ashore with the landing force to guide it to the prison camp. 20 men carried the air rifles, with 2 extra air flasks, a pump and bullet pouch each at their belts. The other 10 men of the party carried an assortment of pikes, axes and crowbars, with coils of line slung over their shoulders. "Very well, Gunny," Merewether told him. "See that they are fed. I shall get under way at sunset." Dobbs and Hamlin were in charge of the boat. Muffled oars were a nuisance, Merewether decided, and of no value approaching a shore upon which surf broke. He called the officers into his cabin just before sunset. "Gentlemen, you know our mission. I shall accompany the landing force, but it is entirely under the command of Gunny in the execution of the attack. The camp is less than half a mile inland. 2 hours should be sufficient to make the rescue. After 3 hours the launch will return to the ship regardless of whether the party or I have returned, and you will get rapid under way." Half an hour later, Sang came in to clear away the dishes, while Merewether struggled to pull on the landing force boots he had not worn since that nightmare at Vellore last summer. He stood up, twisting each foot to settle it firmly on the sole, and found Sang bowing before him. "Sahib, since you do not carry your sword ashore, do honour to this humble one, and carry this jambia." He presented the traditional Indian knife, green agate handle, brass hilt, sheathed in a wooden scabbard covered with purple velvet. Merewether drew the knife, looked at the watered steel, slightly curved blade, double-edged half its 10-inch length, and sheathed it. "You warrant, of course, that it will bring me luck." "No, Sahib. Only that without it I fear misfortune." The large liquid eyes of the little Hindu steward bore an expression of real concern. Merewether laughed. "Thank you, Sang. I shall carry it with gratitude." He slid the dagger inside his waistband, the hilt just above the belt buckle, and went on deck. By 2 bells of the first watch the island was close ahead. The moon had risen but was yet invisible behind the hills. The leadsman in the chains monotonously repeated, "No bottom with this line." To the south, the point with its fort guarding the harbour of Port Louis was identifiable by its lights. The shore was steep, and there were reefs both to the north and the south. Merewether decided he was close enough, came into the wind, and launched the drogue. Shortly the sea anchor took a strain. The 2 launches went over the side in succession, one to receive the Marines at the port gangway, the other to take a line from the bow of Rapid and commence pulling steadily into the wind to hold her in position. Merewether climbed down into the boat a little awkwardly with the air rifle slung over his shoulder and its accoutrements at his belt. The swell was only moderate and the launch made good progress, even against the land breeze out of the mouth of the little harbour, a breeze that carried to his nostrils the acrid odour of the hot metal of the dark lanterns stowed under the thwarts, along with the smell of vegetation on the island. The lanterns would be necessary to rouse out and move the prisoners. He cautiously cracked a lantern to read the heading on the boat compass. "Come starboard a point," he told the coxswain in a low conspiratorial tone, and then laughed at himself with a bit of melodrama. The moon glow revealed breakers to port and starboard, and the calm gap between that led into Tombeau Bay. Merewether steered through the entrance, and then, at the whispered directions of Logie, changed course boldly to starboard. The beach loomed ahead, as a seaman in the bow of the launch tested the depth of water with a sounding rod. The boat was close to the beach when the rod found bottom, and a moment later the keel grated on gravel. 6 men went over the side to tail on to the painter and draw the launch securely onto the shingle. Gunny led his force over the bow, dry-shod, and formed up along the beach. A moment later a party of 4 departed south to establish a block point and pickets on the road that ran a few 100 yards inland. The balance of the force moved southeast, angling away from the bay, led confidently by Logie and Gunny. Merewether followed close behind them, pushing through tough knee-high scrub. They stumbled over an occasional rock, but moved in relative silence. In a few minutes, they crossed a gravel road, then paralleled a deep gully to the edge of a modest slope. The moon was just becoming visible, and 200 yards ahead, Merewether could see the stockade, a lantern burning at the north gate. On stilts at each corner was a canopied platform open on all sides that must hold a guard. A house with light streaming from its doorway stood beside the gate, and a man sat in a chair tilted against the wall, a musket leaning carelessly beside him. Gunny drew the detachment together, sent 2 men toward each of the back corners of the stockade, then after a calculated interval led his main party through the shadows to complete a flanking movement toward the gate. Merewether held his point of vantage on the rise beside the gully. This was Marine's work, and he could only admire the precision of the operation. The first whap made him jump. Then it was followed by 3 more in quick succession, then 3 more again from near the gate. The man in the chair stood up, clutching his chest, and then fell on his face. A group of Marines burst through the lighted door of the guardhouse. Another party swung the gates apart and disappeared into the stockade. There had been no outcry and not a musket shot fired. Merewether relaxed and congratulated himself. A quarter-hour passed, only an occasional flash of light from an incautious dark lantern marking the activity within the stockade. Finally, Merewether saw the group come out. He tried to count, lost his tally at 23, and then saw the Marine detachment form up and start toward him, escorting another group. It was almost over. The operation was a success. It was only the click of 2 stones together, but it was close behind him. There was no time to unsling the air rifle. Merewether snatched the jambia from its scabbard as he whirled and drove it upward in the knife-fighter's stroke he had learned in his days in the lower deck, designed to penetrate soft flesh below the armoured rib cage. He felt the knife strike home, hoped the man was not a stray Marine. Then the shattering blow exploded in his brain. Larkin pressed against the port bulwark, his gaze sweeping continuously across the mouth of the bay. With the moon up, breakers were plainly visible, as the launch should have been by now. McCamey and the quartermaster took another bearing on the light at Port Louis. There had been no measurable drift, what with the resistance of the sea anchor and the influence of the pulling boat. 2 hours and 40 minutes. The landing force must have run into trouble, though shots should have been heard even out here. Larkin recalled his explicit orders and made a decision. "Call in the launch," he told McCamey. "We're not making enough leeway to matter." He regretted the gratuitous explanation. McCamey turned to go forward in his round-shouldered rolling gait. Larkin watched him go, thinking that the man had no more enterprise or spirit than an ox, and wondered what had brought him to sea in the first instance. Larkin thought again of his orders. No doubt it was better to lose a Marine detachment and boat crew than a ship like Rapid, her men and armament. He agreed with the logic of the order, but it was hard to go off when a little more time might resolve the matter. The second launch came alongside, the hands a little noisy in their relief at having an end of the monotonous task. "Leave the crew in the boat for the time being," he called to McCamey on a sudden impulse, not certain himself of his intentions. He poked his head into the cubbyhole. 10 minutes left of the allotted 3 hours. He waited a moment for his eyes to readjust to darkness and picked up the night glass. Coming out of the shadow of the island through the entrance of the bay was the launch. Relief flooded through Larkin. "Mr. McCamey," he called, "heave in on the drogue. They're in sight. You may hoist in the boat." He relaxed against the bulwark as the boat made its way like a beetle across the swells. He did not mind, he thought, the responsibility of command, but he was glad that Merewether had it at this point. The voyage back should be accomplished in half the time it had taken to sail down to this god-forsaken island in the Indian Ocean. But as a free soul, Larkin felt he would be trapped were he burdened with the lonely responsibilities thrust upon a commander at sea. Better by far to be a first lieutenant and sleep well. He thought for a moment of Merewether. The man was a good captain, courageous, intelligent, and enterprising, possessed of an indomitable sense of fair play, not nearly as hard and merciless as his scarred face made him appear. He seemed to bear lightly the weight of duties imposed upon him, and to accomplish them without apparent effort. But Larkin had seen his soul completely naked on that occasion off the Andaman Islands, when he would have exchanged his career for the lives of 2 helpless women. It was uncomfortable to realize that Merewether would never have left the Marine detachment and boat crew behind, whatever his orders. By now, he would have been ashore with another party to learn the trouble, Larkin told himself with a little contempt. But a first lieutenant acquired the habit of obeying orders unquestioningly, or he did not last for long in the Bombay Marine. The thought brought on a bit of wonder to Larkin that he found himself in such a service, halfway around the world from the farm on the south bank of the Ohio River in Kentucky where he had been reared. He wondered for a moment if his sisters were still alive, or had long since starved to death considering the two worthless men they had married. He felt a little nostalgia for the cold winter mornings of his boyhood, the smell of wood smoke and the swirling mist above the river, as he went out to pull down fodder for the cattle and the old mare, who had produced, his father boasted, 16 mule colts in her time. For a moment he considered resigning his commission in the Marine and going back to Kentucky. It was a state now, since 1795, and might yet hold a future for a man of his experience. The boat came alongside. The Marines disembarked in their orderly fashion, followed by a band of ragged men, and the boatswain supervised the hoisting in. Dobbs and Gunny appeared abruptly before him. "Sir," commenced Dobbs, "we've lost the captain." "What?" said Larkin. "Sir," broke in Gunny, "the mission was a complete success. We killed or overpowered the guards and rescued our Marines. 24 men survived. When we moved against the stockade, we left the captain on a little rise overlooking the prison camp. Upon our return, he was nowhere to be found. I made a complete search, sir, even using our dark lanterns." "That's right," said Dobbs. "I just couldn't believe it. Gunny and I went back with the party and the lanterns, even shouted a bit and scoured the area." "We are a quarter hour late now," Larkin said slowly. "If we are to be out of sight by dawn, we must be under way. Do either of you think there's a chance if we took a party back ashore?" Dobbs hesitated, obviously wanting to continue the search. "No, sir," said Gunny decisively. "We might find him by daylight, but we certainly would be discovered, and the ship might be lost. I assure, sir, the search was thorough." The messenger panted up. "Sir, Mr. McCamey says the drogue's in sight." "Tell him to hoist it in and get the ship under way. Course, due north." The decision was made. In 5 minutes the ship was on the starboard tack, headed north. It was 4 bells in the mid-watch as Larkin went below and entered Merewether's cabin. The council of war was brief. Dobbs and Gunny were obviously distressed. McCamey had no suggestions, and Buttram as surgeon could only concur with the decision of the executive officers. After their departure, Larkin continued to sit in Merewether's chair at his desk. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the keys, each neatly tagged, left with him 4 hours ago, to the strong room and box, the magazine, and the lockers under the transom. Whether he willed it or not, Larkin thought sourly, he was in command, and might as well enjoy its perquisites. "Sang," he called, and when the little Hindu appeared, told him, "Coffee, please, a bit of toast and preserves." He realized as the small man turned to go that the face under the headcloth was crumpled and wet with tears. Hell. Finished, he looked at the brass bed. He decided not. He would have to use the cabin for his executive duties. The records were here, and it was the only adequate space in which to hold a conference with his officers. But he would retain his own room and sleep in it. He could only conclude that some straggler had surprised and killed or captured Merewether. There was no other explanation for his disappearance. Larkin thought of the betrothal, already announced, and the wedding to that beautiful young widow scheduled not much more than a month away. Bad luck, not only for Merewether but for her, widowed once and now deprived of her intended before she was even bedded. Once the dust had settled, he might call around himself. Larkin put the thought aside as unworthy. It had touched a sore point, however, as it brought to mind Jane Wisdom, one of the twin daughters of the comptroller of the company he had met at Bombay last fall. He had felt an attraction for her during their evening together at the ball, and had called upon her 6 times before Rapid departed for Calcutta. He had declared himself, asked her to wait for him, and had thought from her actions that she reciprocated. The long, artless letter he wrote and dispatched from Calcutta at Christmas had contained an explicit proposal of marriage. The reply he received last March was a brief note announcing her impending marriage and a falsely courteous wish that they might remain friends. Hell! Larkin found himself on deck again as the mid-watch ended. The light of Port Louis was no longer visible, and he thought he could detect a faint glow on the horizon to starboard that forecast dawn. Hamlin had the watch, a little anxious at the new responsibility, but the ship was on course, all sails trimmed and drawing, and homeward bound. It was difficult to go to sleep for the brief period before Reveille. Command, he reassured himself, was no stranger to him. He had commanded prizes full of sullen, fierce men scheming to retake the ship at the earliest opportunity without a qualm. Still, in the days that followed, he found it difficult to delegate many important duties to his subordinates. During the night, he came on deck at least twice each watch to check course and the trim of sails. He hung over the shoulder of the harassed Dobbs as he worked out the noon sights. Small defects in the ship and derelictions of duty that had passed without remark by him as first lieutenant became major concerns. The confrontation came 5 days later. Larkin was prowling forward when he came upon 5 men who had been set to picking oakum as penance for minor sins of omission or commission by the master-at-arms. 4 were new men, shipped to Calcutta only last month, and the 5th was a recruit enlisted at Bombay Castle last fall. All 5 had dropped their work and were lying back idly, while strands of hemp blew across the deck. "Here now," said Larkin in the manner he thought Merewether would have used on such an occasion. "Best get on with that." 2 of the men jumped guiltily and picked up their lengths of hawser. The other 3 simply stared at him without expression. "You heard me?" inquired Larkin a little sharply. The 3 men did not alter expression or make a move to resume their work. They were, he realized, testing him. The nearest man, heavy-set with bristling side-whiskers, turned his head and spat on the deck beside him. Something snapped in Larkin. With a single movement, he caught the man by the neckband of his shirt, jerked him erect, heels 6 inches off the deck, and slapped, then backhanded him on either cheek. He thrust the man from him and realized someone was beside him, moving into the group, flailing a rope end and kicking vigorously. "Enough," he told Bowman, the leading boatswain's mate. In this ship, Larkin remembered, no man had been flogged since Merewether took command. These men were new, he realized. They had thought to test the new captain, even at the expense of their backs. He remembered Merewether's comment in the South Atlantic last year, after the memorable wrestling match that settled bad blood between 2 seamen. "That cat is not a good teacher, Larkin," Merewether had said. "When you reach the point you feel you are compelled to use it, the man is usually past redemption." Perhaps so, but he was yet quivering with rage. He forced himself to appear calm. "Sir, shall I bring them to the mast?" Bowman inquired. Larkin saw a trickle of blood at the corner of the mouth of the man he had slapped. His eyes met Larkin's, not defiant now, but with an expression almost of admiration. The others stood a little hangdog, but in the attitude of respect. No useful purpose would be served, Larkin decided, by further action in the matter. He understood them, and they understood him. "No," he said flatly. "Put them back to work." The air was cleared. Larkin settled into the command of Rapid as she picked up the southwest monsoon again and plunged northeastwardly toward the equator. 11 days later, the Royal Navy's sloop on picket duty off the southeast point of Ceylon intercepted her and delivered the second counterpart of orders from the Commandant of the Marine to proceed to a rendezvous at the eastern approach to the Strait of Malacca. Chapter 17. Merewether became aware of an agony in his head. He managed to open one eye and found himself in a green-lighted tomb. Close above his face was an overhang of raw earth, while to his left was an almost impenetrable screen of rank vegetation. A crushing weight was on his feet and ankles. He raised his head and saw the curly black hair above staring brown eyes of a dark man dressed in the remains of some sort of uniform. The man was dead, the hilt of the jambia protruding from his belly just below the breastbone. Merewether opened the other eye as he pulled his feet from beneath the body. His vision was blurred and double. The movement set additional paroxysms through his head, and he closed his eyes as pain shifted to his feet while circulation was restored. It was obviously after dawn, no sunlight yet, with the hills rising to the east. Rapid should have been long since underway north. Merewether rolled on his left side and pushed at the springy bushes. He managed to wriggle himself against them, forcing the stems over until he was out from under the overhang and staring at the sky, cloudless but not yet blue at dawn. He was at the bottom of the deep gully he had waited beside last night to observe the marine operation. Merewether sat up, bringing on a wave of nausea that almost overpowered him. He closed both eyes and held his head. There was an egg-sized lump on the top left side, painful beyond his experience. He felt about it, decided there was no obvious fracture, and then managed to get on his feet, supporting himself against the steep side of the gully. A gleam of metal revealed the air rifle under the cut bank. He snaked it out and hung it over his shoulder by the sling as he sought with one open eye a way out of this pit. As an afterthought, he managed to withdraw the jambia, wipe it clean, and sheath it. 100 feet up, the gully widened until he reached a point where he was able to climb out. He headed toward the sea, feeling exposed and defenseless, but compelled to make sure that Rapid was gone. The gravel road he had crossed last night appeared through a break in the undergrowth, and he was sure he could see from it the harbour entrance and the sea beyond. He plunged into the road, heard an exclamation of surprise, and unslung the air rifle to cover the two men standing to his left. They were an odd pair. He could see that with his one open eye. One, a dark young man, was barefoot, clad only in a pair of white canvas trousers. The other, a bent old man, white-haired, with watery blue eyes, was dressed in white breeches, half-boots, and a blue coat that hung to his knees. An old-fashioned cocked hat perched on his head. "Hold!" croaked Merewether, and looked out to sea. He could just observe the mouth of the harbour, but the sea beyond was plainly visible. No sail was in sight, north or west. Larkin had obeyed his orders. He turned back to the pair standing in the road. The old man spoke in a voice like a rusty hinge. "Captain, I am an Englishman." Merewether tried to assimilate this remarkable statement into his aching brain. The man might pass for white, but he had a touch of the tar-brush, too. "I am Jamie Planting, Captain. My father," he continued proudly in the hoarse old voice, "was Captain James Plantin, the great pirate and king of Madagascar." The sun had risen by now above the hills to the east, its heat touching Merewether's head. He felt giddy, opened both eyes, saw the double image of the men, and sat down in the gravel with a thump. He was conscious of being assisted in a stumbling way along the road, up a path through a vegetable garden, and into a substantial stone cottage set against the hill. When things became a little clearer, he was in a chair in a bare room floored with black stone slabs, and a woman, strongly resembling the young man but a little older, was holding a cup of tea that reeked of rum under his nose. He managed to take a sip of the steaming brew, then took the cup from the woman and drank it down. He felt the heat of tea and spirits expand through his body, but salmon, blue and pink clouds still floated across his vision, with every now and then a patch of grey mist that blotted out the scene. Merewether dimly realized that he must be suffering what Buttram would call a concussion, and that he was helpless for the time either to plan a course of action or to carry one into execution. The young man lounging in the doorway spoke rapidly in the Creole patois to the old man seated in a cushioned chair across the room. "The Day Relief Guard just passed along the road," the rusty old voice said. "When they find what your men did at the stockade, they'll be along to see if we know anything. Best put ye out of sight, Captain." Merewether felt no energy, no desire to rise or escape. He found a firm hand under each arm, hoisting him out of the chair and toward the back of the cottage. They emerged into a narrow patio, roofed with an arbour on which grapevines grew, the young man and woman propelling him toward a rock wall against the hill rising steeply behind the house. At the wall was a rounded parapet of stone, apparently a well or cistern. The young man removed a wooden cover and pointed down. There were iron rungs set into the stone inside. "Down!" said the woman urgently. "4 steps, then to your right." At the bottom, Merewether could see the sky and his head reflected in water. He was uncertain of himself as he swung over the edge, but the instinct of an old topman came to his rescue. His feet and hands found the rungs. He lowered himself, feeling with his feet from one to the other, then found an opening beside him. He stepped into it, seeing dim light ahead, and emerged into a low room, apparently a cellar under the cottage itself. Light came in from a series of narrow slits in the walls against the overhead on either side. The floor was roughly covered with flat stone slabs, and against the opposite wall was a large chest. Beside the further wall was a low cot. He stumbled thankfully toward it and lay down, oblivious of the cloud of dust he stirred from the blanket. Merewether awoke to find himself in total darkness. He was uncertain of his whereabouts. The air was still and musty, but there was a pleasant medicinal odour in it. He put his hand to his brow and found a bandage swathing his head, holding a moist poultice. He had time only to realize that he was marooned on the Ile de France before his lethargy took him off again into sleep. When he awoke, light was coming through the slits, and he found the woman offering him a cup of water. He sat up, drank thirstily, and at her gesture got to his feet. His vision was no longer blurred and double, but he had to pause a moment while he assured himself that he was steady. He went through the passage to the well, swung onto the rungs and climbed out on the patio. It was, he guessed, early morning. He must have slept the clock around, and while still feeling weak and washed out, his strength was returning. He was ravenous. "Ah, Captain, ye look a sight better this morning than yesterday," the old man, what was his name, said. "When Eleanor told me ye was asleep, we left ye lay, with a bit of medicine for your head." "Yes, sir. I'm sorry, but I don't remember your name." "Plantin, Captain. Jamie Plantin. My father was Captain James Plantin, the great pirate and king of Madagascar. My mother was Eleanor Brown, granddaughter of King Dick of Messerleague. But her father was an Englishman too." And now, Captain, a bit of tea and breakfast, and ye'll feel better." Merewether watched the woman through the doorway to the kitchen as she moved about the brazier, pouring boiling water from the kettle into a silver teapot. As she leaned over, the thin cotton dress outlined her figure, but he realized that she was a beauty. She turned and caught his gaze, bold brown eyes set in the oval, pale gold face under curling mahogany hair meeting his, then turning deliberately away as she loaded a tray. He felt a flush of heat in his face despite his weakened condition. The hot tea, boiled eggs and brown bread was soon consumed. Over a second cup, Merewether asked, "Are you in danger with me here?" "Oh, no. The frogs know ye came to rescue those Bombay Marine soldiers, and they don't suspect anyone was left behind," he continued in the creaking old voice. "The militia came by yesterday to ask if we heard anything the night before. Of course, we hadn't. And this is the only house in half a mile. It was plain enough, they said, what had happened. The track of your party from the shore and the marks where your boat was beached was still clear. Oh, they'll not be looking for ye, but then this is a small place, and a stranger will be noticed. Best stay out of sight." Merewether's mind was beginning to function again. He was still weak, his head unhealed, not yet in condition to move about much. So it would be just as well to remain here for the time. The thought of remaining hidden until the Royal Navy and the powers that be decided to take Mauritius next year, or the year after, was intolerable to Merewether, however. Even the vision of the woman sitting across the room with eyes downcast could not affect his intention to escape. There must be neutral ships, Americans certainly, possibly Portuguese or Norwegian, calling at Port Louis from time to time, he told himself. There was the possibility that he might buy passage from a friendly captain, or at worst, stow away as the Havildar had done. It certainly was best to follow the advice of the old man to lie low for the present, he concluded, settling back more comfortably in his chair. He was at the mercy of this unusual group, but he felt no apprehension. He had accepted at face value the old man's statement, "I am an Englishman." "And now, Mr. Planton, how did you know me to be a captain in the Bombay Marine?" "Oh, Captain, many's the time in the old days I've seen your officers in Port Louis. And then, when my mother was alive, I sailed a supercargo on ships carrying her sugar to Goa and even Bombay. After that I was a harbour pilot for a score of years. The uniform has changed some, but not that much. And by the by, Captain, what might your name be?" "Merewether, sir. Percival Merewether." "Oh, and I've told ye mine. These are Pierre and Eleonora Lefebvre. I had only the one daughter, and she married a Creole. My grandchildren." Merewether was reaching back in his memory for the name Planton. It seemed to be associated somehow with England and Taylor, the pirates of the Malabar and African coasts of almost a century ago. And there was some story still current of the Englishman who had built a castle at Ranter's Bay to make himself king of Madagascar. "Your father sailed with England and Taylor?" Merewether ventured. "No, Captain. England and Taylor sailed with my father. They danced to the tune he called," said the old man proudly. "My father fought a war with King Dick to win my mother, Eleanora Brown, and then celebrated the marriage with England and Taylor as guests at the ball." "But this must have been a long time ago." "I am 81, Captain. My father became weary of being a king and decided to join the forces of Angria on the Malabar coast. They were pirates after his own heart, and he left Madagascar, taking my mother and one servant." Planton spat on the floor, Nellie, a hot-bellied bitch. My mother found herself with child, me, and that Nellie persuaded my father to leave her off here." He spat again. "Of course, he provided well for my mother. The chest ye saw in the dungeon was full of louis d'or, and many's a cyclone day as a child I counted and stowed the gold pieces back into the chest. 5 men, I'll not call them husbands, for she'd always expected my father back, my mother had. She bought this land when it was cheap, and slaves to clear and plant it with cane. The gold lasted a long time, and she sold her sugar every year. She were a rich woman, and sent me to the academy in Port Louis to learn to read and cipher. When I was 18, I went to Bombay and tried to find my father, but no one knew of him by then." The old voice quavered a little. "The last man she had was a Frenchman. He stole all her gold, a little at a time, and then took ship for France. All I have now is this house and a few worn-out acres left. My mother only died 10 years ago, at 90. Captain, she were a marvel. Scripture by the yard, and knew all the prayers and catechism by heart too. Her father were Edward Brown, an Englishman and a schoolmaster, shipwrecked on Madagascar. He learned her well." It was a fascinating story, Merewether decided. The old man was 3/4 English, 1/4 black by his own account, but in spite of the injury to his mother by his father, he was proud to call himself an Englishman. Merewether relaxed further. This man was safe. The morning wore pleasantly away as Merewether sat listening to the account of days long gone by on this lonely ocean island, the ships and men, wars and trade that had washed across it during the past 3/4 of a century that the old man could remember. He came back to the present, conscious of his bandaged, poulticed head, the grime of the dungeon on his hands and face, and the crawling itch of stale sweat on his body. "I wonder, Mr. Planton, if I might get a bucket of water and clean up a bit." He was sitting in shirt, trousers and boots. Somewhere since the night before last, his jacket, belt, hat and air rifle had disappeared. "Better than that, Captain. There's a small pool behind the house at the end of the patio, screened by a hedge. The water runs from a spring in the hillside, cold, but ye may bathe to heart's content." Merewether soon found the pool, a rock-lined oval 10 feet across, closely surrounded by thick thorn bushes clipped into a head-high hedge. The woman had just stepped out of it onto the flagstones, her wet golden body glistening as she folded a bright cloth about her head. Her eyes caught his. She flashed a smile, picked up the robe that hung on the hedge and brushed by Merewether into the house. By the next day, Pierre had reported that no foreign ships were in Port Louis. Only a French privateer brig was at anchor, apparently out of commission and refitting. The French naval squadron was absent. That day, a party of ragged men escorted by militia had passed along the road toward the stockade. Most of them appeared to be Europeans, bearded and stumbling along as though half-starved. Pierre reported that night that they were the remnants of the crew of Polaris, a Bombay Marine survey ship taken 2 years ago in the Maldive Islands. Merewether pricked up his ears. He had counted 29 Europeans and 6 Lascars in the party. Possibly there were some officers who survived, and he must make contact with them to ascertain their temper. "Where will these men work?" he inquired. He was beginning to understand the limping English that Pierre spoke. "Some break rock up the side of the hill, others take it down in hand barrows. The rest spread it on the road. How closely guarded are the men in the quarry?
One man, usually. There is no place to run away. The guards are there only to make them work.
And if they have a call of nature?
So they hold up 2 fingers, and the guard gives them permission to go into the bushes. They dig a latrine in one place for this.
Better sanitation than the company's European troops usually practiced in the field, Merewether thought. He tried to remember how the road ran past the prison camp, but his memory of the sketchy map drawn by the havildar was foggy. Is there a place from which I can see these men at work?
Ye might go around the side of the hill, Captain, before daylight, and look right down on them from safe cover,
Old Jamie broke in, his faded blue eyes sparkling.
I know just the place, on the hill where I played in a little cave as a boy. It can't be found unless ye know where to look.
Merewether was turning the entire matter over in his mind. It would serve no useful purpose, he decided, to contact the prisoners at this point. He had no means of escape available, and the chances of betrayal were too great. It might be valuable, however, to know the terrain and the routine the prisoners and their guards followed. I would like to see them, he told Planton. Chapter 18. It was cool and still dark, the breeze coming down from the hills with enough force to make him shiver. He wore a pair of duck trousers, a rough cotton shirt and a round straw hat. The stars were beginning to fade as Pierre led Merewether along a faint path up the side of the hill behind the cottage to a crest, then northward nearly half a mile. There he went down a slope passing between large boulders, then turned abruptly to the right. Screened an arrow foot behind a boulder was the entrance to a little grotto, showing blacker in the dim grey light. Merewether squeezed through the narrow entrance and stepped on the rock floor, hearing the trickle of water in the recesses behind him. He looked out over the boulder concealing the entrance, and in the increasing light he could see the slope down to the road, Tombeau Bay, and the sea beyond.
"Take care, Captain, and I'll be back after dark," said Pierre,
then vanished into the gloom up the slope. Merewether sat down on the cold stone and wondered if what he might observe this day would be worth the risk and discomfort. A half-hour later, he heard a distinct whistle and shouts several times repeated. Reveille, he concluded, at the prison camp. It was still not light enough to see any distance, and he leaned back against the rough wall and dozed. When he awoke, it was broad daylight, and the party of prisoners was just coming into view along the road. It was a long day. The trickle of water a dozen feet back in the cave filled a basin lined with smooth black pebbles, and the overflow appeared to drain out through a crack in the floor. The quarry was 200 yards down the hillside to his right. 10 men swung sledgehammers in deliberate arcs, breaking the stone. A dozen others, 2 to a barrow, loaded and transported the stone to the road. They appeared to be filling a sort of swale where others spread and tamped the rock. At intervals a man would hold up his hands, 2 fingers extended, catch the eye of the guard, and at a nod drop his tools and go into a clump of bushes to the left. He had the terrain fixed in his mind. The prison camp to the left, the quarry and road here at the head of Tombeau Bay, and the river to his right out of sight, but emptying into the harbour. In half an hour's time he had satisfied himself and concluded that the balance of the day would be wasted. When the sun was near overhead, a whistle sounded. The prisoners dropped their tools and sought the shade of a tree, breaking into groups, each about a pot that appeared to contain beans or peas. The 5 guards withdrew to the shade of another clump of trees, and 2 of the Indian prisoners appeared, each carrying 2 baskets. Bottles were passed around, evidently wine, as the two men who carried muskets leaned them against trees, and the others unfastened their belts and laid aside their pistols and braided leather whips. After half an hour, one guard heaved himself to his feet, blew a whistle, and the prisoners plodded back to work. The guard took up his musket and posted himself in the shade near the entrance to the quarry, where he could observe the entire operation. The four others remained lying in the shade, evidently taking a siesta. It was a loose and casual procedure. At sunset, the prisoners were assembled and marched back out of sight to the camp. Then, at dusk, Pierre arrived to lead Merewether to the crest of the hill and back down to the cottage.
"A long day ye had, Captain," Jamie greeted him. "And did ye learn a bit?"
"Enough," said Merewether. "I'd not care to be a prisoner of the French." The old man had a cup cradled in his hands, and Merewether could catch a whiff of the aroma of spirits.
"Rum, Captain. Will ye join me?"
The fiery liquor expanded through Merewether's body and brought an immediate sense of well-being that sent him early to sleep. 2 days passed without incident. Merewether began to feel the galling effects of boredom. He improved the time by picking the brains of old Jamie and Pierre as to the geography of the island. The peaks rising steeply back of Port Louis were named Peter Both and Le Pouce, he knew from his charts, with the lesser ones of Virgin's Peak, Cantin's Peak, and L'Echelle Rock to the northward.
"I climbed Peter Both when I was a lad," said old Jamie proudly. "Never was done again until a Frenchman named Claude Purter did it in 1790. I told him how I got up to the final knob. I shot an arrow attached to a cord over the summit and pulled a line over by it. He did the same."
"Tell me about Port Louis," Merewether urged. "The citadel I know is on a hill in the town, but what other defences does the harbour have?"
"There is a battery and a fort on Temelier Island on this side of the harbour entrance. It is separated from the town by a marsh called Mer Rouge. This battery is not manned, except in time of danger, because the marsh causes the malaria. The battery on the south shore is manned. They keep a good watch there, and the barracks are on the hill behind it. Ah, but the malaria! It drives all but the poorest into the hills to escape it. Even the governor's mansion is 5 miles from Port Louis."
5 miles? In what direction?
"Why, right south, I guess. Le Réduit, they call the mansion. A beautiful place, and with the high road right into town. The governor only comes to town twice a week in his carriage, the lazy frog."
The next morning, Planton and Pierre left to walk into Port Louis to buy staples not produced by the garden that Pierre tended in front of the house. Merewether emptied his purse of 60-odd silver rupees. They passed current in Port Louis, Jamie said, and pressed them on the old man as payment for his lodging. He sat in the front room with a view out the door along the road, hearing an occasional clatteral snatch of a song from the back of the house as the woman went about her household duties. The homely sounds brought back memories of the great kitchen at Bellflower House in London, where he was reared as a backstairs child. He thought briefly of his mother, and then of Caroline, almost forgotten during these past few days. It was only a little more than a month until the wedding, an engagement he was most unlikely to fulfill on time. Eleonora came in, a broom in hand, and began to sweep the black flagstones. He watched the smooth, graceful rhythm of her movements. He saw that her face was averted, the dark, luminous eyes intent upon her task. A haze of dust arose, dancing in the shaft of sunlight from the window. She turned toward him. starting to say that he should go out to the patio to escape the annoyance. The memory of her emerging from the pool flooded over him, obliterating the thought of Caroline. He caught her about the waist and kissed her, felt her respond. Then she led him to her little room, stepping out of her dress as they came through the door. The click of a heel on stone at the back of the cottage alerted Merewether. Eleanora lay quiescent and relaxed beside him. He slid off the cot, pulled on shirt and trousers, and emerged barefoot into the kitchen, then backed through the doorway into the front room, picking up the jam beer from the table as he went. There were scuffing sounds, then a figure appeared in the back doorway, hesitated a moment, and slipped through into the kitchen. He was a thin man, obviously European, with a moustache and side whiskers worn in the colonial French style. He was dressed in the uniform of an artilleryman in the French regulars, and appeared to be unarmed. He looked about, evidently adjusting his vision to the dim interior. "Here now, who are you and what do you want?" Merewether blurted out. The man jumped, eyes wide, mouth open, hands extended as Merewether advanced, knife in hand. "English!" he shouted, snatched a pot from the table and hurled it with a crash against the wall to the right of Merewether, spun about and ran out the door. By the time he could get to the patio, the man was almost to the road, running diagonally across the garden. No chance to catch him even if he wanted to, Merewether decided sourly, and came back inside. Eleanora, her dress clutched in a bunch against her bosom, stood wide-eyed in the kitchen. "It was Jules!" she cried. "Back again! Grandsir and Pierre told him never to come again." "What? Who is Jules?" "My husband, the worthless one. He left me last year and took up with a Creole slut at Quatre-Bornes. She peppered him, and then he wanted to come back to me. Ptah!" she spat. "But Pierre and Grandsir drove him off. He must have seen them at Port Louis and hoped to surprise me alone." "And now he's gone to give the alarm," said Merewether. "I'm sorry. I've brought trouble to you and Mr. Planton." Almost as an afterthought, Eleanora pulled the cotton frock over her head, and the golden body disappeared. She slid her feet into sandals, tied the headcloth, and started for the door. "I must find Pierre and Grandsir," she told him. "No place in this house is safe now, not even the dungeon. You must hide somewhere else." "My gun and uniform?" asked Merewether, with some confused thought that so dressed he could not be charged with being a spy. This, however, solved nothing so far as Eleanora, Pierre, and old Jamie were concerned. In fact, it would make the case against them stronger. Treason. Harbouring and giving comfort to the enemy in time of war. She ran to an alcove, pulled aside the curtain, and pointed to the undress uniform he had worn ashore. Bloodstains and grime washed out and smoothly ironed. The belt with its accoutrements hung on a peg, and the air rifle was in a corner. Footsteps sounded at the front, and Jamie came in, followed by Pierre with a basket in either hand. Eleanora launched into a torrent of speech in the patois, while Pierre and Jamie stood listening, their faces blank. He could only understand the name Jules several times repeated. Without a change of expression, Jamie turned to Merewether. "Well, Captain, now ye have played hell." "Yes, sir," said Merewether. "I'll get out and away. The man saw no one else here. You and Pierre were in Port Louis, as you can prove, and Eleanora was in her room. You can tell them I was a mere interloper, an English thief in your house." He thought of another point. "You drove Jules away. He has cause to hate you, and it is only his word against 3. He paused and tried to think how McClellan would handle such a legal point. He probably was absent from his post without leave, and you may impeach his motives. Anyway, I'll go." Jamie took off the old blue coat and hung it with the cocked hat on a peg. He sat in his chair, motioned to Eleanor, and she brought in 2 cups of rum. Merewether stared at the cup of aromatic spirits, then at the calm old man.
"No tearing hurry, Captain." He sipped from the cup. "An hour to town and then around the bay to find someone with authority in the garrison. Another 2 hours to form up a party and march it out here. And it being in the heat of the day, I doubt it will be that soon. Time enough to make some plans."
"Yes, sir." Merewether's impulse had been to bolt out into the undergrowth on the hills rising to the east. Little enough chance of survival that way if there were a determined search. He sat down and tasted the rum.
"Yes, Captain, I think ye're near right. I have complained to the gendarme of this district, asked him to warn Jules away, and told him why. He's peppered. He'll have a bit of explaining to do himself. Why he was here. Oh, they'll make a search, no doubt, but there will be no proof once we hide ye."
"Where?" The old man took a swallow of the rum, set the cup down, and coughed gently.
There's a dozen places, but only one in reach now. Even Eleanor and Pierre don't know of it. At the bottom of the well a stream flows through, and beside it there's a sort of pocket in the rock, cool and damp, but out of sight and safe until we can move ye on."
Merewether began to chafe. It was almost an hour since Jules had run across the garden, but Jamie insisted on taking the noon meal.
"Might be a time till ye eat again, Captain," he told him cheerfully.
Finally they came out on the patio. The cover was removed from the well, and a sturdy hemp line with a large iron grapnel eye spliced into one end was lowered, the hooks firmly gripping the parapet.
"Ye'll take this line with ye, Captain. In case they take us away, ye can throw the grapnel up and over the edge of one of the iron handholds. Climb right out."
That was a relief. He would not be trapped helpless at the bottom of the pit. He went over the side, down the irons, took hold of the line, tested its anchorage, and let himself down. Just before his feet touched the water, he saw the dark opening beside him and swung in. A moment later, his uniform, gun, and belt came down on a cord, together with a small basket of bread, cheese, a cup, and a flask of rum.
"Heads up!"
the rusty old voice echoed, and the grapnel plunged into the water. He hauled it in, neatly coiling the line. He was in an almost round recess, a volcanic bubble in the basalt 4 feet in diameter. A thump echoed down the shaft, and light was blotted out as the lid went on the well. Merewether settled down, listening to the gurgle of the water close beside him. In 5 minutes he was asleep. He was awakened by the reflection of light on the surface of the water. Voices came echoing down the shaft, and then he heard leather scrape on the iron rungs at the top. Merewether restrained himself from poking his head out. He could see no reflection in the water from this angle, but it lightened up as he heard the man step into the entrance to the cyclone cellar above. A moment later, he heard him call up in French, and the sound of leather on iron again. A babble of voices came down the shaft for a moment, then died away. The well cover had not been replaced. It must have been 2 hours. The light was diminished as the sun put the shadow of the cottage across the parapet before Merewether heard Eleanor call down.
"They've gone, but Grand'ther says wait a bit."
He settled back as darkness engulfed the well. The bread, cheese, and rum were untouched, still held as a reserve against contingency. He was wide awake, and his conscience began to torment him. Merewether told himself that he was not as yet under any formal vows to Caroline, not married to her. But the moralities of the matter were implicit. He had been unfaithful, however he might justify the matter. He squirmed against the cold stone and looked out and up to see stars framed in the small circle of sky. He was a weak, susceptible man without morals or principles, unworthy of a woman such as Caroline, he decided with contempt. But uncomfortably, he knew that given the opportunity, he would seek Eleanor out again. Half an hour later, a whistle echoed down the shaft, and he heard the voice of Pierre. "Tie on your baggage, Captain." Merewether reached out blindly and found the dangling cord. The uniform, basket, gun and belt were hoisted away. Another whistle, and he tied the cord to the grapnel. It was a simple matter to go up the line hand over hand. He emerged on the patio, seeing the dim features of Jamie and Pierre before him. Pierre led the way up the path they had followed 2 days ago, but then right and along the side of the hill, then up again as Merewether followed blindly. They reached a crest, turned right again, passed along level ground, then went down a slope through thick trees. Ahead he heard the sound of a brook, and shortly they waded through water ankle-deep, rushing over a gravel bottom. 50 yards beyond, Jamie took the lead. The moon was just becoming visible, and in the dim light Merewether could make out a low bluff against the hillside, trees growing closely against it. Jamie squeezed between the trunks and the rock and disappeared. Pierre pushed him forward. He stumbled and found himself in a hole.
"Here," said Jamie. "Lower your head. Bend over."
Merewether bent over and shuffled toward the voice. He felt his back scrape, bent still lower, and went into the Stygian darkness. He heard the rasp and pop of flint on steel, and in a moment a coal of fire gleamed. Then a candle was lighted.
"Hide-out of the old Maroons, Captain. Slaves that escaped from the Dutch before the French came. It should be safe enough for a while."
Merewether looked about in the flickering light. It was a musty little room barely high enough to stand in, dug out of the face of the hill. The front wall made of stones roughly laid up with a low entrance at the side. It appeared to be reasonably dry and well ventilated.
"There's always a bolt hole out the back, Captain,"
Jamie told him, pointing to the back corner on the left. A low tunnel entrance was visible near the overhead.
"That leads a dozen feet into the side of a ravine. You can get out without being seen from the front. The Maroons still hid out from the French in places like this when I was a boy."
Pierre was laying down blankets and a basket of provisions against the back wall. The gun was against the wall, and the uniform and belt were hung up.
"Now, ye best lay low a day or so. See how the wind blows, Captain. Pierre will come back tomorrow night. Ye've food and drink enough till then. There's peepholes in the front wall, but you'll have to find them by daylight. And now we'll be off. Oh, I almost forgot. A schooner privateer came in this morning to Port Louis with a prize, but all she carried was coir and coconut oil. The American prize agent laughed at the privateersman."
"Thank you, sir." The old man and Pierre ducked out through the entrance into darkness. Merewether sat on the blankets, ate a bit of cheese and bread, drank water from the jug and blew out the candle. An hour later he awoke, clutching the jambia, hearing the scuff of leather on rock in the passage entrance. The whisper reassured him. It was broad daylight when Eleanor had departed. Chapter 19. The morning sunlight became visible through chinks in the wall. Merewether could see past the trees and vines that grew against the front of the dugout into a grove below. He ate and considered slipping out to wash in the little stream, then decided not. The day wore on, past noon, the light in the dugout growing dimmer as the sun moved westward. Merewether wondered at his patience, his willingness to remain hidden in this burrow, but then he had few alternatives, and he told himself cynically, Eleanora might come again tonight. A little after noon he heard sounds on the slope below. He applied an eye to the peephole and saw a squad of soldiers deploying across the hillside. Another was filing to the left, and in the centre a young lieutenant stood with a spyglass to his eye, pointing directly toward Merewether. Beside him was the jaundiced artilleryman Jules. He had been betrayed. Merewether did not hesitate. Into the basket went uniform, belt and blankets, with the gun laid across its edges. He pushed it ahead of him into the bolt hole as he crawled along on hands and knees. A dozen feet, and he saw green-tinged light ahead. He found the entrance, peered through the bushes that screened it, heard the tramp of feet coming 100 feet down the ravine, and realized he was caught like a rat in a trap. He pushed through the entrance, saw that the ravine bent to the right below him and that the soldiers were not yet in sight. He scrambled down into the ravine, up the other side and behind a clump of bushes. As quietly as possible he climbed to the top of the hill, screened by the trees from below. Panting, he paused at the crest, saw a crevice under a shelf of rock and pushed the basket in out of sight, retaining only the jambia in his belt. He headed south at a trot toward l'Echelle Rock, rising 2 miles ahead. In an hour, Merewether had reached the bench from which the peak rose steeply. He found a place between 2 boulders with a sharp drop below, and sat down, drenched with sweat. From here, he could see most of Port Louis, the bay, and the 2 forts. A large schooner was at anchor well inside the harbour, a smaller vessel anchored astern. On the south side near the shore a sizable brig was moored, her yards and topmasts struck. Other than lighters and small craft, these appeared to be the only ships present. He rested a few minutes, then pulled himself erect and headed southeast around the base of the peak, down the slope, to skirt what must be Cantin's Peak and Virgin's Peak, toward Pieterboot, towering beyond. He stayed on the overgrown benches above the occasional houses and cultivated fields he could see stretching eastward. He found a little stream where he drank and washed his face and hands. By night, he might slip down to one of the garden plots and find some vegetables, but he could not risk it now. Ahead, he saw a track tending toward Port Louis and hid as several carts piled high with cut cane came lumbering along behind bullocks. It was late afternoon before Merewether rounded the southeastern approaches to Pieterboot and found a highway barring his progress. He paralleled the road westwardly around the base of La Pousse, and at sunset took shelter in a clump of trees where a trickle of water squeezed out into a pool. From here, he could see the road and gates opening on a drive to what appeared to be a substantial, well-kept estate. Hungry and tired, Merewether settled back and tried to evaluate his situation. Until now, he had been intent upon putting as much distance between himself and the detachment of soldiers as possible. Probably there was a general alarm out over the island by now, and distance was no safeguard. He wondered whether Eleanora or Pierre had betrayed his hiding place. Old Jamie he did not doubt, and he really could not believe the others had. Well, it made no difference now. He might play out this string for a while, but eventually he must be taken. He became conscious of his sweat-soaked clothing, now drying stiffly as the sun set. No use to wash them out in the pool. He would do it in the morning when a few minutes of sun would dry the garments. In late afternoon he saw a barouche with a tasselled canopy come along the road, drawn by 2 handsome grey horses. It held a man lounging at ease in the back seat as the team turned into the drive and the gate swung open. 2 men in the uniform of regular French infantry closed the gates behind the carriage as it disappeared through the shrubbery. Merewether decided that he had just witnessed the arrival of the governor, and that the mansion at the end of the driveway must be Le Réduit. Certainly it was unlikely that a private citizen would have military guards at his gate. And yet it was a slight force for a governor's mansion, even one constructed as a refuge from the malaria in the hills away from the capital. He wondered if some larger force lurked in the background. Surely by now the governor must know there was an Englishman at large on the island, and then he realized that one man reported by a jealous husband would scarcely be worthy of note by anyone of higher rank than a district gendarme. He found a place under thick bushes and slept uneasily. It must be midnight, Merewether decided. The moon was up and he could hear music in the distance. He pulled himself into the open, where he could see lights across the road, flambeaux burning at the gates, other lights beyond twinkling through the leaves. The gates were propped open. No one was in sight. He was hungry and desperate, with little to lose. He moved on an impulse down the slope, scuttled across the road 100 yards east of the gates, and climbed a stone wall. Beyond a belt of shrubbery, he came to an open lawn in which flower beds were spaced. The house was ringed with another screen of trees and shrubbery. He drew a deep breath and walked boldly across the moonlit lawn and into the shadow of the trees by the side of the house, passing a broad veranda where he could hear voices. He had no plan except to see what forage he might find for himself. The windows spilled out light and the sound of music through mosquito netting. They were too high to see in, and he passed rapidly by close to the fountain of the house, around toward the kitchen. Here the windows were at eye level, and he crept beside a bush where he could catch a glimpse inside. Maids were passing back and forth carrying laden trays. Apparently, supper was just being served. No chance there, and Merewether turned to move back the way he had come, emerging from the shelter of the bush. A calloused hand seized his neck, and his right arm was jerked excruciatingly far up behind his back in a hammerlock. "Now just stand quiet," said a voice in his ear, "and I'll break no bones." There was nothing else for Merewether to do. The jambia was out of reach of his left hand in his belt. The pressure on his neck was intense. Only then did Merewether realize that the man had spoken in English. "Sir, I am an officer of the Bombay Marine." The grip relaxed almost imperceptibly. "Let's see what you look like." Merewether was pushed into the light from the kitchen window. The hand left his neck, but took his left arm, twisting it behind his back to make a double hammerlock. He saw a bearded face thrust into his, in the light of the window, peering at him, and smelled the aroma of wine. "Well, I'm damned. I never forget a face with a scar like that. I met you last year, Captain, at Calcutta. I'm Andrews, master of the brig Liberty out of Philadelphia. But I don't recall your name." Merewether. "Oh, yes. You took me to your governor and then captured that goddamned frog privateer, I heard. Well, what in hell's name are you doing here?" "I might ask the same," said Merewether. He moved a little and Andrews released the hammerlock. "I only came out of the party to pump ship. I'm a prize agent buying cargoes the frogs bring in, but there haven't been any lately. Coir and coconut oil. No market for that in the States. I sent the Liberty back with a full lading 3 months ago, but it looks as though I'll have nothing for her next voyage." Merewether was anxious. This conversation was in normal tones in English, but no one in the house seemed to have noticed. "Well, Captain Andrews, I am delighted to meet you again." "Wait a minute, Captain. You look a mite peaked. Now just stay here. This ain't one of the sit-down suppers. I'll be back." The bearded figure marched off toward the front. Merewether was of two minds, cut and run, or wait. Hunger overcame his fears, however, and he remained crouched in the shadows against the side of the house. It was more than half an hour before he heard footsteps, and Andrews appeared in the moonlight and handed over a napkin-wrapped parcel. Never had there been a more delicious combination, Merewether decided, as he rode in Andrews' light wagon rattling down the long grade into Port Louis, where they stopped before a bleak building facing the waterfront, and Andrews unlocked the door. "There's a room above. Ladder just inside the door. I must stable the horse." Merewether found the ladder, climbed up onto a sort of mezzanine above the main floor, and collapsed on the rough boards. Merewether awoke to find a young, sandy-haired man shaking his shoulder. "Captain Andrews says come on down." Merewether rubbed his eyes and stretched, every bone and muscle aching, then rolled over and went down the ladder. He found himself in a dim storehouse, half filled with bales, boxes, and barrels. He followed the man to a door in a corner that opened into a room furnished with bed, table, desk, and a large iron strong-box bolted to the floor. "Good morning," offered Andrews, "and have a bite. There's coffee and lime juice, too, and a bucket of water behind that door to wash in," continued Andrews. "And these are Harrison's Star, my clerks. Captain Merewether of the Bombay Marine." He saw a black-browed man turning from a pan on a charcoal brazier, and nodded to him and the sandy-haired man. He was dished out a steaming portion of porridge and poured a cup of coffee. The breakfast was delicious. Andrews lit a spill of paper at the brazier and then lighted a cherry-bowled pipe. "And now, Captain, what do I do with you? I had a bit of that Dago wine the governor served last night and wasn't thinking too straight, I'll admit. Of course, the states are neutral, no great love for either France or old England, but I've a job to do here, and I'm accountable to my principals to make a profit." He puffed a cloud of blue smoke toward the ceiling and looked perplexed. Behind the black beard was a square, resolute face with shrewd hazel eyes. "I'll leave tonight, Captain," Merewether ventured. "I do not want to endanger you. I'm most grateful for your hospitality." "Well, you were courteous to me at Calcutta, and I don't forget a favor. Now, I've people to see. I'll lend you a razor and soap, and you can stay out of sight above. Maybe by night I can think of something." It was delightful to scrub himself clean with a bucket of hot water and shave the bristle from his cheeks. He used the last of the water to rinse out the canvas trousers and blue shirt, leaving them to dry in the sunlight and air from an open window overlooking the harbour. He was in little better circumstances than he had been in the hills, Merewether considered. The bold movement from the governor's mansion last night had succeeded because anyone who might have noticed Andrew's departure had simply assumed that the man with him was one of his servants, brought along to attend the rig. Here there must be people coming and going. The warehouse of an American prize agent must attract custom. The neutral nation's willingness to trade in the captured goods of company and English ships had sustained Mauritius and made fortunes these past 4 years. Merewether remembered the report of old Jamie and looked out the window. A cable's length off, the brig he had seen from the mountain was moored bow and stern to buoys. There were 6 men visible on her deck, most of them busy with brushes and pots of paint. A carpenter was using an adze, his upward stroke almost coinciding at this distance with the chuff of the blow on the timber he was shaping. She was pierced for 6 guns a broadside, but the newly painted buff ports were closed. Clearly, she was out of commission. A half-cable's length astern of her was the schooner that had brought the prize in, 2 days ago? The snow was almost hidden beyond her. He could make out a languid petty officer lounging at the schooner's gangway, no other men visible on deck. A crew of 10 practised seamen could get a fore and aft rigged vessel like that under way, given the chance. The batteries at the narrow entrance to the harbour were the problem. He felt the clothing, found it still damp, moved it into the rectangle of sunlight, and dozed off. It was mid-morning by the time he awoke. He heard sounds below, voices, hoofbeats, and the thump of boxes or barrels on the floor. The clothing was dry, and he pulled it on, then forced his sore feet into the stiff landing force boots. The sounds below ceased, and the young man Harris, he remembered, came up the ladder. "A short day's work," he said cheerfully. "The frogs haven't had much to sell the past 3 months. The report is out now. They've lost their best 4 privateers off Bengal, taken by the Bombay Marine." "Yes," said Merewether. "I heard as much myself." "What we have here won't half fill the Liberty, and with Jefferson threatening an embargo, we may as well go home." He looked at Merewether, a fresh-faced, intelligent young man, barely 20 at a guess, not handsome, but with the strong structure of jaw and nose forecasting the man of affairs. The bland, expressionless blue eyes gave him an air of wisdom beyond his years. "Captain Andrews says you are a captain in the Bombay Marine. My father commanded a sloop of war in the old Continental Navy during the Revolution," he continued proudly. "Captured an Indiaman off Land's End in '78. "Indeed. Lost her, though, when 2 frigates showed up. Lucky, he always said, to get away himself." "Fortunes of war," said Merewether. "I could have had a warrant as midshipman myself 5 years ago from Commodore Edward Preble in Constitution. He'd been a midshipman in my father's sloop, but Mother thought I should go to Harvard College a bit longer and then learn the trade. My father's dead now, but we still own shares in ships trading from Philadelphia and Boston to the West Indies. This is our first venture out here. We own 7/10 of Liberty." "Oh. Do you speak French?" "Yes, a bit. It's not real French most of the people speak, but I've learned to get along." Merewether's mind had been active during this brief conversation. Andrews was a sensible man, not one to risk ship or man needlessly for a marooned officer of the Bombay Marine. This young man evidently had a controlling interest in the trading venture here, though he nominally was only a clerk to Captain Andrews, and obviously he was a man of spirit. His conscience pained him briefly as Merewether set out to seduce Harris into a venture to escape from Mauritius. "That schooner out there, where's her crew?" "Most of them are ashore now. The men usually keep an establishment, a woman, and a place to stay ashore while they're here. No more than an anchor watch aboard now. Usually they would rest, refit, and revictual for a month before they go out again, but with no more to show for the last voyage than that snow, they'll have to go back and beat up for more." "I hear it will leave in the next 4 or 5 days," said Harris. "A determined party should be able to take that schooner and sail her right out," said Merewether, watching Harris closely for the effect. "Well, yes, take her, but sail out? No, I think not. The batteries on the southeast point are manned and ready. A battalion of regular artillerymen with 32-pounders, and the channel's not much more than a cable's length wide. Every ship has to have clearance from the captain of the port, departure in daylight only, a pilot aboard, and hoist the day's recognition signal," replied Harris. "But I see what you're driving at, Captain." Merewether felt a little nettled. The young man was clever. He had instantly punctured the vague plan that had formed in his mind a few minutes ago. Liberate the Bombay Marine prisoners, overwhelm a skeleton crew, and sail the privateer out. If there were a bit of a diversion, something to attract attention elsewhere, there might be a chance.
Oh, Captain Andrews has let it be known one of our men from Swiak is visiting here a few days, in case you're noticed."
Harris turned to go down the ladder, saying,
"Time for lunch. Short day, but I'm getting used to these tropical ways. Take a siesta myself now. Not here, but up on the hill. Beautiful girl."
Merewether idled the afternoon away. He watched a water hoy go alongside the schooner in late afternoon and pump her cargo in. A half-dozen men handled the operation on deck. An hour later, a launch pulled out carrying 8 men to the ship and returned with another 8. Change of watch for the shipkeepers, he concluded. A few minutes later, a skiff paddled by 2 women, deep bronze in colour, made its way to the ship and tied onto a boom forward of the gangway. Within an hour, 7 women had boarded her. Merewether wondered for a moment who the lone celibate was on board. He became certain he could take the schooner with a dozen armed men. But young Harris had unerringly put his finger on the sore spot in the scheme. Just before sunset, a lighter pulled by 4 sweeps appeared from beyond the schooner. It was loaded with 6 barrels and many bales of coir, apparently part of the cargo of the Snow, unloaded out of the range of his vision. He watched as the barge laboriously made its way to his left and finally tied up at a jetty a few hundred yards westward, toward the harbour entrance. The man lashed a tarpaulin over the cargo and departed. Merewether came down to find Harrison Starr in the captain's quarters sharing a bottle of brandy. Andrews was absent.
"I clean forgot you were aboard, Captain," apologized Harris, pouring a liberal portion in a cup. "Confusion to Boney."
The supper that followed was plain, but there was fresh beef with potatoes and carrots in the stew and a French pastry for dessert.
"Captain Andrews went up to Pamplemousse for the night. A sugar planter thinks he can sell us a cargo of sugar. Small chance. There's no profit in carrying it halfway around the world when we can buy it the same price in Cuba or Hispaniola. He'll have a nice entertainment tonight, though. A sega, an old African dance put on by the blacks. The drum beat and rhythm are enough to make you want to get in it yourself."
Harris's eyes sparkled at the thought.
"I'll have to get out at dawn to pick him up in the wagon. There's an auction at 10 in the morning, and a chance to pick up a few things worth taking back to Philadelphia."
Harris opened a box, extracted a long, thin West Indian cigar, offered it to Merewether, who declined, and then lighted it with a spill.
"I'll have one more dollop of this brandy. Spanish it is, and doesn't have the soapy French taste. It came from the master's cellar in the Indiaman Royal George, taken south of here last year. Then I'll retire. By the way, Captain, since you're more or less accounted for, would you like to ride along?"
"I would be delighted," Merewether told him. "The last time I came that way I was travelling through the bushes and in a hurry." Harrison Starr soon retired, and Merewether followed to lie sleepless on the pallet he had made on the balcony overlooking the harbour. It must be 2 hours after midnight, he thought. The 3/4 moon was above Peter Butte, plainly outlining the harbour. The 3 ships present each showed an anchor light. There was an awe of silence over the town and harbour, with only the occasional bark of a dog saluting the waning moon, when Merewether moved quietly to sit by the window again. Diversion, Harris had said. An uprising in the south? A fire in the town? A forged dispatch to the commandant of the garrison? The governor kidnapped or assassinated? A powder magazine exploded? Merewether shook his head. None of these heroic expedients would empty the batteries commanding the entrance to the harbour. but a single salvo from the 32-pounders would cripple or sink any vessel attempting the narrow passage. Then, too, he was putting the matter backward, he decided. First, he must have a force upon which he could depend to take the schooner. The snow was hopeless. It would be snapped up within a dozen miles of the harbour by that tall privateer. But now an inkling of a resolution of the problem crept into his mind. Coir and coconut oil in the light are now moored against the jetty 100 yards to the east. The land breeze that he felt ruffling his hair through the window now. There might be a chance he could provide a diversion. Chapter 20. It was pleasant to ride along the gravel road in the dawn, listening to the cheerful conversation of Harris as he pointed out the geographical features of the landscape and commented on the economy of the island. Pamplemousse was a hamlet some 4 miles east of the head of Tombeau Bay. Half an hour later, Merewether recognized the stone cottage of Jamie Planton against the hill as they rolled by. There was no one visible about it. A quarter of a mile further they passed within earshot of the prisoner-of-war camp just in time to hear the whistles and shouts signalling reveille. A little farther on was the swale the prisoners were filling with broken stone. The wagon slowed as Harris let the horse pick his way across the rough surface. There had been little progress made since the day he had watched the operation from the hillside. Merewether touched Harris's arm. "Let me out here. I'll be back tonight," he told Harris, seeing the startled expression. He swung down and walked hurriedly up into the copse surrounding the latrine. One of the basaltic boulders dotting the hillside afforded shelter, and he tucked himself behind it, screened by bushes. During the next hour, Merewether had ample time to reconsider his hasty decision. Still, he told himself, unless he could make contact with these prisoners, he had no chance of escape from this island within the foreseeable future. Finally, he heard the tramp of feet, then the clang of shovels, the squeak and rumble of hand barrows, and finally the thud of sledgehammers on stone. The day had begun for the prisoners. It was more than an hour before anyone approached the latrine. The man was middle-aged, grey-bearded, and stooped, his hands gnarled by a lifetime before the mast. Merewether did not move. He wanted someone quicker of wit than this seaman appeared to be. The man dumped dirt in the pit from a broken shovel and went back. From his hiding place he could see only occasional movement of the prisoners and guards. 2 other ordinary seamen came and went as the sun climbed in the sky. The buzz of flies in a cloud over the pit was soporific. He was almost dozing when he heard footsteps again. The thin, scholarly face behind the scraggling beard he had seen before at Bombay Castle, he was sure. And then a name came without conscious thought to his lips. "Wilkerson," he said in a conversational tone of voice, moving from the shelter of the boulder. "I'm Merewether. Do you remember?" The man stood in arrested motion, the end of his unfastened belt in his hand, staring at him. "Well, I'm damned," he said. "And what happened to your face?" "No time for that," said Merewether. "If I can manage a way to escape. Are you with me?" "Certainly." "And your men?" "They'll come." Merewether decided to take the risk. "Tell the officers and petty officers you can trust to stand by. When we move, it must be instantly." Hope flamed in the dull eyes as Wilkerson buckled his belt and turned to go, his mission here forgotten. "I'll be back," said Merewether, and slid again into concealment. It was an eternity before the prisoners formed up and marched away at sunset. Merewether pulled himself erect and went stiffly up the hill. He found the path and moved in the dusk to the point above Jamie Planton's cottage. In the afterglow he could see no sign of surveillance of the place, but he waited until the light faded and the glow of a lamp appeared in the back doorway of the cottage. His entrance caused consternation, old Jamie snatching up a huge pistol. "Friend, Merewether," he said urgently. He saw no sign of Eleanor or Pierre, but Jamie had a cup of rum at his elbow. "I shall go on to Port Louis now."
"Just a moment, Captain,"
rasped Jamie.
"What have ye done with her?"
The faded blue eyes were fairly sparkling with rage in the lamplight, and the pistol was still pointed at him. Merewether was speechless. Evidently the woman Eleanor was missing, and Planton had concluded that she had gone with him. He opened his mouth to make the denial, but guilt was a dead weight on his conscience.
"I know Eleanor's a full-blooded woman, and she's been starved of a man these 3 months past,"
continued Jamie, finally laying the pistol on the floor beside his chair.
"I suspected ye could not resist her, and that she went to ye that night in the maroon dugout. But she has not returned."
There was no reason to deny the fact at this point, Merewether decided. The old man could possibly be a jealous grandfather, but then Eleanor was not a child. She was a mature woman. He realized suddenly that it was not the seduction which had outraged Jamie, but Eleanor's desertion of him. The possessiveness of the aged and their tendency to cling to those who served them often overrode other considerations. He decided to make a clean breast of the matter. "Sir, it's true Eleanor came to me in the dugout, but she left at dawn 3 days ago. That afternoon 2 squads of soldiers appeared, and I barely squeezed out of the bolt hole ahead of them. After that I slept in the woods." He was about to add that an American trader had taken him in, but a sudden caution curbed his tongue.
"Yes, Pierre found the dugout wrecked, and we thought ye had been taken. But he learned the soldiers came back to Port Louis without ye. Pierre's been there yesterday and today, trying to find Eleanor. It must be that cochon Jules has caught her."
The old man settled back in his chair wearily and lifted the cup to his lips.
"Pour a portion of rum if ye wish, Captain. We've no one to cook here now, naught but bread and cheese to eat."
Merewether relaxed. The crisis was past. The seduction of his granddaughter did not weigh heavily on Jamie's mind. It was her absence from his service that concerned him. As he lifted the cup for the first cautious sip of the fiery spirits, Merewether wondered if he would ever drink another civilized London gin and lemon. There really was no reason to stay, but the night was young, Port Louis less than an hour's walk away, and the moon would not be up until well after midnight. Merewether found the remnant of a loaf in the pantry, cheese, and some dried plums. He served Jamie and ate a bit himself. The conversation was desultory, then ceased as Jamie lay back and snored. He had almost decided to take his leave when he heard footsteps. He slid into the kitchen, and then heard Pierre's voice speaking rapidly in French. He eased back through the door and nodded to Pierre, who gave him only a quick glance, then continued his report to Jamie. When he finished, there was a dead silence as Jamie sat in his chair, head bowed.
"Captain," he said, "Pierre learned Jules has lodged Eleanor in the house of Madame Torres. Some of the privateersmen keep their women there, but Jules has only the pay of a private soldier, and it must be more than he can afford. I suspect—"
The old creaking voice trailed off.
"I want her back," he said suddenly, raising his head.
"Yes, sir," said Merewether. "But if she's his wife—"
"No matter. She was my granddaughter first."
This was ridiculous, the old man in a tantrum, able to think only of his own comfort. and Merewether had other concerns. He had, in effect, made a promise this morning to Wilkerson and his men. He was no closer to a solution of the problem than he had been last night. "All right," he said. "You want Eleanora back, and I wish to go to India. I need a man able to get that Snow under way with 6 men and take her out of the harbour. But first, I must recover my gun and uniform." He tried to tell them where he had left them under the ledge. Old Jamie broke in.
"I told ye I was a harbour pilot. Moving the snow is easy, except for the guns in the fort. Never worry about your plunder. I'll find it."
"And never worry about the guns in the fort." Merewether paused, conscious that he was moving faster than he had planned, then plunged recklessly ahead. "I'll take the day guards at siesta tomorrow, march the prisoners back to the stockade at sunset, and then wait for the night relief." It was only another step. "We take them to Port Louis, capture the schooner, then the Snow, and sail them out." He stopped, thunderstruck at the stupidity of his oversight. "I need a boat, Mr. Plantin," he finished weakly.
"Never mind that," said old Jamie. "There's a ferry scow moored this side of the bay near the North Batteries. I know the way across the outer reef around Mer Rouge. Ye may get your breeches wet, but ye need not swim."
Merewether realized that this was a simple plan simply expressed. Its defect was that it led only into a dead end, trapped in the harbour by a battery of 32-pounders. Old Jamie came bluntly to the point.
"And now, where's Eleanora?"
"She'll be back before morning," Merewether said. The walk into Port Louis was pleasant in the cool of the evening in this season that passed for autumn in these latitudes, and the land breeze was beginning to come down from the hills. He went by a watchman at the edge of Port Louis, saluting him without breaking his stride. There was a glimmer of light in the upper window of the warehouse, and at Merewether's call Harris came down to unbolt the door.
"I decided you'd been shot," he said cheerfully. "Captain Andrews fair took the hide off me for letting you out of my sight, but then he picked up some bargains at the auction and put it back on again."
They climbed onto the balcony where a lantern cast a yellow glow on an opened book. Starr was absent. "Horace," said Harris self-consciously. "The Odes, Carpe Diem, intrigues my romantic nature, but I can't help dreading the cold grey dawn of the morning after. It must be my Puritan grandmother's blood showing through." "Yes," said Merewether, realizing that he had no conception of what Harris meant. "Now," he continued, "I have made contact with the prisoners. They are game for the attempt." "Oh, and you have found a way past the batteries?" "Possibly. Are you familiar with the arbitrary signals used by the French?" He saw the puzzled expression on Harris's face, and explained, "I'm interested in only one. The flag hoist for 'I am pursuing the enemy,' or its equivalent." "Not exactly," replied Harris. "They don't furnish us with their signal book. We've always relied on a simple dip of the flag in Liberty as an answer to any frog flag hoist. Seems to work very well." Merewether felt exasperation well up in his throat, and started to turn away from this clever young man. "I'm sorry, Captain," said Harris, touching his arm. "I didn't mean to be facetious, but I just don't know." He paused, then said, "Captain Andrews may know." "Very well," said Merewether in resignation. "Perhaps you'll know more about the house of Madame Torres." "Quite a bit," said Harris. "I spend my siestas there quite often. A very respectable woman, Madame Torres. All reckonings for lodging are paid in advance." "And have you noticed a woman just came there in the past 2 days? Quite a striking Creole. Her name is Eleanora." He paused, conscious that he did not know her last name. "Oh, yes.
She must be the one who came in with an artilleryman from the garrison. A little bruised about the eyes, but she'll heal."
"I've promised to return her to her family," said Merewether. "Tonight, if possible."
"As a star boarder," said Harris, "paid in advance, I have certain privileges, such as a key to the back door of the establishment. I was going to nip up there myself after a bit. If the soldier's not there, I'll have Hermione bring the girl out to you. That is, if she wants to come."
Harris was silent a moment, a little half-smile on his face, but the blue eyes bored into Merewether's.
"And now, Captain," he said, "I'm a damned fool, but I guess I come by it honestly. My father slipped by a frigate and cut out a prize in the Downs one foggy night 30 years ago. The foundation of our fortunes. It had Lord Howe's paymaster and his chests on board. I can't go with you to India, much as I'd like to. Family obligations, you know, but I don't mind giving you such assistance as I can, so long as I don't get involved with the frogs. I'm not interested in heroic gestures. I want solid facts. If you can convince me, I'll see what I can do for you."
Merewether sat quietly for a moment. He had set out to seduce this young man into giving assistance for the escape, and here was the explicit offer. He need only present a logical plan, one that would appeal to the calculating intellect he recognized behind the nonchalant exterior. Misgivings beset him. This American was a neutral, and if the venture failed or Harris's part was suspected, the French government might inflict harsh reprisals, even some trumped-up charge of espionage or sedition. Still, he justified himself, Harris and Andrews were already tarred with guilt for giving him refuge, and a few more acts in violation of neutrality could hardly make the matter worse. He must have someone who knew the town, the military and official procedures, with access to more information than old Jamie and Pierre could ever hope to learn, and with freedom to come and go. He accepted the challenge. "I am honored, Mr. Harris," he said, "and if you'll come along with me to India, I'll see you entertained by the Governor-General as though you were a visiting Raj." "No," said Harris. "State your plan." Merewether paused a moment to collect his thoughts, then commenced. "Diversion, you said." An hour later, Harris went up the hill to the house of Madame Torres. Eleonora was shaking uncontrollably, hysteria suppressed but close to overwhelming her. Merewether put his arm about her and moved along the byway Harris had recommended to avoid the watch. They walked in silence until the cottage was in sight, a light visible. Apparently Jamie and Pierre were still awake. "I'm sorry," Merewether told her as they halted at the edge of the garden. "I've brought you trouble." She laid her head on his shoulder and wept as he patted her back awkwardly. It was uncomfortable, this mature woman reduced to a whimpering child, and yet the pressure of her body against his awoke passion even here. His caresses became less comforting and more explicit as she gradually ceased her tears. Merewether could have pursued the matter to a conclusion when he found himself pushed away. "No!" Eleonora said in a violent whisper. "Jules forced me, and I'll not have you take the pox back to your bride." The vision of Caroline leaped into his mind as Merewether's arms dropped. How could this woman have known? He was sure he had said nothing to give her even an inkling of his betrothal. But his guilt must have shone through, and somehow she had guessed. In foolhardy confusion he reached for Eleonora again, found her moving away, and let her lead him through the garden to the cottage. For the first time since Merewether had known him, Jamie appeared to be a little tipsy, his speech slurred, his eyes wandering. This was the third cup in the past hour of incomprehensible Creole gabble. It must have been close to midnight when Eleanora, still sobbing, retreated to her room.
"Now, Captain, there's your plunder hanging in the closet. A little rust on the musket, but unharmed, I judge. I draw the charge and reload before trusting it to fire after lying out in the dew."
"Thank you, sir. And now if Pierre can put it in the cave above the quarry, I'll be there by dawn. I intend to move tomorrow night." Merewether paused for a moment, trying to sort the confused plan in his mind into some sort of order, consecutive in time and coordinated as to movements. "I think I must wait until midnight to capture the schooner, but I should move my men earlier if I can."
"Well, Captain, I suggest you bring your men around the coast road, and I'll meet you when it turns back south of Tombeau Bay, just about the place I first saw you the other morning. I'd say an hour before midnight would be about right," said old Jamie with a yawn.
"Agreed," said Merewether, thankful for the decision as he still sought to establish the chronology of the operation. The waning moon was just becoming visible as he came out into the garden. He covered the distance to Port Louis in less than an hour, passing through the byway without sighting the watch. To his surprise, a light was visible in the window of the warehouse. He tried the door, found it unbolted, and went up the ladder.
"Damn!" said Harris. "I thought you'd never come back."
Merewether was surprised at the heat in Harris's voice. "I thought you were at Madame Torres's," he said.
"And so I should be," exploded Harris.
"Damn it, what I've been waiting to tell you since a quarter of an hour after you left is, there's a Boston bark anchored at Swiak. Captain Andrews just got the word tonight. It's taking on fresh water and sailing for Calcutta tomorrow. No, this afternoon." Merewether came stock still as the news sunk in. Harris and Andrews would not have mentioned the matter unless they were sure he could obtain passage in the neutral vessel. He felt exultation well up, sure that he could exchange the £20 in notes in his pocket, plus a draft on the company for a passage to Calcutta, not working his way for once across the weary ocean leagues as he had everywhere he went since he was 12 years old. The prospect was irresistible. He would abandon the harebrained scheme to take the privateer schooner and sail her past the batteries with a crew of liberated Bombay Marine prisoners. That was suddenly a puerile and desperate venture doomed to failure. He was free to go and escape, and if the bark had any sailing qualities at all, he could still be back for that wedding day with Caroline. His mind glossed over his unfaithfulness in the jubilation of the moment. Even afoot, he could cover the 30 miles to Swiak in 6 or 7 hours and be on board well in time. "I can't do it, Harris," Merewether found himself saying, not believing his own ears. "I promised those men a run for their money, and I can't leave them in the lurch." The vision of Wilkerson's haggard face, hope flaming in his eyes, could not be denied, and the prisoners left for rescue next year. He even wondered for a moment if the putative blood of Percy running in his veins had anything to do with his decision. Nonsense, he decided. Harris looked at him, the bland blue eyes and the fresh young face suddenly sparkling in the lantern light. "I think you're a bit of a fool, Captain. This is the Ile de France, not King Arthur's court, and we've found you a sure way out." He hesitated a moment, his eyes still disconcertingly meeting Merewether's. "But by God, if you've given your word, Captain, stand by it." Merewether felt relief flood up. Harris had called him a fool, but he understood his obligation. He and the prisoners might die in the attempt, but his conscience would not bear the burden of a desertion of his comrades for the balance of his life. "Thank you. And now I've little enough time if we move tonight, seeing it's not long before dawn and I have a way to go. Are you still with me?" There was a momentary flicker of doubt across Harris's face. reasonable enough under the circumstances after a man had refused sure escape. "Certainly. And by the by, the signal you want is red, white swallowtail, blue. Logical enough when you think of it. The imperial colors." Merewether repeated the sequence to fix the flag hoist in his mind, then extended his hand. "I'm grateful, Mr. Harris. Perhaps you'll come to Calcutta some time when I can properly express my thanks." Merewether pulled the jambia from under the pallet, secured it in his belt, and swung down the ladder. Outside, he encountered a drizzle of rain, the first he had felt on the island, though it was just at the end of the cyclone season. He set off at a fast pace around the harbour, then up the hill, conscious that dawn was breaking in the east, finally to take shelter in the cave above the quarry. He was soaked, and wondered for a moment if the French would work the prisoners on a day such as this promised to be. In the growing light, he found the bundle of his possessions and stripped off the wet clothing to put on undress uniform. Seated against the rock wall, an exhausted Merewether went to sleep. It was mid-morning, he judged, when he awoke. Merewether drank from the pool at the back of the cavern, splashed water on his head and face, and surveyed the situation. The prisoners were at work. The rain had stopped, and the sun burst forth intermittently from behind scudding clouds. An hour and a half later the whistle blew, and the guards trooped up to their grove as the Lascars appeared with their hampers. The men clustered in their patch of shade about the pots that held their food. The routine was identical to that he had observed, 4-5 days ago? He could see the wine bottles passed out as the guards settled back in comfort. Half an hour later the whistle blew. One man with a musket moved indolently out to his post, and the prisoners straggled back to their duties as the other guards settled in for their siesta. Merewether looked at the air rifle standing against the wall of the cave, then decided against assassination. By now the guards must be asleep, except for the one man standing with his back to him. He buckled on the belt with the extra air flask and bullet pouch, took a deep breath, and slid out the entrance. He walked slowly down the slope toward the grove, carrying the air rifle at the ready, conscious that some of the prisoners had seen him. Wilkerson was loading rock into a barrow in the quarry a dozen feet from the guard. Merewether reached the grove, found the snoring figures sprawled before him, and turned his head just in time to see Wilkerson strike the guard in the back of the head with a broken piece of stone. Another man caught the musket before it struck the ground. Merewether pointed the rifle at the guards as they started up. Suddenly there were a dozen men beside him in the grove. The stacked muskets and pistols were seized, and sledgehammers raised threateningly. "Hold on!" cried Merewether. "Don't kill them!" One squat, bullet-headed seaman seemed intent on doing just that, but Merewether barred his way and pushed him back with the rifle. He had the fleeting impression that the man's fury had been transferred to him, but just then Wilkerson intervened. "Hold!" he shouted in turn. "Silence!" The melee subsided with the guards huddled together, cringing away from the menacing circle. There must be many old scores here that wanted settling, Merewether concluded, conscious of the eyes now fixed upon his face. Most of them were hard and unfriendly, showing little respect for the uniform of the Bombay Marine. "Now, men," he commenced, "Lieutenant Wilkerson will tell you I'm Captain Merewether of the Marine, come to take you away from here." He paused, conscious that this was not entirely the truth of the matter, but it was close enough to be convincing. He went on, "But I need your help. We march to Port Louis tonight to take ship and escape to India. In the meantime, you must still act as prisoners." There was a momentary silence, then an angry mutter of voices. Apparently these men had thought that they would march straight off to a company ship and an issue of grog. Even a few more hours of servitude seemed to be more than they could bear. Merewether slung the air rifle over his shoulder, butt down, and waited for quiet. "Wait," said Wilkerson. "The captain is in command." Merewether stood impassively, the realization quickly sinking in that he was faced with mutiny. These men, long imprisoned and mistreated, were in no mood to carry out an operation under a strange officer, or to submit to ordinary discipline. Even with willing men the plan was slim enough, and the odds against success astronomical. He wondered for a moment if he could disengage himself here, and with the 3 or 4 hours left reach Suiac in time to board the Boston bark. He raised his hand and tried to speak again, then stopped when it became apparent that no one would listen as the tumult drowned him out. The men had reached a frenzy of angry hysteria, and Merewether wondered what Wilkerson might have told them to raise their hopes so high only to be dashed by his own simple statement of the plan of action. He heard a voice shout, "Hang 'em all, I say, and take it to the hills!" Wilkerson, face pale under the beard and sunburn, tried again. "Silence!" he shouted. Shut your bloody mouth!" screamed a voice. Merewether became aware of movement to his right. The squat man he had shoved out of the way with the rifle a moment ago, almost completely bald with old scars of the cat crisscrossed over his bare back, was moving towards him. The man's face was crimson. With his feet wide-spaced, knees bent, head hunched forward, hands dangling, he was hopping stiffly back and forth, shrieking obscenities. The noise subsided as the others watched the fury build up in the man. Merewether stood quietly, the rifle still slung over his right shoulder, grasping it by the barrel just above the lock, the toe of the stock swinging level with his knees. He had seen men of this type a time or so before, had witnessed them generate the berserk madness within themselves that compelled a senseless, murderous attack. This man was following the pattern. It would be only a matter of seconds before he launched his assault. He would break his hands on that round bullet head, already laced with blue scars from old wounds, with little chance of stopping him, Merewether realized, and there was no time to unsling the rifle. He saw the frenzy reach its climax and, gauging the distance, took a half-step forward, swinging the rifle butt upward, the sling of his shoulders serving as a pivot. The toe of the stock smashed against the lower jaw. 2 teeth popped out of the man's mouth, followed by a gush of blood. The steel air flask rang like a bell as the berserker fell on his face. There was a dead silence. "Now," said Merewether in a conversational tone, "lay this man over there in the shade with someone to look after him and give him a bit of water when he wakes up." He turned to Wilkerson. "Who's your senior petty officer?" "Case, gunner's mate, sir." "Give him a steady man, a musket and pistols to keep these Frenchmen." He saw the fallen guard in the quarry trying to rise. "And bring that man over here. Tear up a napkin and bind up his head." Merewether turned back to the crew, now standing quietly before him. He decided that discipline prevailed. The men would accept orders, and he sent them back to breaking stone and spreading it in the swale. At sunset, the force marched off, their captives bunched in the center, guarded by prisoners wearing the jackets and caps of the militiamen. Even the berserker, his jaw supported by a napkin tied over the top of his head, was somewhat cheerful. Chapter 21. It proved to be a simple matter to ambush the night relief party as it came to the stockade, but 12 prisoners held by only 30 men in his crew presented problems. Merewether finally decided to lock them bound back to back in the little guardhouse at the gate of the stockade, hoping that they could not free themselves before daylight. After the men had been fed, he commenced the urgent briefing and rehearsing of the party and the roles they were to play in the operation. Wilkerson was the only surviving commissioned officer since the malaria last winter, and he soon found that he did not have the petty officers to fill the rough watch, quarter, and station bill he drew up. On Wilkerson's recommendations, he rated seamen to petty officers, and promised Case, the gunner's mate, an acting warrant if all went well. There were oarsmen to be told off for the ferry scow, topmen, boatswain's mates, and quartermasters to be assigned specific missions, and all to be impressed with the necessity to use cold steel. No firearms to be discharged except as a last resort. With this accomplished, Merewether was astounded to find that it still lacked 2 hours until midnight. The night was overcast, a hint of rain again in the air. Merewether came out of the stockade with Wilkerson and decided he would walk the short distance to Jamie's cottage to make sure the old man was ready. "I will meet you and the men on the road at midnight," he said. "Make sure the guards are secured before you move." Merewether moved up the slope by the ditch where he had found himself nearly a fortnight ago. There were no lights visible in the cottage, and he found the door closed. His light knock was instantly answered by Pierre, who shoved the barrel of a pistol into his belly. "Merewether!" he gasped, and the young man stood aside. There was only a flickering candle in one corner of the room, and heavy shutters were bolted across the windows. "Ye're early, Captain," said Jamie from the darkness in the corner, "but just as well. That damned Jules has been about again and upset Eleanor terrible. Right in the house he came, and I missed him with the pistol." Merewether's eyes adjusted to the light, and he saw the old man in his chair wearing the long blue coat, white trousers, boots, and cocked hat that he now realized was his pilot's dress. He was thankful to see that Jamie did not have a cup of rum at hand. "I have the prisoners ready to move, sir," Merewether told him. "We took the guards at noon." "Very good," said Jamie. "I've had a bit of the colic since this afternoon. I'll just take no rum until I feel better." Merewether was suddenly aware of the frailty of this man upon whom he depended to show the way around Mer Rouge and find the ferry scow. "Not to worry about," Jamie repeated. "I'll be ready, but I calculate ye're early here." "Yes, I came by to make sure you were ready." He paused and then continued boldly, "and to say good-bye to Eleonora." Eleonora was subdued, her eyes swollen and downcast. Merewether bowed and made a stilted speech of thanks and farewell, and she withdrew, responding with only an unintelligible murmur. A sense of urgency possessed Merewether, though it lacked almost an hour of the appointed time. "Sir, I think we shall go. If Jules was about earlier—" "We can move out along the coast. May take longer in this weather." There was no rain yet, but the smell of it was in the air. He stood up and reached behind the chair, then buckled on a cutlass in a well-oiled leather sheath mounted with brass. "'Twas my father's, Captain James Plantain. He left it, and told my mother if she had a son to make sure he was learned to use it. I'll leave the pistol here with Pierre, though I'm not thinking Jules will be back tonight. And now, Captain, we be off." In a few minutes' time they were at the point of rendezvous. "I'll go down and get the men while you wait here," Merewether told him. At the stockade he found Wilkerson, made a quick inspection of the guards, tied back to back in the gatehouse, slung the air rifle over his shoulder, and went back toward the road where Jamie waited. A dozen yards from the road he heard a shout and the pound of running feet on the gravel surface. Merewether jumped forward, unslinging the rifle, and burst into the roadway. There was a clang of metal on metal, and he could just make out the flash of blades in the darkness between two shadowy figures. Metal rang again, but he could not distinguish friend from foe. There was another shout as one blade rose high in the air, then a scream of agony. Wilkerson came stumbling up, a lantern shielded with a square of canvas in hand. In its light, Jules, the jaundiced artilleryman, writhed on the gravel, coughing out a continuous bright red hemorrhage. Old Jamie stood back, on guard, breathing heavily, the old cutlass with its gleaming blade still pointing at Jules.
"Passed clean through him,"
crowed Jamie.
"Never cut when ye may thrust."
Beside the man lay a long cane knife, heavy and razor-edged. The coughing declined into a rattle, and movement ceased. "Put him out of sight in the bushes," Merewether told Wilkerson. 5 minutes later the party moved off, around the shore of Tombeau Bay and down the coast toward Port Louis Harbour. Jamie led the way, a bit tottery but without hesitation, through the darkness. A fine mist began to fall, and the shore breeze came down strongly from the hills. Merewether shivered as he became wet to the skin. It seemed an interminable time before Jamie called them to a halt on a gravel beach.
"Less than a mile, Captain, but we must wade and walk across the outer reef of Mer Rouge."
The old man was wheezing, and Merewether decided to rest a few minutes.
"Must be this rain has give me the rheumatics again in my arm,"
he continued, sitting down. "We are ahead of ourselves at that," Merewether told him. "Plenty of time yet." After a quarter of an hour, Jamie led them single file, wading through waist-deep water, then across rough coral as he picked away down the exposed reef. There was no surf with the wind blowing offshore, but it took an hour to reach the island where the unmanned batteries crouched under canvas covers in their redoubts. Jamie found the ferry scow at its moorings, half full of water, its sweeps laid carelessly along the little jetty. Wilkerson put 6 men to work bailing her out with 2 wooden scoops and the militiamen's caps. Across the bay, Merewether could see the 3 anchor lights, from left to right, the brig, the schooner, and the Snow. Above them a few lights showed in Port Louis and on the batteries directly opposite him. He rested the men half an hour, then ordered the embarkation. Jamie was still wheezing, his arms folded across his chest, but he took his place in the stern as Merewether shipped to the rudder. "Give way." The scow moved sluggishly out, steering first 2 points to port of the schooner, then adjusting to counter the shore breeze, which appeared to be still freshening. He had 2 men to each sweep, but progress was slow. 12 men, all armed, and Wilkerson were crouched in the bow. At his whispered command, the oarsmen eased their stroke, and Merewether brought the scow about to port as the starboard sweeps came in. She slid softly along the port side of the schooner, where a tall man could reach a handhold in her scuppers. The man pulled himself up by main force, wiggled over the bulwarks into the waist, and dropped the Jacob's ladder rolled up beside the port gangway. Merewether was the 14th man on board. The lone man on deck was already a captive, a horny hand over his mouth, arms twisted up behind his back. "There are 7 other men and women," whispered Merewether to Wilkerson. It was ludicrous. The naked women were pushed into the lazaret aft, their clothing bundled in behind them, and the padlock snapped shut in the hasp. The steadiest man in the crew was placed on guard outside. These women-starved prisoners could not be afforded a chance to think about the matter, lest the whole venture founded on these lush Creole charms. Merewether was in command of the ship. He sent the men to quarters to find in darkness the halyards, sheets, and braces that must be manned, the flag bag, the magazine, the pyrotechnics locker. Then he realized his mistake. He and Wilkerson intercepted the group coming out of the commissary pantry and marched them with their burden of bottles aft to the cabin, there to deposit the spirits under lock and key. He thought wryly of his concern to make sure the women were secure, while ignoring the greater danger of the rum. It was a commentary on his character, he decided. The crew for the scow went quietly back into her, old Jamie still sitting stiffly in the stern. They pulled away for the short distance to the snow. The two men aboard her offered no resistance. Both were asleep in their bunks. Merewether faced Plantin on the poop of the Snow. She steered with a tiller, a small crowded vessel, only a tiny cabin for her master and his mate, and a fetid forecastle for the dozen lascars who had composed her crew. She was a poor example of the country ships trading along the Malabar coast south to Ceylon, and he shared the contempt of the agents at Port Louis for such a sorry prize. But she might serve his purpose. "And now, Captain Plantin," he commenced slowly, "there's really no good reason for you to go further. Let me take you back ashore, and you may go home none the wiser for this night." He could see the old man still hunched over, his arms wrapped about his chest in the darkness. Jamie straightened up. "Nay, Captain, I told ye I was an Englishman. My father was a brave man, though misguided, and I'll never equal him. But I'll see ye off this island this day. 'Tis not as though I had a lifetime yet to live. I'm old, a burden, and no use to myself. I'll take this stinking bucket out, as ye say." Jamie was adamant, and Merewether was relieved. He needed every man he could muster to get the schooner under way, and he could hardly spare Wilkerson to command this little vessel. Then, too, Plantin, with his pilot's experience, should be able to take her out along the northern limit of the harbour entrance. He told himself that he had made the offer, been refused, and did not intend to argue the point. "Very well, Captain," he said briskly. "Half an hour before dawn I'll show a light 3 times. This is your signal to cut the anchor cable and set sail. With this breeze you should be well out of cannon shot by daylight." "I understand, Captain," said Jamie, taking his hand. "And good luck to ye." "And to you, Captain Plantin. You are an Englishman after King George's own heart." He left the Snow and pulled back to the schooner, his conscience still sore at his exploitation of Jamie's simple pride in his English ancestry. It might yet be possible, if all went well, to restore him to his home undetected. The misting rain drove into his face as the ferry rounded to alongside the schooner. The wind chilled his body through the soaked uniform during the brief ascent of the ladder. There was one more task to be accomplished, he thought wearily as he sat with Wilkerson in the cabin. "Ask Case to come in." The bulkhead clock showed nearly 3:15. 2 hours until daylight, and possibly more than that in this weather. The acting gunner came in, a stocky, taciturn man who spoke in the broad accent of Devon. "Yes, sir?" he inquired. "You have inspected the magazines and pyrotechnic locker, Mr. Case?" "Yes, sir. All secure, sir." "I'll want rockets ready for launching, Mr. Case," continued Merewether, emphasizing the Mr. of the warrant rank, "but protected from the weather. And I want the stern chaser cleared away, made ready for loading and firing. You'd best have a slow match lighted. The lock may misfire in this weather." "Aye, aye, sir." The man was ready to go as he halted him with another question. "You are handy with flint and steel, I take it?" "Yes, sir." "Then leave your mate to lay out the rockets and clear away the gun. Bring 2 axes, 2 buckets, and your tinderbox back here." The man stood for a moment staring. "You may go," Merewether prompted. When he returned, axes and buckets in hand, tinderbox tucked into his waistband, Merewether told him, "Have a seat, Mr. Case. We have a few minutes to wait." The man sat down stiffly in the unaccustomed surroundings of the cabin and the presence of this strange captain with his scarred, resolute face, who had so casually smashed the jaw of the berserker this afternoon. "I need you to light a fire for me at the harbour side," continued Merewether conversationally, "and the axes to break open some casks. It might be as well if you tied a kerchief around your head like this." He folded the square of cloth about his own head as he had seen Eleanora do and knotted it. Case clumsily followed suit. "Now, if you'll roll up your trousers and tie a bit of canvas about your waist for a skirt, you might very well be mistaken for a woman in the dark." After an incredulous pause, Case followed Merewether's example, then rubbed soot from the lantern-glass on his face and hands. "We'll take one of the wherries at the starboard gangway," Case grumbled, but picked up his burden and followed Merewether on deck. It was a bare quarter-mile to the harbour side. Pulling without haste, the wherry covered the distance in a few minutes. Wet and cold again, Merewether steered for the spot in the gloom he estimated to be the mooring of the lighter loaded with coir and coconut oil. It was barely 50 feet away when he made out its bulk alongside the rickety jetty. He altered course to port and pulled beside the pilings almost under the blunt bow. "Take a turn," he whispered, and Case made the painter fast. "Wait a moment." Merewether scrambled up the scantlings, conscious of the clumsy encumbrance of the canvas skirt. On the jetty, he paused to look about. There was a cobbled roadway leading from the jetty toward another broader street, and a dark warehouse beyond it. The sound of scuffing footsteps came from the street. Merewether froze for a moment, then sidled slowly to his right, head averted. He saw in the corner of his eye a figure carrying a bull's-eye lantern, then felt its yellow light wash over him as he turned away. A voice called out a French phrase, then laughed. Merewether made a disdainful gesture and minced with short steps along the jetty. Laughter came again, and the figure scuffed off past the warehouse. Praise God, the watch had thought him just another half-drunken Creole wench returning from an assignation. He waited an eternity, then called Case up from the wherry. The jambier cut the lines lashing the tarpaulin down over the cargo. Folded back, Merewether could feel the tops of barrels, and then he found a space between the casks and the bales of coir wide enough for him to stand in. The motion of the barge caused a continuous turgid movement of water in the bilges under the floorboards. He came back out, pulled the tarpaulin farther aft, exposing the bales of coir, pulled one down and cut it open. "Give me an axe," he whispered to Case. He swung, and the blade glanced off the staves, almost striking his leg. Hell, no sense in using brute force. He tapped the top hoop, then inserted the blade under it and pried. It came loose, and another stroke of the axe split the head of the barrel. "Push it over," he told Case. The gush of sweetish-smelling oil wet his feet before he could pull himself up. He pulled down more bales, cut their bindings, and heaped the coir in the bottom of the lighter, then opened another barrel and poured the oil over the mass to drip into the bilges. "Now, bear a hand with the buckets," he told Case. And the two of them began to dip buckets full of water from the bay to wet down a whole tier of the bales. After a few moments it felt as though his arms would come out of the sockets, but the bales must be soaked. Finally, hearing the harsh breathing of Case beside him, he decided the bales were wet enough. They rested for a moment, then piled the wet bales to form a chamber about the pile of loose, oil-soaked coir and roofed it over with others. "Now, strike a light." Case bent down in the shelter of the bow and began striking steel on flint. A spark glowed in the tinder, and the gunner blew it alive. "Light the coir!" A tiny flame grew in the dry mass, and Merewether pulled the tarpaulin forward to shelter it. The flame waxed bright as Merewether pushed it into the pile of oil-soaked coir, walled in with the water-soaked bales, and saw the fire flare up. "Out!" He boosted Case up and scrambled after him. He pulled the tarpaulin forward almost to its original position, folding back only a corner to provide air, and watched the progress of the blaze. Still too much air, he decided, and closed the corner, lashing it down to cut off the draught. Going aft, he cut lashings and folded back a corner. Some air was still getting to the fire forward, and a draught was now established. Smoke came boiling out of the opening at the stern and was carried by the land breeze almost horizontally above the water and out toward the harbour entrance. "Back to the ship," Merewether told Case. All the way back, he kept swivelling his head aft, hoping the wet bales would contain the fire long enough for it to generate the smoke he needed for Jamie and the snow to slip out the harbour entrance behind its screen. Once it burned through the soaked bales and the tarpaulin, there would be no more smoke. The whole cargo would go up in bright flame. On board the schooner, he ran aft. He could no longer see the lights on the battery. The smoke must have blotted them out. Wilkerson brought the dark lantern to him on the stern. He flicked the shutter open 3 times, then repeated the signal twice more. He picked up the glass, found the dim loom of the snow in the field, and saw her alter shape as her bow fell off to starboard. She slid silently into the gloom before the wind. Merewether managed to contain himself during the next half-hour. The lights on the battery remained obscured. He could no longer make out the shape of the snow along the north shore of the harbour entrance. The lighter did not burst into flames, and no shots were fired. He sent Wilkerson forward to make sure the men were at their stations. For himself, he stood at the starboard rail, hands gripping the rough wood, the forgotten kerchief still tied about his head, tense and rigid as he awaited dawn and the ultimate test of his scheme. Grey daylight came so gradually that Merewether was staring at the smoking barge a quarter-mile away before he realized the fact. Even as he looked, a shaft of flame shot up, red and orange against the shore, and the lighter was ablaze from bow to stern. He stared at the phenomenon a moment longer, thankful that the tier of water-soaked bales had withstood the spread of the fire for so long a time. The last of the smoke was drifting before the wind passed the fort, lifting now to expose the emplacements. He searched the sea beyond the harbour entrance, at first seeing nothing, then caught an intimation of dull white sails. The glass showed the snow clearly in the growing light, a good 3 miles from the fort, sailing steadily northwestward, safe now from even 32-pounders. "Load and run out!" Case and his crew rammed home cartridge, wad, shot, and wad again, and ran out the stern chaser. "Fire!" The bellow of the 12-pounder reverberated around the harbour, an echo coming back from the citadel on the hill to starboard. The smoke obscured the fall of shot, but that was of no concern to Merewether. "Launch rockets!" Case extracted 3 rockets from their tin case, set them in their rack, and blew on the slow match. They rose one after another to burst vivid red against the low grey clouds. Merewether paused a moment to peer through the glass at the fort. A figure in white trousers and blue coat had appeared on top of the redoubt, a spyglass in his eye facing out to sea. The fort had the alarm and the escaping vessel in sight. From across the water, he heard the thin, urgent summons of a bugle as 2 more men joined the officer on the redoubt. "Launch 3 more rockets," he told Case. Let there be no doubt the schooner had discovered the escape and was calling the attention of all concerned to it. "Hoist the colours!" The quartermaster hauled on the halyards and the tricolor soared up, snapping in the breeze. The group of officers on the fort were looking back toward the schooner, attracted by the second series of rockets, and now the flag.
"Stand by to cut the anchor cable,"
Merewether shouted forward to Wilkerson. The quartermaster had the flags hooked onto the signal hoist, ready now, red, white swallowtail, blue, waiting for the order. The wheel was manned, hands standing by to hoist the sails. The boom at the starboard gangway was taken in, its cluster of wherries cast adrift. Merewether opened his mouth to give the command, already thinking ahead to his order for the helm, when he heard the shout. It appeared to come from the water to starboard, as a man cried almost simultaneously, "Man overboard!" Merewether hurried to the rail, and there was Harris, hair plastered like a cap to his skull, treading water.
"Put over the ladder."
In a moment, a naked Harris was on deck.
"Don't hoist that signal, Captain,"
he shouted, seeing the hoist already bent on.
"The signal's changed."
"What?" began Merewether.
"Blue, white swallowtail, red, since midnight,"
chattered Harris, shivering in the fresh breeze.
"New Admiral's orders. And now, for the love of God, give me something to wear. I'm freezing."
Merewether guided the young man to the companionway, had the quartermaster reverse the signal, and tried to pick up where he had been when Harris shouted from the water. He did not for an instant doubt his bona fides.
"Cut the cable,"
he shouted forward.
"2 block,"
he told the quartermaster.
"Starboard helm,"
he ordered the wheel. The signal hoist leaped up the mast as the ship gathered sternway, the bow swinging to starboard. He tailed onto the line to add his weight to the scanty crew, and was conscious of Harris bearing a hand beside him, wearing a pair of flapping canvas trousers as the huge fore and aft mainsail rose in jerks.
"Midships, meet up,"
he told the helmsman.
"Sheet home,"
he shouted to Wilkerson.
"Belay,"
he ordered the afterguard.
"Mind the trim."
The schooner still had sternway on, but the bow was 3/4 of the way around to pointing due west. The jib filled with a sharp report, and Wilkerson eased off on the sheet, trimming the sail to the wind. Sternway was checked as the mainsail filled, driving the ship ahead.
"Starboard helm,"
said Merewether to stop the swing.
"Ease her. Midships."
The schooner was under way, heading out through the center of the harbor entrance. Merewether stepped back beside the wheel and took stock of his situation, conscious of the sweat drying on his body. Already a white wake boiled from under the counter, and Wilkerson was setting the flying jib. The tricolor and the flag hoist were blown out stiffly, plainly visible in broad daylight now. The ship was coming opposite the redoubts on the point to port now. He could see the ugly snouts of the huge guns through the embrasures, but he could not tell whether they were loaded. The group of officers on the earthworks had increased to 5. Then soldiers poured up behind them from the redoubt, and Merewether was sure that the guns would not fire. One, then all of the officers snatched off their hats and waved them as the schooner passed, the wind snoring through her rigging, almost drowning out the faint sound of cheering. From the fort, she must appear the very picture of vengeance in pursuit, he realized. "Dip the ensign," Merewether told the signal quartermaster, and turned to salute the group ashore. Already it would be difficult to hit this swift schooner. He steered to overhaul the snow, lumbering along 3 miles ahead. Chapter 22. "And now, Mr. Harris," he said to the young man, dried and clad in seaman's trousers and jacket from the scanty slop chest, no longer shivering, "you've played hell. I can't send you back to Port Louis with the prisoners on the snow." "What now?" Harris laughed shortly. "I guess not, Captain. And Hermione may miss me for a fortnight, too, though she's already had her allowance and her rent is paid. But I've always wanted to visit India, and you've gained a passenger." "You know," he continued. "That admiral who relieved Linoir out here last year decided the British were reading his signals, so he concocted new ones, just published yesterday, effective at midnight. Captain Andrews happened to hear talk of the change and mentioned it casually last night. Took me a while to find out the change. Simple. Just reverse them all." "I doubt that those officers in the fort took the time to verify the signals in the book," said Merewether. "The diversion spoke for itself. Though," he added, suddenly conscious of his debt to this man, "I'm most obliged to you, Mr. Harris." The schooner ran down to leeward of the snow and heaved to. The small crew had already hoisted out a wherry, but they seemed to have difficulty in getting one man over the side and into the boat. There must have been some spirits left in her, Merewether thought sourly. Luckily, they were not all drunk by now. The wherry finally pulled away from the schooner as he fumed at the delay. As the wherry came alongside, he saw a slight figure stretched in her bottom. Merewether realized that it was Jamie Planton. "Need some help with the captain here," called one of the men. "He's in a swoon, sir." Jamie was soon lifted to the deck, where he lay ashen-faced. Respiration was barely perceptible. "Brandy," Merewether told Wilkerson. He tried to get a little into the old man's mouth, but it had no effect. And in a few minutes he realized that Captain Jamie Planton was dead. "A stroke," said Harris casually, and Wilkerson nodded in concurrence. In this remnant of a crew there was no surgeon's assistant, not even a loblolly boy with a smattering of medicine. Merewether remembered Jamie's discomfort of the night before, the apparent pain in his arm. But the old man had doggedly carried through his mission, and had even fought off the murderer's attack by Jules. "Just sort of sighed and slid down beside the whale, he did," volunteered the leading seaman of the Snows party. "The captain had just given the word to heave to." "I'd like to put him ashore for burial," Merewether told Harris and Wilkerson. "Better not, Captain," said Harris instantly. "The French squadron was in sight from Souillac yesterday, and it may show up any time. I'd hate to see you lose this ship now that you have it." Merewether considered the matter. He was again responsible for more than his own safety, and these men deserved no needless risks after their ordeal on Mauritius. It was all very well as a matter of sentiment to see old Jamie laid to rest on the island, but then he remembered his simple pride in being an Englishman, and English seafarers from time immemorial had been buried at sea. Such would be fitting and proper for Captain Jamie Planton, he decided, rather than resting on that lonely ocean island where he had been born by the whim of fate and a hot-bellied bitch who led his father on to ruin. He made his decision as the French prisoners and the 7 Creole belles, now dressed but grey with seasickness, were led out to be ferried over to the snow. Harris composed a note in French to Pierre and Eleonora informing them of the death of their grandfather, which he entrusted to one of the women for delivery. The schooner got under way, and Merewether cracked on sail, taking advantage of this fresh breeze, chuckling at what those officers on the battery at Port Louis might be saying by now, seeing him sail on northwardly, while the snow commenced its weary beat back against the wind to Port Louis. At noon the summit of Pieterboth was out of sight, and he hove to. There was only a popish prayer book in the ship, and he called upon his memory to extemporize the committal of Captain Jamie Planton to the deep, in accordance with the rites of the Church of England. The crew was delighted by the issue of French brandy after the service, and Merewether took a dram himself, in company with Harris and Wilkerson, as a toast to the memory of a brave and able man. "No, Harris," said Merewether patiently for the 4th time in 3 days, "I really do not believe I have a bent for trade. Keeping books of account or computing profit on merchandise is beyond my experience. He thought with distaste that he should not be brusque under the circumstances. He had no idea of how Commodores Waldron and Land, not to mention Sir George Barlow, might view the affair of a senior officer of the Marine inept enough to be knocked on the head and marooned on Mauritius for nearly a fortnight. He could not yet afford to foreclose the opportunity in American shipping and trade that Harris was offering him.
"But, Captain," persisted Harris, "we'd give you one of our new full-rigged ships coming off the ways at Boston next year. We hope to try a voyage to China on our own account, and you've been there."
"Yes, but not in trade," replied Merewether, thinking of these cynical members of the Cohong he had seen last year in Canton being punished for their corrupt dealings with members of the Select Committee. "The company and the Cohong would unite to deny you the right to trade."
Harris chuckled. "I've never yet seen a man who cannot be bought, if the price is right."
"I'll keep the matter in mind and discuss it further when we reach Calcutta," said Merewether, "to keep this door open." Harris strolled away from the canvas chair by the weather rail in which Merewether reclined. It was halfway through the first watch, already dark with brilliant stars in a cloudless sky. The schooner, under all the canvas she would carry, was surging northeastward under a steady pressure of the southeast trade wind. In the next few days, she should run out of the trades and pick up the southwest monsoon to blow her across the equator and towards Ceylon. Merewether hoped the chronometer rate that Harris had translated from the French was accurate, and that the course he had set 2 days ago would bring the ship to the Bay of Bengal. Aside from himself, there was only Wilkerson to serve as a watch-keeping officer among the rescue Bombay Marine men, and Wilkerson was primarily a surveyor and cartographer, not a seaman, having been engaged during most of his service in the Marine in charting the narrow seas through which the company's ships must pass to reach their ports. It was astounding, with all the vast Indian and Pacific Ocean areas, how shipping must funnel through relatively tiny gateways, such as the Strait of Malacca, to gain its destination. The company should, he thought, build a port to command that strait, and deny trespassers entry on its domain. Harris had insisted that he could take a watch, that he had sailed as mate on 2 voyages to the West Indies. Merewether issued him an appointment as acting second lieutenant in the Marine, but waived any oath of allegiance to Crown or Company from this American. So far, he had displayed judgment and ability under way, but then the weather had been fine. Merewether and Wilkerson had taken the middle and morning watches, and Merewether remained on deck through the first watch to make sure, unobtrusively, that Harris had the ship in hand. He heard Harris come aft again, pass behind the helm to check the heading, and then lean against the taffrail 20 feet away. This young man would do, he decided, as he squirmed deeper into the chair. The gloom that had hung like a pall over him since the sullen splash of Captain Jemmy Plantin's body into the sea 3 days ago descended again. What had seemed at its outset, and even up to its virtual accomplishment, a rather simple operation for the skilled marine detachment under Gunny, had left him helpless on Mauritius. True, he had managed to escape, but in the process he had been unfaithful to Caroline, had caused the death of a brave old man, and had compromised young Harris with the French. He shifted in the chair, automatically looking up at the close-hauled fore and aft sails. This was his first experience with a schooner, but he found it exhilarating. The instant response to her helm, her ability to sail even closer to the wind than Rapid would, the relatively small crew that still could manage her. This thought brought to mind the berserker, now stretched on a litter under an awning forward, his jaw immobilized in court plaster, fed through the gap in his front teeth, drifting from delirium to rationality and back as his fever rose and fell. He wished he had not struck so hard with the butt of the rifle, and yet his whole escape had hinged upon that moment. He hoped the poor devil would survive. His thoughts turned back to Caroline. It was a bitter draught to swallow, but he could only conclude that he did not love her sufficiently to marry. He had not forsaken all others, but at the first opportunity had bedded another woman. He tried to tell himself that Eleanor had led him on, that even old Jamie had recognized her temper and excused him. It would not wash, he decided. It was plain that he was unworthy of a woman such as Caroline, and he must confess at the earliest opportunity, freeing her to make a proper match. The gloomy train of thought was interrupted as Harris materialized beside him. "All's well, Captain, and you've time for a nap before the mid-watch." "No need," Merewether said a little shortly. "Well, sir, if you are going to stay here, may I ask a bit of advice?" The tone of voice was diffident, not the assured, almost patronizing manner of speech that Harris usually affected. "Why, certainly," replied Merewether, a little startled. "I've spoken rather freely of that girl Hermione I kept at Madame Torres's at Port Louis. And of course Andrews is a Philadelphia man, not one to pass judgment on another's morals, so he never said anything to me." Harris paused, leaning back against the weather bulwark to scan the sails. Satisfied, he continued in a small voice, "But you get to thinking out here in the night under all those stars, and I'm a Boston man, born, baptized, and brought up in the Old North Church. I knew I was wrong, but I went ahead, a long way from home, and Hermione is a beauty." "Well, come to the point," said Merewether, already beginning to guess the rest of the story. Nothing like being homeward bound to awake the pangs of conscience, he thought, conscious of his own case. "It's just that there's another girl back in Boston that I've spoken for, and she's agreed to wait for me. I don't know how I'll face her now." Merewether did not laugh, nor did he admit to this young man the bitter thoughts concerning his own course of conduct. He sat up in the chair and cleared his throat judicially. "This girl, Hermione, means nothing to you?" "Oh, not really, I guess. After all, I was her third protector, but I was fond of her." "And the girl in Boston, how do you feel about her now?" "That is what troubles me," said Harris almost in a whisper. "It's been nearly a year, and it's hard for me to remember now how Grace looked. She'll be 18 before I see her again, too." Harris paused, then burst out, "What I mean is, if I can forget her so easily, take up with another woman, is it fair for her to wait, expecting me to come back and marry her?" Merewether had already concluded that he had forfeited every claim to Caroline, but the case presented by Harris appeared by no means so clear-cut. He was a long way from home, in the vigour of his youth. It was only to be expected that he might succumb to temptation. But should such a lapse be fatal to a marriage where the liaison was only casual and not true love? He thought of Eleanor, beautiful and passionate, but he felt only compassion, not love by any means, for her now. He thought of Caroline, who had displayed the love she felt for him, and concluded again that when one is loved, it is difficult not to reciprocate. His mind formulated the answer to Harris's question, and he realized he had also solved his own dilemma. "Why, Harris, I think I will go on back to Grace, see how she feels towards you, and how you feel toward her. She may very well have repented of her promise to you, for that matter," he said with a short laugh. "In any event, make no confessions. What's done is done. She may say that she forgives you, but the memory will canker in her soul, and she will chide you with it in the years to come. It may not be strict morality, but it is the practical solution." In a few minutes Harris drifted across the deck to look in the binnacle as the boatswain's mate sent his messenger to rouse out the watch below. Merewether went after the officer's head before he assumed the watch. His spirits were somewhat revived. though he had no firm intention of following his own advice. 7 days' sailing, the last 5 almost before the southwest monsoon brought the schooner across the equator. It was the middle of June. Occasional squalls marred the perfect weather, but she logged a steady 10 knots. Rations were short, and Merewether reduced the issue of bread and salt pork by 1/3. But there was ample fresh water, and the supply of spirits, a harsh brown apple brandy that Harris called Calvados, was sufficient for a daily issue. At dawn, the 10th day out of Port Louis, Merewether made his landfall on Ceylon. He realized he was west of his destination and changed course to enter the Bay of Bengal. Late that afternoon, the Royal Navy picket sloop intercepted the schooner. The Marine ensign, pieced together out of bunting ripped from the tricolours in the flag bag, was hoisted over the French flag. Merewether did not have the recognition signal for June, and he hove to, waiting patiently as the sloop ran her down, her crew at quarters, guns run out. The boat carrying the boarding party came alongside, and a lieutenant came through the gangway as Merewether stepped forward. "Ah, Captain Merewether," said the officer. "Southfield, sir. I met you last year off Madras when you took that Frenchie that had us prisoners. But how did you come by this one?" Merewether soon discovered that Rapid had passed this way 13 days ago and had been diverted to the Strait. She had left the rescue marine detachment in the store ship for further transportation, either to Calcutta or Bombay. Pellew and his squadron had followed a day later, as a rumour of a new Governor-General of the Dutch Indies, sent out by Bonaparte, galvanized the forces of the Royal Navy and the Bombay Marine to attempt an interception. He embarked Havildar Lodji and his detachment of Marines, and 4 days later was off the Sandheads, the pilot cutter in sight. The schooner was inside the mouth of the Hooghly before Merewether remembered that he had no stream anchor, having left it on the bottom of Port Louis harbour. There were 2 kedges that together might just serve to hold the ship against a moderate bore in the river, but nothing heavy enough to secure it against the constant pressure of the current. 15 miles below the dockyard, he put Wilkerson ashore to ride ahead and alert Commodore Land to his necessity. In the late afternoon he came in sight of the dockyard and saw a barge anchored in the stream, Wilkerson and a party waiting in it to secure his cable until it could be spliced to the anchor cable leading up into the barge. It was tricky work, bringing the big schooner up against the current close enough to get a heaving line across to the barge, and holding her there by wind and rudder, main strength and awkwardness, and the pulling longboat, while the heavy cable was snaked across to be made fast to the bitts. For an hour, Merewether had perched on the bobstay under the bowsprit, relaying his orders to helm and sails through Harris and Lodji. He saw the cable take the strain, waited a moment to be sure, then climbed back on deck, sweat-soaked and weary. He leaned over to shout down a last admonition to the dockyard boatswain and his mates in the barge as they began the tedious long splice to unite the bitter end of the cable from the schooner to that of the anchor upstream. As he turned, he caught a glimpse of colour on the quarter-deck, the flash of red-gold hair in sunlight, and realized that Caroline, Sir George and Lady Barlow and Commodore Land were on board. Merewether paused in the shelter of the roundhouse to take stock of the situation and steel himself for the confrontation, uncertain yet of his decision. This voyage was not one of which he was proud, though he had managed to survive and bring back a prize. The advice he had so glibly given Harris last week was only a piece of sophistry, an unworthy foundation upon which to make a marriage. He must at the earliest opportunity confess his guilt and give Caroline her freedom. He mopped his streaming face, squared his shoulders, and marched aft, admiring the brave display the ensign of the Bombay Marine made above the French tricolour. Harris was in the midst of the group, carrying on an animated conversation with Sir George while the others stood by. He broke off as Merewether came up behind them.
And here's the captain now."
The party spun about like marionettes. Merewether, conscious of his bedraggled appearance, had commenced his formal bow when Caroline put her arms about his neck, her tearful face radiant, oblivious of the grinning hands on deck. Over her shoulder, Merewether saw Harris close one china blue eye in a conspiratorial wink. Part 3. The Persian Road. Chapter 23. Merewether awoke a little after dawn, conscious of soft buttocks pressed against his hip. After a month of marriage, there yet was novelty in awaking to find Caroline in his bed. He looked at the back of the tousled red-gold head and the curve of cheek, feeling a wave of tenderness for this woman who was now his wife. In private, all reserve had vanished, and he found her ardent beyond his dreams. He moved gently away, sliding from under the thin sheet to lift the mosquito netting and emerge in the dim light filtering through the blinds over the windows. There was enough of the dawn chill still in the air to make him shiver pleasurably as he stood naked, looking out into Colonel Harding's garden. Here, at the end of July, every Englishman who was able had escaped the blistering heat of Calcutta to seek a cooler retreat in the hills. The colonel, now retired and a member of the council, had offered the use of his town house to Merewether and his bride until such time as he could make an intelligent choice of a place of residence. That time might never come, he thought, what with his ship still somewhere east of Malacca. It had been a fortuitous interlude, however, more free time than he had ever had, enabling him to give his bride his undivided attention. He heard a door close at the back of the house, and then the twittering voices of the maid and manservant as they drew water from the cistern to fill the tub in the bath-house. Colonel Harding suffered from the prickly heat, and had built the facility at the rear of his house to enable him to soak in a medicated bath. Merewether had seized upon the unheard-of luxury of immersing his whole body in the tepid water daily. The thought recalled events of 2 months ago on Mauritius, and he wondered briefly whether Eleanora still bathed in the rock-lined pool beside the cottage. He put the thought resolutely from his mind. "Percival," said a sleepy voice, "it is very early." He turned, seeing Caroline dimly through the netting, sitting up in the bed, her splendid breasts frankly displayed. He felt a surge of heat at the vision. Better not, he decided. There was no lock on the door, and he could not accustom himself to the casual manner in which these Indian servants came and went. "Yes, my dear. Time enough for another hour's nap before breakfast." She wrinkled her nose at him and lay back down as he pulled on the cotton robe, stepped into sandals, and went out to the bath-house. The man poured a kettle of boiling water into the tub, just enough to take the chill off, and went out. Merewether hung the robe on a peg and entered the tub. There was a cake of soap on the rim, but a little of that went a long way in this soft rainwater. He leaned back. It was only a month ago that the wedding had been celebrated in St. John's Church, the culmination of 3 days of frantic preparation. The Chinese tailor near the dockyard gate had managed to put together a dress uniform, but the sword and cocked hat were borrowed. McClellan and Harris had been pillars of strength during the ordeal. Merewether had not realized the tension that had built up within him until the day after the ceremony, when a great lassitude descended. He had no regrets. Gaining Caroline had made the ritualistic flummery, the false gaiety, and the shrill pretensions at the reception seem worthwhile now. Harris was up in Bengal still, due back at the end of the week, seizing the opportunity to hunt tigers. McClellan had armed him with a brace of German rifles, heavy and slow to load, a far cry from Larkin's graceful Kentucky rifles, but accurate and powerful. He hoped there would be no misfires in the presence of a Bengal tiger. At that thought, Merewether cringed a bit, recalling his return of the air rifle to McClellan. "I relied on it, Mac, but never had to fire it." McClellan had taken the weapon, examined critically the pockmarks of rust that marred its finish, and then exploded. "Hell fire, Captain! There's no air in this container. It must have emptied an hour after it was filled." Merewether remembered his confident capture of the guards at the quarry on Mauritius and shuddered. Ignorance was bliss. If he had had any inkling that the rifle was worthless, he could never have acted with the assurance necessary to cow that party of Frenchmen long enough for the prisoners to seize their arms. He relaxed and slid down into the water to his chin. The nagging worry as to what effect his fiasco on Mauritius might have on his career in the Bombay Marine came again to mind. He tried to put the matter aside, but without success. Early morning had ever been a time for worry, when his failures, procrastinations, and shortcomings were crystal clear. By noon, they had been glossed over, postponed again, or pushed out of sight. Rapid was still far to the east, scouting the approaches and fortifications on Java, in anticipation of the invasion next year. Only yesterday, dispatches a month old from the Java Sea reported that Captain Tollett had been ordered into her by Commodore Waldron as master. Larkin, however well qualified, was far too junior in the Marine to hold command of a major ship of war, and Tollett had been anxious for another sea command before his almost inevitable promotion to Commodore. It was difficult for Merewether to reconcile himself to unemployment, though he remained a captain on the active list and lost only the extra pay for command of a 14-gun sloop. Yet Merewether deeply regretted the loss of his ship and the officers and men who had served with him for the past year and a half. This thought brought to mind Sang, the sad little Hindu steward. Tollett would treat the man with consideration, but the jambia that had saved his life was carefully wrapped and stowed in Caroline's trunk for safekeeping until it could be returned to its owner. Another memory crossed his mind. 3 days after the wedding, Merewether had awakened to find Caroline sobbing quietly in the night. When he sought to comfort her, he found that her grief was for the son in England, to be 6 this month. "I've deserted James," she wept, "and he is still such a very small boy." Merewether was disconcerted. The child heretofore had been an abstraction, only an uncomfortable token of the man who had possessed Caroline before him, not flesh and blood. He undertook to comfort her, to reconcile her grief with the impossibility of the distance to England. "Of course, next year," he blurted out, "I'll complete 10 years of commissioned service in the Marine and be entitled to 3 years' leave with pay." "Oh, Percival," she had cried, "and we'll go back to England." It had been an unguarded statement. The matter was problematical, dependent upon many factors: the requirements of the service, the situation, and whether he could find the passage money. The prospect had restored her happiness, however, and Merewether resolved to hold his tongue in the future. His thoughts turned to his own schedule for the day. A fortnight after the wedding, Commodore Land had strongly suggested that Merewether keep duty hours at the dockyard, earn his pound and pint, in Land's words, and an adjacent office had been provided for him. He found himself buried under an avalanche of paper, requisitions, reports, adjustments of pay, all of which he must read and initial for Land's approval or note disapproval and his reasons. He had never dreamed that this amount of correspondence was generated by the Marine here in Calcutta, and he was already chafing to be back in simpler surroundings at sea. Today he was to sit as senior officer on a board convened to examine several officers and temporary warrant officers who aspired to promotion, commissioned rank, or permanent appointment in the Marine. 3 on the list he knew. Whitfield had been his leading boatswain's mate in Rapid for more than a year before he was appointed acting boatswain and second in command of the prize Majeur last February. Eldridge, acting master's mate, had taken the plague ship Duchy of Lancaster 1,000 miles across the Bay of Bengal to Colombo, Ceylon, last winter, with a skeleton crew of mutinous lascars. The third was McPhee from Comet, appointed acting boatswain in the prize Mercure, and he had the enthusiastic recommendations of McCrae and Larkin appended to his dossier. There would have to be the gravest of objections from the other officers on the board, Merewether told himself, to prevent favourable reports to Bombay Castle as to these three. He climbed out of the tub, dried himself, and went back into the house. Caroline was asleep again, and he moved quietly as he dressed. He was all she had now. Sir George had been relieved by Lord Minto and had departed 2 weeks ago for his new post as Governor of Madras in a frigate supplied by the Royal Navy. As she had feared, the wedding reception had indeed been the last formal affair presided over by Lady Barlow in the palace. "I shall join you for breakfast," said Caroline unexpectedly, and he turned to see her slide from under the netting. She splashed briefly in the basin, and her white body disappeared into a yellow robe, her brighter head emerging at the top. On the veranda, screened from the rising sun, a table was set. Caroline jingled the bell, and the servant came out carrying a tray, from which he unloaded 2 pots of tea, a jar of marmalade, and a plate of toast. "I hope you will send the barouche back promptly," said Caroline. She rose and went over to a side table, picked up a slender volume, and returned to her chair. As she crossed the lighter square of the outside doorway, her figure was briefly outlined through the yellow silk, and Merewether was reminded of that morning, 4 months ago, when he had resisted temptation in Penang. He wondered for a moment how Livy and Tom Raffles were progressing toward that fortune they had set their hearts on, and wondered even more at the infatuation he had felt for that charming woman of the world. Certainly, she could not compare in beauty with his own dear Caroline, but he felt a cross-grained regret that he had not pressed his luck with Livy. "I have to discuss the imagery in the Tempest this morning," continued Caroline, "and the meeting of the circle is over at Madge Foster's." "I'll send it straight back," promised Merewether. The barouche and matched pair came with the house, to be exercised and maintained while the owner was absent. He finished his tea, pushed back the chair, kissed Caroline, and went in to pick up the cocked hat and sword. He went out, entered the barouche, and the driver snapped his whip over the team. Presiding over the examining board required full dress and sidearms to maintain the solemnity of the occasion. There were 2 volunteers and 3 midshipmen, candidates for commissions as second lieutenants, 3 second lieutenants with more than 5 years' service in the Marine aspiring to be first lieutenants, and 6 anxious petty officers seeking warrant rank. Some might be disappointed, but Merewether had made up his mind that Whitfield, Eldridge, and McPhee would be passed and recommended to Bombay Castle come what may. He alighted at the dockyard gate and instructed the driver to go back and await Lady Caroline. The chief clerk had already deposited a stack of requisitions on his desk, and he toiled through them, disapproving 2 out of 49, then leafed through the incoming official mail. A name leaped out at him. Captain Richard Ackroyd, Royal Navy. Commodore, how long since he had held that temporary glory? Percival Merewether of the Honourable Company's service was requested and required to be in attendance on a court of inquiry to be convened on board HMS Terror, the 10th Prox, then and there to give evidence concerning a certain action off Diamond Point, Malacca Strait. Hell, he had almost forgotten his resentment of Ackroyd's conduct last spring. He wondered suddenly if the man had a stiff elbow, as Buttram had predicted from the wound he had inflicted in the duel after he had taken up Captain Wolfe's quarrel. And then he wondered what Wolfe might have written in his report to the Admiral before he died. He could, in effect, be on trial himself. Merewether laid the notice aside to be discussed with Commodore Land, as the clerk came in to remind him of the convening of his board. There were 4 officers on the board, all senior first lieutenants, led by Rumline Smith, now over 70, a veteran of more than 50 years of service in the Marine and head of its Bureau of Surveys and Cartography, temporarily in Calcutta to observe for himself the new channels cut by the Hooghly and the silting of the anchorage. Merewether remembered his own appearance before a selection board at Bombay Castle, when he sought his commission in the Marine 9 years ago.
"Mister, define a rum line,"
Smith had barked, and Merewether's mind had gone blank. He had stood before the glowering group of officers sitting behind the big table for what seemed an eternity, his mouth opening and closing as he strove to recall the definition, if, in fact, he had ever learned it. Why, he stammered. "Why, it's the course. The ship's track. I mean, a line that intersects all meridians at the same angle."
"Close enough,"
Smith conceded, and Merewether had escaped to find himself on the list posted later in the day as passed and recommended for a commission. It was only then that he had learned Smith was famous in the service for the question which accounted for his nickname. Well, he had managed to get a note to Eldridge, come back from Ceylon in Comet 2 days ago, telling him to memorize the definition. It might be an unfair advantage, but that young man deserved a warrant after taking the Duchy of Lancaster safely to Colombo. He regretted the reported death of Webster, that failed gentleman, of the complications of fever and drink last month, and prayed repose for his tortured soul. Merewether called the board to order at 10, with Smith on his right and McClellan to the left, Blair and Chastain, land staff officers, at either end of the table. "Send in the first officer," Merewether told the junior clerk. His dossier identified him as Lawson, second lieutenant for the past 6 years and a midshipman 2 years before that, now serving in the armed transport Antelope. The morning wore away, brief interviews with the 3 commissioned candidates and short discussions afterward. Their records were clean, and they had the recommendations of their commanding officers. They were passed as qualified for promotion, subject to vacancies occurring in the first lieutenant's list. 1 midshipman and 1 volunteer were failed. The board agreed that they did not yet possess the poise and experience for commissioned service. Another 6 months at sea, and they might again apply. Eldridge was the second aspirant to warrant rank to be interviewed. It was the first time Merewether had seen him since that night in the driving rainstorm off Great Nicobar, when he left him on the drifting pest ship, with the stinking corpses of the French prize crew still below decks. He was clean-shaven and neatly dressed, but there was a tremor in his voice as he identified himself. "Now, Mr. Eldridge, you have held an acting appointment as master's mate for a little more than 4 months. Will you tell this board what duty you performed during this time?"
"Yes, sir,"
said Eldridge.
"Sirs, I was appointed to be master of the Duchy of Lancaster, an Indiaman found adrift off the Nicobars, with her surgeon, Dr. Keyes, and Webster, quartermaster, take her to Ceylon. We had 38 healthy lascars on board."
"I thought there were 39, interrupted Merewether.
"Yes, sir, but one of them refused to obey my order to move the dead Frenchman out of the after quarters and told the others not to. I couldn't stand for mutiny, and I killed him with a blunderbuss."
"Ah!" Merewether thought that explained the shot he had heard as the launch pulled away that night. Evidently, the action had sufficed to quell the mutiny. "Go on, Mr. Eldridge."
"Yes, sir. Well, sirs, we were under topsails. Didn't have enough men to set and manage the courses, and it took 19 days to reach Colombo." "Who navigated the ship?"
demanded Smith.
"Sir, Webster did the first 9 days, but by then I'd learned to do a day's work in navigation, and I did the rest of the way. We never could get the chronometers to run right after they had run down, and we used Webster's watch."
"What did you do with that blunderbuss after you fired it?" asked McClellan. Cleaned and oiled it, sir, and reloaded too. It's in my sea bag now, wrapped in oilskin, and the load drawn." Merewether looked from Chastain to Blair to Smith, then hastily asked, "Mr. Eldridge, can you define a rum line?" "Yes, sir. A rum line is a line on the Earth's surface which intersects all meridians at the same angle. Any 2 points may be connected by such a line." Merewether stole a glance at Rumline Smith and ducked away from his livid glare. "Very well, Mr. Eldridge. You are dismissed." The young man about-faced and marched out.
"Well, I'm damned, Merewether," complained Smith. "If I recollect rightly, you almost failed your own examination of Bombay Castle on that very question I was about to ask. It looks like a bit of hanky-panky to me."
The vote for a permanent warrant was unanimous. There was no satisfactory examination for boatswain, the qualifications being entirely empirical. A man proved himself at sea in every phase of seamanship, and the ability to make his men perform every duty assigned them, and if he had the unqualified endorsement of the commanding officer under whom he had served, the examining board was usually constrained to grant the warrant. Whitfield and McPhee were passed, their warrants signed immediately by Commodore Land, and they departed for new duties. The board concluded its session at 1 o'clock. "Gentlemen," Merewether told the members, "I hope you will be my guests at the Calcutta Club, while I make my peace with Mr. Smith." Chapter 24. The Court of Inquiry convened on board HMS Terror at 2 bells in the forenoon watch a week later. Merewether came on board to the twitter of pipes, carrying his portfolio stuffed with copies of his operation order to the Bengal squadron, his reports, and even the Commodore's commission, now expired. He had read through them again this morning to refresh his recollection, though Land had told him that copies already had been furnished to the Admiral convening the court. These affairs were usually unpleasant and chancy for all concerned, and after-the-fact review of actions taken and decisions made in the heat of battle. Courts of inquiry in the Royal Navy were designed to develop facts rather than determine guilt or innocence and inflict punishment, though many a career had wrecked upon their findings. A lieutenant led Merewether aft to the day cabin, and he took a chair in a row along the starboard bulkhead. "For interested parties and witnesses," the lieutenant told him. He looked about, seeing the long table set up athwartships with 5 chairs behind it and a chair at either end, already occupied by a yeoman clerk and a stout, red-faced captain, evidently the recorder. After a few minutes, Ackroyd and Shropshire came in. Merewether inclined his head but did not speak, and they took chairs at the other end of the row. He wondered at the fact he had actually tried to kill this little man last March. A few minutes more, and the master-at-arms came in, calling for all present to rise, and 5 captains filed in to take their places behind the table. The recorder immediately read the orders convening the court. "To inquire into all the facts and circumstances of a certain action off Diamond Point, Sumatra, the 25th of February ultimo." He then administered the oath to the members of the court. "The first item of evidence, gentlemen, will be the report of Captain Richard Ackroyd, commanding His Majesty's ship Argus," said the presiding officer. "You may read it, Barton." Merewether listened to the stereotyped phraseology, the recitation of command and orders, the successions of "in obedience thereto" and "thereupon proceeded," finally arriving at the concluding paragraph. "Seeing that the French cruiser was in the process of repairing the damage to her foresails and foretopmast, I conceived it to be my duty to take possession of the prize and thereby prevent her escape or giving succour to her consort." There was no comment from any member of the court, and the senior officer told the clerk, "You may read the report of Commodore Percival Merewether of the Honourable Company's Naval Service." He listened as the voice droned out the words he had written in his wrecked cabin that sweltering night, it seemed years ago, while the hands dismantled the shattered main topmast on deck. The language now sounded as stilted in its form as Ackroyd's. Conceiving that the enemy had a clear avenue of escape to the southeast, I undertook to place rapid in their way. Having suffered the loss of the main topmast, with the enemy passing clear of rapid to escape, boatswain Samuel Tompkins and his mates grappled Mercure. The enemy thereupon boarded in force over the forecastle, whereupon our forces offered resistance, most gallantly led by Lieutenants Larkin and McCamey, Boatswain Tompkins, Jemadar Gunny, and divers other persons. Captain James Wolfe, Royal Navy, made a most determined and effective attack, whereupon HEICS Cobbett, Captain Alex McCrae commanding, came along the port bow. The boarders were repelled, and the French cruiser Mercure secured as a prize of war. At the conclusion of the report there was no comment by any member of the court, and the clerk began reading the report of Captain James Wolfe, made while serving as an observer for the Royal Navy in the flagship of the Bengal Squadron. And holding the weather gauge, HMS Argus was then in position to deny the enemy's escape to the southeast, while the Bombay cruisers made the interception to the northwest. HEICS Rapid, under superior handling by Lieutenant Dobbs, managed to work to windward and cut off the escape. By outstanding gunnery under the direction of Lieutenant Larkin, Rapid scored 2 major hits upon the French cruiser Chasseur, the first dismounting her bow chaser, the second bringing down her foretopmast, topsails and foresails, leaving her unmanageable and incapable of escape. By the most resolute handling, after the loss of all sail on the mainmast, her boatswain and his mates were enabled to grapple Mercure, bringing her to bay after the marine detachment killed her helmsman and captain by musket fire. At this point HMS Argus did not proceed to give aid and assistance to Rapid, then in the process of repelling boarders and crippled by gunfire, but turned aside to take possession of the prize. There is an earlier report concerning an action off the Nicobar Islands between the Bombay Squadron and the French cruiser Majeur that is not deemed relevant to the present inquiry, said the presiding officer. However, there is a third document entitled Critique of Operations of the Bengal Squadron of the Honourable Company's Naval Service, Commodore Percival Merewether commanding, January to March 1807, which may contain relevant evidence. Read it, Barton. Merewether leaned forward, intent upon what Wolfe had written in those last hours of his life. The clerk droned through the formalities and the references to the 2 reports, then read, I therefore reach the following conclusions. First, the Bombay ships and forces observed during this period were in a superior state of readiness for action, as demonstrated in the 2 engagements observed. Second, the state of training of commissioned and petty officers is excellent. They respond with the correct action in the heat of battle without direct orders. Third, the tactics employed by the commander of the squadron were classic examples of the maximum exploitation of the advantage of the weather gauge, positioning the ships so as to afford maximum opportunity for the batteries. Fourth, the gunnery was superior, due to the use of adjustable sights of an ingenious design. Fifth, the spirit of the entire crew was high throughout the operation, they working long hours in time of need without complaint. Sixth, the ships and forces of the Bengal Squadron are entirely qualified to participate in any joint operations with the Royal Navy. Very well, said the presiding officer. That concludes the documentary evidence in this inquiry. Now, Commodore Merewether, do you have additional facts not contained in these writings to present to this court? Merewether stepped forward and bowed to the court. No, sirs, he said. Does any member of this court desire to put a question to the Commodore? There was no response, and the captain continued, "Thank you for your attendance, Commodore." Merewether resumed his seat. "And now, Captain Ackroyd, do you have additional facts to bring before this court, not contained in these writings?" "Yes, sirs," said Ackroyd, coming forward, his mouth twisted in a bitter smile. "I object to the conclusions drawn by Captain Wolfe." "You are out of order, Captain. If you have additional facts, you may state them." "Well, I was under challenge to fight a duel with Wolfe at the time he wrote that last report and critique at Penang. I did fight a duel with Merewether there. I submit these facts as evidence of prejudice, sirs." "Very well. The evidence will be noted by the clerk. And now, does any member of this court desire to put a question to the captain?" "Yes," said the captain on the left, a swarthy man with a sardonic expression. "Why did you not hold the weather gauge, cutting off escape to the southeast, and let the Bombay ships make the interception?" "Sir, I had no reason to expect they would take such action." "Then why did you abandon the pursuit of the French cruiser to take a crippled prize?" demanded a small captain at the other end in the accent of Devon. "Why, the Frenchies were making rapid progress clearing the wreckage, but I feared its escape," answered Ackroyd, beginning to sweat. "Very well," said the presiding officer. "I think the matter has been fully presented here. The court will retire to consider its judgment. Written findings and recommendations will be prepared and served upon the interested parties in due course. I declare this court of inquiry adjourned." "How did it go?" inquired Land as Merewether returned to the dockyard. "Why, very favourably, I think," Merewether replied. "I think the members had the situation well in mind. I suspect Ackroyd will get at least a letter of reprimand and admonition." He detailed the questions asked by the two members. "Humph!" said Land, turning back to his desk. "Whitewash is thicker than water." 3 days later, the Royal Navy Guard mail cutter dropped off its pouch at the landing, and in due course Merewether received a sealed packet. Omitting the formalities, the document said, "We therefore respectfully find, first, Captain Richard Ackroyd acted in a prudent and responsible manner in immediately taking up the pursuit of 2 French cruisers off Diamond Point, Sumatra, since he could not know what action, if any, the Bombay ships might take. Second, the taking by boarding of the French cruiser Chasseur was justified, in view of the progress of repairs then being accomplished in her, to prevent her escape or succour of her consort, then heavily engaged with 2 Bombay ships. Third, the reports and critique of the late Captain James Wolfe, Royal Navy, indicate prejudice, in view of the fact that he was under obligation to fight a duel with Captain Ackroyd at the time they were written. We therefore accord them little weight." "Well, I'm damned!" exploded Merewether, and went in to show the findings to Land. "No more than I expected," said Land calmly. "At least they didn't recommend a court-martial for you." "White, I know," broke in Merewether bitterly. "Whitewash is thicker than water." Chapter 25. Caroline had informed him this morning for the second time since their marriage that he was not an incipient father. Merewether did not mind, though he told himself it was not for lack of exposure to the peril this past month and a half. He came through the dockyard gate, tossing a careless return of the sentry's salute, and entered his office. Land had gone on some mission of his own yesterday, and would not be back until Monday. The older man was enjoying his increased freedom, what with having a captain as an assistant for the time. The morning was still cool enough to be enjoyable. His cup of tea was brought him by the Indian boy of all work, and he attacked the pile of documents requiring attention with vigour. Half an hour later, the chief clerk came in with a folded note. "Just brought by messenger, sir." "Here," said Merewether. "I've finished with these." He pushed the basket of papers across the desk. "And send in another cup of tea." His thoughts turned to his own problems. In less than a month, Colonel Harding would return from the hills, and he must find quarters for himself and Caroline. Accommodations appeared to be in short supply, and with most of his acquaintances gone, it was hard to obtain any information. Even Jennifer Buttram, absorbed in the day-to-day care of her infant daughter, was of no assistance. He might be reduced to taking lodgings next month, which could well be the most practical solution in view of his own unsettled affairs. Harris had come back from Bengal with 3 huge tiger skins and a font of harrowing adventures. The Boston bark that had called at Swiak last spring had been reported at Madras, and was expected momentarily at Calcutta. Meanwhile, he was the guest of the Merewethers, and had accumulated a monstrous stock of Indian, Burmese, and Persian goods, all on credit, to be paid for on arrival of the bark. Merewether picked up the note. The device indented in the seal was unfamiliar. He broke it open and read, "My dear Commodore Merewether, you departed so soon after our meeting last spring that I did not have the opportunity to continue our discussion as I promised. Will you be my guest at the Calcutta Club today at 1 o'clock? Respectfully, A. R. Percy." Alfred Robert Percy. His father. He had scarcely thought of the man since last spring. He dashed off a note of acceptance, and when the boy came in with the tea, sent him to deliver it. The morning wore away in the succession of minor crises and decisions that tend to plague an officer in temporary command, as subordinates test his mettle. Percy was punctual, extending his hand with a cordial smile. "Delighted to see you again, Commodore. And I'm told congratulations are in order, that you have taken a bride." "Yes, sir. Thank you, but I'm no longer Commodore. My commission has expired, and I'm really more comfortable as captain." "Well, let us go in and have a drink, Captain." They were soon served, Madeira for Percy and gin for Merewether. "Here's damnation to Boney," offered Percy, and they drank. "I've been up in the hills since the middle of June. Only came back yesterday, and the heat here makes a difference." The man was tanned and fit-looking. "I was introduced to a game they call Pulu, quite popular among the cavalrymen up there. You try to knock a ball through a wicket with a mallet while riding a horse. I've never played before, and found it fascinating." The talk veered to Canton, the defences and forces in Mauritius, the operations of the Bengal squadron last winter, and then the mercantile future of Penang. Merewether found himself being led into various discussions, his opinion solicited, and then being adroitly prodded into an exposition of the purposes and functions of the Marine. After half an hour, he had gained a definite impression that he was being judged and weighed in the balance, his mind probed, explored, and examined, and that Percy possessed a far shrewder, more perceptive mind than he had heretofore displayed. Merewether declined a second brandy after the dessert, uncomfortably aware that it was past 3 o'clock. The dockyard was unsupervised and the club almost empty. Percy seemed to pay no attention to the time, continuing to speak in the smooth, cultured voice, his eyes alternately hooded in the bland, conventional face, then startling in the intensity of a glance. "I hear you met that Ali, the one who called himself Tipu Sultan last year at Vellore." "Yes, sir. He had been a schoolmate of my midshipman in England." Merewether did not elaborate. He had told no one of Tipu's astounding offer, backhanded though it was, that he might be admiral of the fleet in Imperial India, and the only witness had died a day or so later at the hands of Tipu. "What impression did you form of him?" persisted Percy. "Why, the man was a great leader. He inspired his followers. He was fearless, intelligent, and absolutely ruthless. A natural king. Except for his death in the interception of the arms and munitions from the French, I think the whole south of India would be aflame by now." "Indeed? Well, I think as much myself, and I never saw the gentleman. And now, I've kept you from your duties quite too long. We must repeat this delightful occasion."
Merewether mentioned the luncheon with Percy to Caroline and Harris that evening before dinner. "Percy? Oh, yes, Uncle George had him to dinner with Sir Thomas last spring. He was most suspicious of his motives, and we were cautioned to make no comments on political matters in his presence." "He is a man of considerable learning and ability," said Merewether. "I am still not sure what he wanted with me, since he is a Foreign Office man. Sir George told me he was descendant of the Percys of Northumberland." "Hotspur's Percys?" asked Harris brightly. "He didn't look much like a great warrior when I met him up in Bengal last week, all covered with sweat and mud from that silly game they play there, Pulu. He tried to pump me as to the chances of Mr. Jefferson's embargo being declared. I agree, though. He is a smart one." The conversation veered into other fields as Merewether wondered absently again if the man could be his father. 3 days later, another note came to the dockyard, and this time Merewether recognized the crest of Sir Thomas Geoffrey. "My dear Merewether, could you lunch with me today, 1 o'clock, my house, and ask Land to let you off the rest of the day? Your obedient servant, Geoffrey." Merewether took the note into Land. "Hell's bells, these diplomats think the Marine runs itself. Oh, well, go on. Sir Thomas is better than most." "And the Tonga?" "Yes, I'll walk to my whist game. Probably get a stroke. Little you young whippersnappers respect an older man." Land's black eyes snapped, and he actually looked angry for a moment. Then he smiled. "I'm not actually that old," he said. "Only be 48 tomorrow." "Very happy returns, and thank you, sir." Merewether rode in the Tonga to the big townhouse, then sent the driver back to the dockyard. Damned if he would be responsible for a man suffering a stroke on the eve of his 48th birthday. He wondered at the return of Sir Thomas from the cooler hills to the heat of August in Calcutta. The Indian servant admitted him to the foyer, took his hat, and led him through the quiet house to a cool veranda, enclosed with cotton netting overlooking a garden, 2 punkahs swaying rhythmically overhead. Sir Thomas and Percy rose as he entered. It was an hour and a half of inconsequential talk, a light delicious meal, and sweet heavy wine for dessert, before these 2 diplomats came to the point. "I know you've been Barlow's man this past year, and you're married to his wife's niece. But Thomas here vouches for you, says you serve your master with unswerving loyalty," said Percy unexpectedly. "I had made my own judgment, and it is in accord." His face wore a bland expression, his bright blue eyes less piercing, less hard than they had been during that meeting last week. "I serve the Crown," said Merewether, nettled at being termed Barlow's man and reminded of being related to him by marriage. "The Company and the Marine, as I have these past 17 years. "No offence, Captain, it was merely a figure of speech. You have served all of them, Crown, Company, Marine, and Barlow, well," interposed Sir Thomas. "Rob is merely stating a premise. The decision has already been made, providing you see fit to accept." "I don't. Let me lay down a situation, Captain," said Percy easily. "You are experienced in evaluating matters and drafting operational orders to deal with them." He slid a bit lower in the wicker chair and sipped the tawny wine in his glass. "Boney has courted Fatah Ali Shah ever since he came to the throne of Persia 10 years ago. He has one motive: free passage through Persia to India. Of course, Boy Malcolm made 2 treaties for us back in 1801. The first commercial, the second directed mostly against Afghanistan, though the French are mentioned in it.
Then Russia annexed Georgia from Persia. We could give Persia no help. Russia was our ally at the time, so where does a country like Persia turn?" "France," said Merewether. "Of course," said Percy. "Her ambassadors met with Bonies at a castle called Finkenstein last fall, just before I left London. I have learned that they reached agreement, a guarantee of territorial integrity at least in exchange for free passage to India." He sipped the last of the wine. "And some arms, French officers to train the troops in the continental fashion, some Persian officers to be educated in France. Oh, anything but money. Boney doesn't believe in paying that. Now, to confound the situation, the Tsar is a great admirer of Bonaparte. His people and Boney's have been talking. We haven't been as prompt in paying some of our obligations as we should. We feel certain they will agree, may already have. If so, that leaves the Shah with a treaty that France will not honour. What is our move? Inform Persia and persuade her to break the treaty with Bonaparte. Offer her arms, assistance, and money as well," replied Merewether. "Exactly what Wellesley and Gibby Elliot had advised," said Percy. "Sir Harford Jones is on his way out here from London, commissioned to serve as ambassador to Teheran, and Gibby has already called Boy Malcolm back in for the same mission." "Gibby Elliot?" inquired Merewether. "Oh, you probably know him as the Earl of Minto," said Sir Thomas. "George always just called him Minto, the new Governor-General." During the short silence that followed, Merewether wondered why he was being informed of this international diplomatic snarl between a self-crowned emperor, a Shahanshah, and the Tsar of all the Russias. Certainly not for his advice. Eminent government figures had already agreed on the action to be taken. "Now, Merewether," said Percy, "you're wondering why Thomas and I called you over here and why we've bored you with this account of the political and diplomatic situation in a remote and backward kingdom. Well, I shall tell you a bit more. Thomas here insists I be entirely frank, but I must demand a pledge of absolute secrecy." Percy leaned forward, his eyes boring into Merewether's. "I promise, sir," said Merewether uncomfortably, looking to Sir Thomas for confirmation. "Very well," said Percy, sitting back. "Now, George Barlow thought I came out here to look over his shoulder for Minto, but he was wrong. I came because we in British intelligence saw a pattern developing. The wavering of Tsar Alexander with the failure of England to pay the subsidy of £6 million and his fascination with Napoleon. The death of young Tipu Sultan, the only man with resolution, intelligence and force enough to raise and lead a successful revolt in India. The increased activities of the French engineers surveying a route through Persia. The defeat of Prussia and the continental blockade. If Alexander makes peace with Bonaparte, and one more defeat may very well have caused him to by now, there will be no more worlds for France to conquer in Europe. Bonaparte, with his peasant misconception of the wealth of the Indies and his unemployed armies available, will be tempted to make his next move through Persia to India, in our opinion." He leaned forward to sip from a tumbler of water. "I might say, Merewether," broke in Sir Thomas, "Rob here manned the French desk in Downing Street 4 years, and is now the secretary in charge of British intelligence." "French desk?" "You are not expected to know of such pursuits," said Percy. "British intelligence is a secret agency under the Foreign Office. By common consent among the politicians, we are left undisturbed in any change of government. Our function is to gather and evaluate pertinent information from every part of the world, then make such deductions and reach such conclusions as appear justified. We then disseminate the information to the agencies concerned. Our agents may be such diverse persons as ship's officers, merchants, missionaries, priests, travellers, traitors to foreign states. even spies. We listen to anyone, and the information goes into the hopper, though what comes out may be ground exceedingly fine. It usually adds up to a recognizable picture, and that is what we think we have here. We try to make it worth the while of our agents, and little money does amazing things," he added cynically. "For instance, an account of your visit to Canton came from our man there just before I left London."
"Dawson?" said Merewether.
"What? Well, I'm damned the man's name is Dawson, a former company officer and schoolmaster."
"I saw him there, and I had served with him for the company," said Merewether. "It was only a guess."
"Very well, Merewether. You are clever," said Percy, taking another sip from the tumbler. "Now, let us get down to specifics. Harford Jones and Boy Malcolm are both old acquaintances of the Shah and excellent diplomats. Given an even chance, either of them may be able to persuade Futter Ali to see the matter our way and act accordingly. What I am concerned with is the even chance."
He looked at Sir Thomas.
"You knew Pahlavi, I believe?"
"Yes, he was an ambassador at Lisbon during the peace."
"What did you think of him?"
"I thought he was an excellent gentleman, educated in England and France, enlightened, perceptive, and with a sense of humour."
"Exactly. I have known him a bit longer, since I was in Magdalen College a term with him and took him home with me for the holidays that spring. When he came back to London 4 years ago, we renewed acquaintance. I had him down to Northumberland, wined and dined him, and ended up by recruiting him as our man in place at the court of the Shah."
"I would never have guessed," said Sir Thomas with evident admiration, "though I had wondered at the detail of some of the information that comes across my desk from the Governor-General. An outstanding accomplishment."
"He holds the equivalent post of Foreign Secretary now," said Percy with an air of pride. "He is our only minor nobility, but the Shah has taken his younger sister as a wife, and Pahlavi has been preferred accordingly."
Merewether sat wondering at this discussion of a traitor in high office that passed between the two diplomats, and speculated at the number of similar agents that might be sitting in Whitehall or Downing Street, or even King George's Court, passing on each bit of information to Paris, to be ground small and finally distilled into a conclusion. He became aware that Percy was addressing him.
"I was not aware until a week ago, when I read the secret files in the Governor-General's office and came across your report of last August on Vellore, that you were the man who actually killed Tipu Sultan in single combat. I had previously only assumed it was a force under your command. I was impressed with your analysis of the situation and your prompt and effective action to prevent the revolt that was surely coming. Also, I learned you took Abercrombie the pirate, brought his body back in a cask of spirits, and last winter wounded a Royal Navy officer in a duel at Penang. Now, I want you to accompany me to Teheran as my aide, on a mission intended to give our accredited envoys that even chance I mentioned."
Merewether sat still. He had gathered from the preliminary discussion that some such mission was in the offing, but he was not prepared for this blunt proposal. A sudden suspicion struck him. "Am I to understand that I am to be employed as an assassin?" Percy and Sir Thomas looked at him in amazement, and then Percy snapped,
"Why, certainly not. What gave you that idea?"
"I suppose it was your emphasis on the fact that I killed Tipu and Abercrombie and wounded Ackroyd. I also killed a soldier on Mauritius 3 months ago, and broke a man's jaw so badly that he is only now returning to duty in the Marine," said Merewether.
"Not at all," said Percy firmly. "It was just that those matters stuck in my mind. I want a man with courage and resolution, initiative and unquestioned loyalty. And," he laughed, "if I require a murder, a man with some experience."
"I confess I might have emphasized some of the more bloody aspects of your career,"
interposed Sir Thomas, "but it was only intended to show your abilities. Now, Minto has already consented to lend you to the Foreign Office, and the Superintendent of the Marine has been instructed accordingly." He continued in a kindlier tone, "I know it is hard lines on a man not yet married 2 months, but it is no worse than if you were down around Java with your ship." Merewether was still suspicious, but he decided to put the best face on the matter he could. After all, the idyll of the past 6 weeks had to end sometime. But now he was faced with the immediate necessity of finding quarters for Caroline. "When do you plan to depart, sir?" he inquired. "And by what means?" "A week hence, if all is in order. Gibby Elliot has agreed to put one of your marine ships at our disposal. Comet, I believe, is the name." "Excellent," said Merewether. "Her captain was my first lieutenant last year." "Now a word more, Merewether. Do not speak of this matter to your wife or friends. The orders to Comet are only to Bombay, where other orders to Bushire will be given. Our mission in Persia is one of trade, under the Treaty of 1801. We shall want another session or so with you before we leave, and I suggest that you equip yourself as a cavalry officer, for there are no wheels in Persia. And now, thank you for your patience and willingness to help." Percy rose and shook his hands ceremoniously, as Merewether looked at him at this close range, and wondered yet again if this hard, conniving man could be his father. Chapter 26. He had informed Caroline that he was expecting orders that would take him away from Calcutta for a time, and she appeared philosophical at this first parting. He told her only that it was a routine cruise to Bombay and the Arabian Sea as an aid to Percy. But he found her clinging to him in the night in spite of the heat, inciting him to excesses in concupiscence of which he had not dreamed he or she were capable. He wondered briefly on one such occasion if she were deliberately seeking pregnancy out of fear that he would not return, and then laughed at himself for the melodrama. Lodgings were found, not elaborate but adequate, and a quarter's rent paid for Caroline. He had to arrange for her to draw an allotment of his pay, and he placed another sum on deposit with the companies subject to her order. He consulted a young solicitor for the company and made a will, leaving his estate to Caroline and her heirs without reserve. For himself, he had to have civilian clothing tailored, buy other clothing suitable to travel on horseback, and have thigh-high riding boots made. He had been on a horse possibly 12 times in his life, in the courtyard at Bellflower House as a child, and once or twice since he had served in the Marine. He suffered some anxieties as to his ability to travel several 100 miles by such means. He had long since replaced the razors and other personal items that were still on rapid, for what he missed in outfitting for this mission were the 2 double-barreled pistols he had carried since he took them from Abercrombie last year. He spoke to McClellan, and was able to borrow a pair of pistols not double-barreled but adequate. Percy had stated that swords would not be worn, so he did not replace his own. He attended an auction of effects of a deceased cavalry officer at Fort William, and was able to buy a pair of brass-bound campaign chests, with drawers locked by broad leather straps, designed to fit on the back of a pack-horse. The night before departure, he had Land, McClellan, McCrae, and Harris to dinner, with Percy as the guest of honour. The diplomat had previously met all of them with the exception of McClellan, and he quickly won him over with his knowledge of fowling pieces and a discussion of the proper amount of lead to hold when shooting pheasants. There was a series of toasts proposed, first by Land, then by Percy, and last by Harris, due to take passage in the Boston bark tomorrow. Merewether felt subdued in the midst of the gaiety, even after 2 gins when they went into dinner. He had, he told himself, no enthusiasm for this assignment to Persia, and was yet a little suspicious of Percy's motives in asking for his services. Caroline looked more beautiful than ever tonight, her hair gleaming in the candlelight, and Merewether felt depression well up at the thought that this would be his last night with her for some uncertain period. He managed to address himself to his duties as host. "Yes," he heard Percy say, apparently in answer to a question from Harris. "I was over there in '94 and met your Washington. He was some sort of distant kinsman to my mother." The evening wore on, this last night in the house of Colonel Harding. The old friends, the new friends, the banter and serious discussions between the guests, a savoury, and then brandy, and finally their departure. He came back from the portico to find Caroline in tears. "Why, what—" he commenced. She came over and put her arms about him, her head resting on his shoulder while she sobbed. "What did I do?" he demanded. "Nothing. It's just that you're leaving me. And that Mr. Percy—" "What?" She sobbed again, lifted her face, and he kissed her hard, his hand sliding down to caress her hips. "It's just that every time I looked at him tonight, I saw you, 15 years older, and I'm not sure that I liked what I saw," she said, breaking away. "I don't want you to become as cold and hard as that man." Merewether was bemused. Someone else had noticed the resemblance between Percy and himself and apparently objected to it. He had already concluded that the man was cold and hard, but those qualities were necessary in his line, and England needed such men. He speculated for a moment if he might become like Percy. Possibly some of his subordinates already saw him in such a light, and then he wondered if the red blood of Merewether might have tempered the blue blood of Percy. "Nonsense," he told her gently. "The man is a diplomat, and we require such men. I am nothing like him." "Oh, but you are. You look enough like him to be his son or younger brother," Caroline cried. "But I do not want you to develop into that. Become polished, smooth as a diamond, and as hard. Another Uncle George or Percy, seeking the bubble reputation even in the cannon's mouth." She put her head down on his shoulder and sobbed again. He recognized the quotation and congratulated himself on the reading he had done through the long night watches at sea last winter. "Aha," he said lightly, "you prefer me as the justice." "Not at all," she snapped, lifting her head. "I prefer you as you are. The lover sighing like furnace." "Agreed," he shouted, and gathered Caroline up in his arms, kicking and protesting to carry her bodily to their bed. "Was there enough sighing for your taste?" he inquired some time later, lying back relaxed in the big bed, their clothing scattered across the floor in the lamplight. "For the moment," she replied, "but I shall probably provoke you again before you leave, sir." Chapter 27. The journey down the Hooghly was a trial to Merewether. For the first time in his life he was a passenger, charged with no duty to perform in managing the ship. On the quarter-deck he caught himself half a dozen times about to give an order or admonition to the helm. He saw Macrae sly smile and deliberately moved as far from the wheel and temptation as he could. Percy was on deck, shirt open at the throat, wearing loose cotton trousers and a broad straw hat to shield him from the sun. "Well, Merewether, I am happy to be under way. Once we clear this fetid delta and get into the clean sea breeze, I shall feel better. I always thrive on a voyage." "Yes, sir. And are your quarters satisfactory?" Dillon had been dispossessed, and all the other officers moved down 2 spaces and doubled up to provide private rooms for Percy and Merewether. He sympathized with their dislocation, but he had often enough in the past suffered the same fate. "Why, adequate, I think. Of course, I did not expect to live in a palace aboard a man-of-war.
The next day they dropped the pilot off the sand-heads and took departure on the long reach southwardly to the equator, which would enable them to go about and sail back up the west coast of India to Bombay. That afternoon Percy handed Merewether a slender volume.
"You might read this memoir by a man who spent a number of years in Persia and was there at the time of the establishment of the Qajar dynasty in 1779. Its founder was a eunuch by the name of Aga Muhammad Khan, and his opponent was Lutf Ali. He captured Ali at a place called Kerman and had him put to death by torture. Then, as punishment for the inhabitants of Kerman for allowing the man to take refuge there, he put out the eyes of 20,000 of them."
Percy laughed.
"You see, we are not dealing with gentle people. Of course, Fatah Ali Shah is by no means as bloodthirsty as his uncle, but even under his regime life is cheap in Persia."
"I shall read it with interest," Merewether told him. He had heard of the atrocity of Kerman years ago during his first commissioned service in the Marine, and he had been ashore in Persia, but never more than a few miles inland. He read the memoir and 2 other books that Percy produced as Comet crawled down the latitudes across the equator, there to go about and steer northwestwardly for Bombay. Percy called ceremoniously on the governor of Bombay and then on the superintendent of the Marine, presenting his credentials from the Foreign Office and the letters from the Governor-General to them, directing issuance of additional orders to Macrae for the voyage to Bushire.
"You require that Comet await your return at Bushire?"
asked Commodore Morris, acting for the absent Waldron as Commandant of the Marine.
"Yes," replied Percy. "I regret taking the ship out of service for the time, but it may be essential that we have immediate means of transportation upon our return from Teheran."
Merewether pricked up his ears. It sounded almost as though Percy anticipated an escape to sea, though Bushire had a substantial company establishment based there, and numerous small marine vessels patrolling against the Arab pirates in the Persian Gulf. They were only a day and night at Bombay before departing on the long, slow passage west-northwest across the Arabian Sea to the Gulf of Oman, contending with contrary winds and suffocating periods of dead calm. Merewether had his instincts under control now, and managed to suppress the impulse to give orders in Macrae's ship. But his ear was still attuned to every creak and thump on deck, and he woke automatically when the watch was relieved in the night. The ship worked around through the Strait of Ormuz, coming finally into the Persian Gulf to catch a fair breeze for Bushire. Percy had unbent as the voyage progressed, sitting late at table at the meals he and Merewether took with Macrae in the cabin, discussing the future of the company, India, and England, and the difficulties inherent in governing territories halfway around the world.
"No,"
he said on one such occasion in the Gulf,
"I think the company has nearly run its course, certainly as the governing power of a subcontinent. Of course, government is taking a much stronger part in the affairs now. The India Board has strengthened its hand compared to the courts of proprietors and directors, as witness Minto's appointment in preference to Barlow. Gibby Elliot was president of the India Board, you know."
He looked through a port into the distance.
"And there is no logical reason why a nation of at least 100 million persons should be governed by a private company. The company has managed to survive these 200 years mainly by playing one native ruler off against another, keeping India fragmented, and employing mercenaries and bribes to hold its pet rulers in place."
Percy looked back at Merewether and Macrae.
"Why, if all the people of India could agree to piss at one time, they would sluice our few thousand British residents right into the sea."
Even Macrae roared with laughter at the improbable event.
The resident at Bushire, a man named Legg, was a precise person, and uncertain of his liabilities in dealing with the Foreign Office, particularly in money matters. "Why, it is right there," said Percy, stabbing his finger at the paragraph directing the resident to procure horses and pack animals, drivers, equipage, rations, and an armed guard of 10 men for the use of Percy. "When the mission is complete, I draw a draft on London, payable at par in Bombay to the company. You don't think I would haul a bag of gold specie around this heathen country, do you?"
"That is all very well, Mr. Percy. I do not doubt you," said Legg, stealing another anxious glance at the Governor-General's letter. "But if something happens, the draft is protested, I have to pay it out of my pocket." "I would feel a great deal more secure if you will draw the draft now." Percy looked coldly at Legg, then unexpectedly said, "I'll draw a draft for half the outlay now, payable 1 month hence, and a draft for the other half when I return, and I think I am being generous." The man was still unhappy, but he acquiesced and commenced the arrangements. "These are Shirazi Arabians, the finest horses in the world," said the wiry, bow-legged little Irishman, Keefe by name, as he led them out. Percy looked at each one critically, summarily discarded 2, and finally settled on 6 animals, medium-sized Arabians that appeared fit and in good flesh. "We rotate the animals so they don't tire so easily and there's less chance of galling," explained Percy. "I'm aiming at 50 miles a day of 12 hours, though there are stretches when we won't make that much. I estimate at least 12 days to Teheran. And don't forget, Merewether, these horses are trained to be mounted from the right." Merewether looked at the restive horses with apprehension, though he dissembled. He shared the average Londoner's love of the beasts, but at a distance, not riding on the back of one going up a mountain gorge along a primitive track. "Sir," said Keefe, "I'll try to have this caravan ready to move by noon tomorrow. The road to Shiraz is good, and you may make a few miles before dark." "Very well," Percy told him. "Make sure the tack is sound and that there's material for repairs." They went back to Comet and had a drink before dinner. "It is going to be a damned hard trip, Merewether. My bones ache at the thought of it. I suppose you are packed and ready to move?" "Yes, sir. I have a pair of dragoon pistols in saddle holsters, and I hope you have some arms. The country, they tell me, is fairly pacified, but there are always a few nomadic brigands about. Of course, our escort should be enough to make most keep their distance, and I shall insist on a night guard, whether we are in caravansary or not." "Of course, sir." Merewether listened to Percy's extended comments while his mind wandered back to Calcutta and Caroline. He had lived without a woman for most of his life, but now he wished desperately that he were back in Calcutta and just going home from the dockyard. By dusk, the party had covered nearly 30 miles across the humid coastal plain. It halted for the night on the bank of a little river. There was a small establishment here with pens of laid-up rocks, presided over by a fiercely mustachioed old man. Keefe dealt with him and then had the horses unpacked and led down to drink before they were fed. Merewether was so stiff and sore he had difficulty walking. The last 15 miles had been sheer agony. He heard Keefe speaking to Percy. "Sir, I say pitch a tent here. Them shelters is crawling with bugs." The tent went up, a ground cloth was spread and the bedding unrolled. Merewether's 2 brass-bound cavalry chests were placed against one side of the tent and Percy's against the other. "Keefe, is there any reason we can't bathe in that stream?" inquired Merewether. "No, sir. Just look out for leeches and potholes." The cold water soothed the fiery skin of his rump, and Merewether came back to dine feeling refreshed. The next day they commenced the ascent of the plateau bordered by the Zagros Mountains.
leaving the steaming plain and emerging finally into cooler territory. Percy and Keefe, as well as every man in the train, were centaurs, but they condescended to give Merewether some instruction in the art of horsemanship. After a bit, he found himself achieving balance and was able to ride with the motion of the gait. After 2 more days, he became reasonably comfortable in the saddle. Up and away at dawn and moving steadily until dusk, they made their way through Shiraz, the old capital of Persia, toward Isfahan, through barren, almost deserted country. Only one incident marred the journey. Merewether awoke in the chill before dawn at Percy's urgent whisper, "Get your pistols!" He heard movement in the rock-fenced paddock 50 feet away as he groped for his shoes, and then the pistols laid primed and ready on his chest. He emerged, bumped into Percy outside the tent, and they walked across the uneven turf toward the enclosure. Against the stars, Merewether made out the figure of a man on a horse at the entrance to the paddock, and behind him the clump and movement of other horses. Just then, another shape vaulted to the back of one of the animals, and there was a low whistle. It was obvious the horses were in the process of being stolen. Merewether cocked both pistols, and at the clicks the figure at the gate whirled with a shout, kicking his heels into the horse's ribs with the evident intention of riding down Merewether and Percy. There was no time to do more than snap a shot at the figure while leaping to the side. He heard Percy shoot, and the man fell off the horse. The second man, lying flat along the back of his mount, was heading off at an angle, a half-dozen animals gathered together by a rope through their halters, trailing him out the gate. Merewether ran to intercept, and saw the gleam of a blade pointing toward him. He checked his rush and fired the second pistol at the prone figure. The man cried out and rolled off the other side as Merewether seized the halter. Keefe and a half-dozen of the drivers came running up, carrying the long-barreled guns they called jingles, just as a third figure on foot bolted from behind the paddock. A fusillade of shots from the jingles failed to stop him, and he disappeared into the darkness. "Well, one is dead, the other shot through the hip," said Percy in the lantern light, "and a third got clean away. Are there any horses missing, Keefe?" "No, sir, and don't worry about this fellow here. Ali and his men will deal with him." The man was filthy, visibly crawling with lice, dressed in a sheepskin vest and a felt skull-cap. But he was young, no more than 20. Blood had stained his legs, but the wound was not serious, and he was obviously begging as he addressed himself first to one and then another of the impassive Persian drivers about him. The man on guard duty at the paddock had been found in a pool of blood, his throat gaping open like a second mouth. 2 of the drivers seized the young man, raised and propelled him off into the darkness, as his voice rose in a shrill series of imploring lamentations. Ali followed, a strangler's cord dangling from his hand. The lamentations were shut off abruptly out in the darkness, and in a few minutes Ali and his men returned. It was growing light in the east, and Percy ordered the party to break camp. Teheran was a city built largely of sun-dried brick, with kiln-fired bricks reinforcing the corners of the buildings. In this semi-arid climate, they appeared to endure well enough. The city was set nearly 4,000 feet above sea level on the southern slope of the Elburz Mountains, and the climate was agreeable. They came to a brick-walled estate just inside the southern environs of the city, and stopped before an entrance closed by massive iron-banded double gates. A guard lounged on a stool in a little kiosk at the side, a curved sword belted on. Keefe hailed him in Persian, and the gate swung open, giving entrance to a courtyard with a substantial brick house in the background. "The company's factor here is an Armenian," explained Keefe. He keeps several apartments for visiting company and government people, and for the merchants he trades with, mostly rugs, you know. We will stay here." A bandy-legged man wearing an astrakhan cap above piercing black eyes, pock-marked cheeks and a hooked nose came out from the house and greeted Keith in excellent English. "This is Avakian. Meet Mr. Percy and Mr. Merewether. 7 languages he understands, sir, so be careful what you say." "My house is your house, gentlemen." The man made a profound bow, motioning toward the doorway. "Enter." They were led to a spacious apartment of 4 rooms at the rear of the house, with narrow barred windows looking out to a small garden. The baggage was soon brought in, and Percy turned to Avakian. "Now, if we can have some hot water, we'll not require more for a while." Merewether bathed, shaved, and dressed in the new civilian clothing he had never worn before. They had stood the journey remarkably well in the drawers of the cavalry chest, he decided. There was a knock, and Percy came in. "Good, you've shifted. Now, Merewether, my next move is to contact Pahlavi, but discreetly, since I don't know the niceties of the internal political situation here, and I certainly do not desire to embarrass him or compromise his position. What do you suggest?" "Why, of course, a note." He paused and thought a moment. "This man, Avakian, do I understand he is to be trusted?" "I suppose as much as you can trust any of these people out here. I'm told he has represented the company's interests here for quite some time, and I understand he has provided the couriers for Pahlavi's messages from time to time." "Well, then I suggest you ask him how a note may be delivered. Discreetly, I believe you said." "Yes," said Percy slowly. "I don't like it. I prefer no writing, but it is probably the best way." Avakian was reassuring. "I shall send my eldest son. He knows the way and the man, and he will deliver your message faithfully and unobtrusively." The younger Avakian was a slender image of his father, but with a smooth olive complexion and an air of alert intelligence. "You can find the man?" demanded Percy. "Yes, sir." "Can you remember the message?" "Yes, sir. Maudlin sends greeting from the house of Avakian." The young man departed, and Percy began to pace back and forth across the room. "I'd give my soul for a glass of Madeira, Merewether, but I shall deny myself until I get an answer. Gad, I hope I get a prompt reply on a meeting with him. Perhaps then I can form some opinion of which way the cat may jump." For the first time since he had known Percy, the man was showing signs of agitation and uncertainty. The assured, impassive mask had slipped just a bit to reveal human anxieties in the man behind it. It was over an hour before the knock came, and young Avakian entered. Percy had resumed his usual manner, sitting negligently at ease in a brocaded chair, knees crossed. "Sir, I delivered your message. Pahlavi says, 'Greet Maudlin at the house of Mossadegh 10 tonight.'" "Where is that?" "Only a little way west of here, sir. I shall guide you." Percy looked at his watch. "Only 5 o'clock, Merewether. I think we can have that drink before we dine after all." He turned to Avakian, pulling out his purse. "No, sir," said the young man quickly. "I accept no rewards." He left, and Percy brought out a straw-wrapped bottle of Madeira. "To Pahlavi, may his tribe increase." Merewether touched his glass to Percy's and drank. He would have preferred gin, but the heady wine was pleasant enough. Persia was not entirely a country without wheels, Merewether discovered as they walked up a slight grade along a very fair lane paved with stone. Several high-wheeled carts and one wagon loaded with melons and produce passed them. "Yes, sir. Where there are streets or roads, they are used to carry goods. "But there are few places outside the city where the roads are passable," said Avakian in answer to Percy's comment. He pointed to a passing litter with enclosed top and sides pierced by curtained windows, swaying rhythmically to the gait of 2 mules between poles extended from the front and rear. "A takht-i-ravan, as the Persians call it, used by the wealthy. But the poorer women and children ride in panniers slung on either side of a horse. The men, of course, usually ride." "Quite interesting," said Percy as they turned into another street and went 100 feet to stop before an undistinguished brick house. "Here it is, sir," said Avakian. "Shall I knock?" The door was opened almost instantly, and a yellow lamplight flooded out. With the light behind him, Merewether gained the impression of an erect, medium-sized man in the doorway. "Come in!" Percy stepped across the threshold, and Merewether followed into a large room thickly carpeted, squinting his eyes against the light. The man closed the door and shot an immense iron bolt into its socket, then turned with arms outspread. "Rob Percy!" he cried. "Ricky!" Percy returned. The 2 men embraced and then bussed one another in the continental fashion. Merewether was now able to see that Pallavi was a man of about Percy's age, with a slender, athletic figure of middle height. He was clean-shaven and possessed a resolute face, dominated by a prominent nose, high forehead, and curly black hair covering his head like a cap. Percy turned. "My old friend and schoolmate, Reza Pallavi. May I present Captain Percival Merewether of the Company's Naval Service?" "I am delighted," said Pallavi, taking Merewether's hand. "Are you related by chance? I notice a resemblance." "No, sir," said Merewether quickly. "I am Mr. Percy's aide." Pallavi gestured to a nest of comfortable chairs at one end of the room. Merewether sat silent, watching the interplay of expression and conversation between these 2 intelligent men. "Ah, Ricky, and are you after the women as much as ever?" inquired Percy in a bantering tone. He glanced at Merewether with a smile. "A great ladies' man, and I've always told him that even a Mussulman's 4 wives would never be enough for him. How about it, Ricky?" "True enough," Pallavi replied easily. "The fires still burn, and that is the real reason for this little establishment I keep here at the edge of the city." He looked at Merewether, then back at Percy, and shrugged. "From time to time it is possible to acquire a European woman for a mistress. Ah, variety is the spice of life, as you English say. Such attachments are usually brief, but delightful interludes while they endure. I have had one such here for the past 3 months. He inclined his head toward the back of the house. "But she is so charming, so ardent, that I am not yet ready to send her away." Merewether marvelled at the man's frank disclosure of the presence here of a mistress, in addition to 4 wives presumably at home. Oh well, standards out here were of a different gauge than in England or even Calcutta, though he had often heard enough tales of women kept by prominent men in London. Pallavi rang a bell, and a serving girl came in bearing a tray with glasses and a bottle of Spanish brandy, and they were soon served. Percy proposed a toast to the health and happiness of the host, then turned to Merewether. "And now, Ricky and I have a brief personal—" "I'll go outside. The other end of the room will be sufficient," Percy said quickly. Merewether went to the opposite end of the room where another nest of chairs was placed. The rear wall was pierced with a high barred window with a sill just below eye level, half covered with a curtain, and he absently glanced out. He realized that a wing of the house projected to the rear here, and the small high window gave a view of a larger lighted window 10 or 12 feet diagonally across the L. A woman was seated before a large mirror. Bright lamps hung on either side, her back to him, but her reflection was clearly visible in the glass. She wore an almost transparent silk gown that obscured but did not entirely conceal the image of her torso in the mirror. The face in the glass was hauntingly familiar. Pale ivory skin, straight nose, high cheekbones, full lips, and bright eyes, their colour uncertain in the lamplight. He knew he had seen this woman somewhere, but he could not place her. A moment later she laid down the brush, dabbed at both cheeks with a pad, leaned close to the glass with her lips parted to expose the teeth, then stood up, and the small exquisite figure went out of Merewether's view. He stood transfixed, then became conscious that he had paused with his glass of brandy halfway to his lips. He completed the motion, took a sip, and turned casually away to take a chair. The entire episode had consumed no more than a moment or so, but he realized that he must have caught a glimpse of Pallavi's mistress. "Merewether!" He came back to the present with a start. The two men had risen and were walking toward him. He still had half the brandy in his glass, and he drank it in a single gulp. "Ricky and I have concluded our business for the moment. We will go back to our quarters," said Percy. "Good night, Ricky." The two men again embraced. "Good night, sir," said Merewether, and Pallavi shot back the bolt to let them out. Avakian was waiting in the lane, and they went silently back to the big house. Alone in their compartment, Percy laughed. "Well, Ricky seems to have stayed hitched. I had to make sure, and I felt he would not want a witness against him. He admits there was a treaty made at Finkenstein Castle last spring with France, whereby she will furnish arms and military instruction to the Persian army to enable it to regain Georgia from Russia, in exchange for free passage to India. Exactly what I predicted. He insists he has no news of peace between France and Russia." "If there is no peace, what can you do? I thought you intended to use the peace to induce the Shah to deny the French passage." "True enough," said Percy. "It weakens my hands somewhat, but I have some other strings to my bow. I confess I have some other misgivings, however. Pallavi is so deep in this now that I do not believe he can withdraw. But there was an air about him tonight that disturbs me. To be sure, we were detaining him from his mistress, and that might account for it." Merewether almost mentioned seeing the woman, and instantly decided that an account of looking at an almost naked woman through a window would not reflect credit upon him. He held his tongue. "What do we do next?" he persisted. "I present my credentials to the Minister of Trade tomorrow, and we discuss the old treaty of 1801. More saleable Persian goods delivered to Bushire and more British products brought into exchange. It is no more than a smokescreen, but some small benefit may eventually come out of it." He yawned. "I am weary. Good night." Merewether retired and tried to remember Caroline in the act of making love in the lamplight that last night in Calcutta. Somehow the image would not come clear, and as he drifted off, he wondered again where he might have seen Pallavi's lovely mistress before tonight. Chapter 28. The formal call on the Minister of Trade the next morning was an elaborate affair. His chambers were within the walls of the Palace of the Ark, where the peacock throne stood in a brick building with flowers and a fountain in front. The arms of Persia, a rampant lion over whose shoulders was a sunburst containing a human face cut into a brass plate on the door. Percy and Merewether, dressed in their best and attended by the entire retinue of drivers and guards led by Keefe and Ali, all scrubbed, dressed, shaved, and trimmed to perfection, rode up on horseback. They were greeted by a chamberlain wearing a chain of office, on which was suspended an enormous gold seal, likewise bearing the Persian arms. The formalities were conducted in French, and Merewether's role was limited to maintaining station to the right and a half a step behind Percy, since the left was the position of honour in Persia. Eventually they were ushered into a large chamber and presented to the minister, a tall man going to flesh, after which there were endless speeches in Persian and French. Percy was fluent in French, but the affair was like a mummer show to Merewether. He subsided into his chair, managing to keep his eyes open, but his mind wandered some thousands of miles away to Calcutta. Eventually the audience ended, and the party moved to another chamber where a banquet was spread. As he came through the door, Merewether smelled mutton, and wished he could turn and leave. He remembered when he was a child of 6 or 7, a large slice of prime roast mutton being placed on his plate by the benevolent old cook at Bellflower House, and his tearful rejection of it. "Because the wool sticks in my teeth," he had wailed to his mother's embarrassment. In any event, he still did not care for mutton, and it was evidently the pièce de résistance today. Percy was at the head of the table in the place of honour beside the minister, and Merewether found himself well toward the foot beside a stocky man in civilian dress with a large, perfectly round, bald head. "Captain Merewether, allow me to introduce myself," said the man with a smile. "I am Colonel Bezier, one of the Emperor's engineers. Since we are on neutral ground, we may as well be civil." Merewether bowed, and Bezier continued. "This is Major Dufour, Captain, my associate." A younger man on the other side, small, dark, and fox-faced, bowed and murmured in response. "Perhaps, Captain, you care as little for mutton as I, and would welcome a bit of beef instead." Merewether thought of the old saw, "Beware of Greeks bearing gifts," but could see no harm in sliding a slice of beef onto his plate when it was offered. The affair lasted until mid-afternoon, and Merewether found himself discussing many subjects with Bezier that had nothing to do with his mission here or with the war in general. As they parted, Bezier bowed. "I hope we will meet again, Captain," he said. "I have enjoyed our discussions, and there is no reason for us to be enemies here in Persia." Merewether made a polite response and rejoined Percy for the ride back to the house of Avakian. "Who was the bald chap you were so thick with this afternoon?" inquired Percy when they reached their apartment. "Colonel Bezier, one of the French engineers, sir." "What?" exclaimed Percy. "Well, what did you talk about?" "Well, a good many things. First, he doesn't like mutton and told me why, and then I told him why I don't either. After that we got into a discussion of Shakespeare. The man knows Shakespeare, and even a good bit about Dryden, Burns, and Coleridge." "I'm damned," said Percy. "Oh, well, if you stick to poetry, no harm done." He looked searchingly at Merewether. "The thing that puzzled me," said Merewether slowly, "was the fact he knew my name, and I have not been announced or presented at the audience." "He probably knows a great deal more than that about you," said Percy. "He may call himself an engineer, but my guess is he's the chief French intelligence officer in Persia. I must trust you to be discreet." Percy had audiences with the Minister of Trade for the next 3 days, while Merewether sat by in boredom. There was really no agreement to be made. The Treaty of 1801 already covered the matter, but Eastern Protocol demanded high-flown and protracted discussions. He saw Bezier each day as the audience terminated in the anteroom, and the man was cordial. Evidently, he was keeping a close watch on the proceedings. Each night Percy went alone to confer with Pahlavi at his establishment, returning each time in a gloomy, frustrated mood. "Damn Merewether! There is something amiss with the man. One of the unwritten stipulations at Finkenstein was that the Shah would issue an actual invitation in writing to Bonaparte to come to Persia. You know, the Corsican is a great believer in legalities when it suits his purpose. And then we could not cry invasion. 2 months ago, Pahlavi reported that the Shah had repudiated this agreement outside the treaty on the advice of Pahlavi himself, until such time as Bonaparte actually moved to help recover Georgia from Russia. Now he tells me that such a document is being drafted, and the Shah will sign it. What difference does it make whether the Shah issues such an invitation? Inquired Merewether. I would think the treaty speaks for itself. Afghanistan and Sind are no friends of England. The overt invitation and welcome to Bonaparte to enter Persia would be most persuasive for them to follow her lead, and it would influence all the native rulers in northwest India. We have counted on my friendship with Pahlavi to prevent delivery of such a document before Malcolm or Harford Jones could reach Teheran and intervene directly with the Shah. Then, if France and Russia make peace, the Shah might be persuaded to renounce the Treaty of Finkenstein. There came a knock on the door, and Merewether answered. It was young Avakian. "The company courier from Bushire just arrived," he said. "2 dispatches for Mr. Percy." Merewether handed the 2 oilskin-wrapped packets to Percy, who laid them absently on the table. "You see, Merewether," he continued, looking into the distance, "our course was charted in London earlier this year. The Foreign Office, in consultation with the India Board, has ordered Minto to launch a 3-pronged move to try to head off Bonaparte. Harford Jones is coming here from London, and Malcolm should already be on the way from Bombay. Elphinstone is going to Kabul to influence the King of Afghanistan to resist, and Metcalfe will attempt the same at Lahore. All of them will insist that Persia will not grant free passage to the French. I am here to make their representations true." Merewether tried to sort out the complicated affair in his mind as Percy picked up the dispatches and slit the covers with his knife. "Praise the Lord!" shouted Percy in triumph. He waved the message at Merewether and said, "The Russians were beaten at Friedland last June. 20,000 men killed or wounded. Tsar Alexander and Napoleon signed a treaty of peace July 7th at a place called Tilsit. I must reach Pahlavi and get this news to the Shah. Perhaps he can arrange an audience as well." Avakian soon brought back the word that Pahlavi would meet Percy at 9. So Merewether and Percy had a ceremonious drink, and then dined at leisure. Percy was still elated. He had the news he had predicted, and was convinced that the Shah would now not only refuse to send the message of invitation, but would renounce the Treaty of Finkenstein instanter. He was gone 2 hours, and when he returned his face was mottled red and white with anger. Percy threw his hat on the floor and exploded. "God damn the man!" "What?" "Yes, my old dear friend Ricky Pahlavi. He refuses to convey the news of Tilsit to the Shah. Says he cannot act upon a mere dispatch to me. What in heaven's name does he expect? A personally inscribed copy from Bonaparte? And after I saw to it that he received 100,000 guineas, mind you, last year as the fee for his services." It was the first time Merewether had seen Percy lose his poise, and it was frightening. "Surely if you have the news by way of the overland mail, and only 10 days from Bushire too, the Shah should have it soon enough." "Possibly, if his ministers think to send it along and Pahlavi doesn't suppress it. I'm damned if I'll wait for that. I'll seek an audience directly with the Shah, or get the news to him otherwise, and to hell with Pahlavi." Merewether listened to another 2 hours of fulmination while he and Percy finished off a bottle of French brandy. The routine continued next day. Another meeting with the Minister of Trade, at which Percy was evidently hard-pressed to contain his impatience. Merewether came out and encountered Bezier again. He had found himself liking the bald, witty officer more with each meeting. Bezier's conversation was stimulating, and his stock of droll, often salacious stories was entertaining. They stopped to chat, and then Bezier said casually, "Why don't you come over to my house and have a drink? These Muslim affairs are too dry for my taste." Merewether considered the alternatives, returned to the house of Avakian and the bitter comments of Percy for the rest of the afternoon, or the stimulating conversation of Bezier over a pleasant drink. "I'd be delighted," Merewether told him. "Just let me tell his nibs." Percy voiced no objection. Obviously his mind was on other matters, and Merewether came back to join the Frenchman for the short walk to his quarters. The place was constructed of the usual brick, but the interior was richly furnished and carpeted. A young servant brought in a bucket of ice, in which were immersed 2 dark bottles whose corks were secured with wire. Merewether had heard of the sparkling French wine, but had never tasted champagne. He resolved to be cautious. "Ah," said Bezier, using a heavy knife-blade to unfasten the wire. The cork popped out with a report like a pistol, and he poured the foaming wine into 2 glasses. "Your health," he concluded, touching Merewether's glass. "And yours." Merewether drank, and immediately decided the stuff was vastly overrated. The fabled wine tasted like nothing more than cider. "This is the last of my stock," said Bezier. "I've been out here nearly 2 years, and I'm ready for home again." Merewether pricked up his ears. It was a casual comment, but it sounded as though the mission of the French in Persia might be near completion. "I certainly hope our business is over in less time." "It is not too bad, once you become accustomed to the ways out here. Of course, native women, except for the very low classes, are almost inaccessible. But a few women manage to come down from Russia, mostly Circassians, and some of them are beauties." Bezier drank off his wine and poured another glass. "I kept one such for several months here, but lately she has found another protector, and visits me only occasionally." Merewether was startled. It would never have occurred to him to discuss such a liaison so casually, even with an old friend. The conversation veered into other fields, while he had 2 more glasses of the sparkling champagne, feeling only a slight glow of exhilaration. He looked at the clock, past mid-afternoon, and decided he must go. "It's been most enjoyable, Colonel, but I really should be about my duties. You shall be my guest next time at the house of Avakian. I haven't champagne, but we do have some excellent Madeira and brandy." "I doubt I'll have the opportunity, Captain. I depart tomorrow for Paris. But I think we have proved that Frenchmen and Englishmen can be civilized gentlemen together, and I find myself liking you immensely." Bezier rose and took Merewether's hand before he turned to the door. He opened it, and there stood a woman in the act of knocking. She wore a combination of European and Persian dress, with a caftan draped about her shoulders, and held a veil in her hand, her face exposed. Merewether recognized her instantly. She was the woman he had seen through the window at Pahlavi's house last week. He saw her second glance of recognition and almost simultaneously remembered who she was. "Why, Sally, this is an unexpected pleasure," said Bezier easily in English. "Come in and meet Captain Merewether." The woman stepped inside, her eyes green in this light, boring into his, and Merewether felt the warning implicit in the unwinking gaze. "This is my cher ami, Captain.
I call her Sally because her real name is so long and Russian."
"Enchanted," said Merewether, bowing.
"And I, Captain,"
said the woman in the harsh, throaty voice he remembered from last year in Calcutta.
"But you are leaving, and I'll not delay you. Au revoir."
She evidently had no desire that he linger. "Well, goodbye again, Colonel," Merewether told Bezier, bowing to the pair, and went out into the street. He forced himself not to hurry or look back until he had turned a corner, when he increased his pace. At least a small portion of the pieces of the puzzle had just fallen into place, he told himself, as he pressed on toward the house of Avakian. "Yes, sir," said Merewether, feeling the flush of embarrassment in his face. "I'm certain, though I only met her the one time. She called herself Madame Salcedo in Calcutta as late as last July, and had a troupe of prostitutes, though I'm told she was somewhat selective in selling her own favours." Percy continued to stare at him, his face perfectly impassive. He remembered that hot night last year at the bungalow when Flora Dean had led him on to passion and then rejected him. In his frustrated frenzy he had sought out the house of which he had heard, paid his 5 guineas, and chosen this woman to quench his fires. There is no doubt that she is the woman I saw at Pahlavi's house, though I did not place her until this afternoon. And I am sure she recognized me at the same time, not that it matters. Bezier called her his chère amie, which commonly means mistress, I think. "Yes," said Percy, "quite right. And I begin to understand Ricky's ambiguous behaviour now. He is infatuated with the woman, and she is a French agent." He paused, staring into space. "See if young Avakian is about." In an hour, Avakian was back.
"He was not in his chambers or at his house, sir. Shall I try the house of Mossadegh?"
Percy considered a moment. "No, I'll step around there myself." He waited a moment until Avakian closed the door. "Though if his mistress is off on a frolic of her own, I doubt I'll find him there," Percy went on. "Now, Merewether, in order that you may be fully informed, I put certain matters in motion this morning through other channels, to make sure the Shah has the news of Tilsit today, Ricky and his mistress notwithstanding. It may destroy Pahlavi to have reached the Shah that way, but it also should give pause to any immediate issuance of an invitation to Bonaparte. I think it only good faith to warn him." He clapped on his hat and went out into the late afternoon heat. It was nearly an hour. Merewether had read through an act of The Tempest, trying to find for himself the symbols and imagery that Caroline professed to see in the play, when he heard a commotion, the sound of horses and jingle of arms at the front of the house. In a moment, young Avakian burst in. "Come at once!" Merewether followed him to the front courtyard. There were 6 shaven-headed, fiercely mustachioed men on horseback, dressed in livery of purple and gold, outside the door. The elder Avakian stood in the doorway, speaking loudly in Persian as Merewether pushed past him. Percy was on foot between 2 of the horsemen, hatless, his coat ripped open, and a livid bruise on the side of his face. There were 2 nooses about his neck, the ends of the cords held by the riders on either side, and his hands were bound behind him. When Merewether appeared, he started to say something. Then one of the men leaned down to clap his hand over Percy's mouth, while the other twitched his line meaningfully. "What is it, Avakian?" "Sir, these are some of the Grand Vizier's Royal Guard of Teheran. They say they were sent to the house of Mossadegh, and there found Pahlavi, one of the Shah's ministers, murdered, stabbed in the throat, and this man in the house." "Do they accuse Mr. Percy?" "Yes. One of them speaks a little French, and Percy managed to induce them to bring him here to prove his innocence. But the Vizier's adjutant has been sent for." "Ask them to let him speak." Avakian made the request, and it was grudgingly granted. Percy attempted to speak, but merely croaked 2 or 3 times, then cleared his throat and coughed painfully. "Just a moment," said Avakian. "Here comes the adjutant." The officer rode up to the group, ignoring Percy, Avakian, and Merewether, and spoke with the leader of the guard briefly, then turned to them and spoke in Persian. Avakian replied several sentences, it seemed, and turned to Percy. "All right, now make your statement, sir."
"Tell these men," said Percy hoarsely, "I left here less than an hour ago and found Pahlavi's door open. I entered and found him dead, lying in a pool of blood."
Avakian repeated the statement to the adjutant, listened to a question, and asked Percy, "Was the body cold? The blood dried?"
"I do not know. I did not touch either. Ask these men."
Avakian spoke in Persian again, and the adjutant turned to the leader, spoke briefly, then asked Avakian another question. "How long had Mr. Percy been gone when these men brought him back?"
"About 3/4 of an hour, and before that he had been with the Minister of Trade."
Avakian replied to the adjutant, who then asked young Avakian a question and received an answer in Persian. The adjutant barked out an order, and one of the men holding the ends of the nooses slid off his horse, untied the cords securing Percy's wrists, and lifted the nooses over his head. The man remounted, and the party reined their horses about and galloped out of the gate, leaving Percy standing.
"Fortunately for you, sir, the leader said the blood was dried and the body cold," explained Avakian. "The adjutant therefore ordered your release, since he believed our testimony."
"God," said Percy back in their apartment. "I was never so frightened in my life. I had just gone into the room and saw Ricky lying over by one of the chairs. I went over to look at him, heard someone come in behind me, but as I turned, the bugger hit me across the face with the flat of his sword. I was half stunned, but all I could think of was that under Persian law the authorities may execute an offender taken in the act on the spot. I was sure that was what they were going to do when they put those cords around my neck, and I started shouting in French. Luckily the leader understood a little, but I was able to persuade him to bring me here." "No one else in the house?" Merewether harked back to his encounter with Madame Salcedo 2 hours ago. "No, not even the maid." Percy removed his torn coat and stock and undid his collar. 2 angry welts circled his throat. He poured a glass of brandy with hands that shook, drank half of it, then got out his kit of medicines and applied unguents to his face and neck. Merewether sat abstractedly watching Percy minister to his wounds. Pahlavi last night had determined to suppress the news of Tilsit. Percy had this morning, he said, put in motion some other means of conveying the news to the throne, and Pahlavi had to reach the Shah first with the news or be destroyed. It was possible there was another agent for the French in the chain interested in preventing its receipt by the Shah, either from Pahlavi or Percy, and had killed the man. Busia had said he was leaving tomorrow, and then the woman had appeared at his door at a time when Pahlavi obviously was already dead. Was it possible she had murdered the man? Some other agency had then sent the guard to the house, arriving in time to intercept Percy. The matter was in confusion, and he wondered where Percy and his mission stood at this moment, now that his agent was dead. He joined Percy in another drink, and then they dined.
"I'm bushed,"
said Percy at last, breaking the silence.
"This afternoon seems to have taken all the starch out of me, but I shall retire."
It smelled late. Darkness and silence hung in the air like a canopy through which the raps on the door echoed with startling authority. Merewether rolled to his feet and picked up the robe laid across the foot of his bed as he groped toward the door. He managed to turn the key, and it swung open to reveal a Vakian holding a lamp.
"Sir, there's a woman at the outer gate demanding to see you."
Merewether was in some confusion, but at last responded. "Well, all right. Send her in. And what time is it?" The time was close to 3. A Vakian came in, lighted a lamp, and then shuffled off down the corridor toward the front of the house, while Merewether splashed water on his face and eyes. His mind felt blank, without curiosity or apprehension in these moments as he waited for the visitor. The taps came again, not so startling with the lamp lit, and he opened the door. As he had expected, it was the Salcedo woman, a bit mussed and dishevelled. She looked directly into his eyes as she entered, then closed the door and stood leaning back against it for a moment with her eyes closed. "Madame Salcedo?"
"Yes. I was sure you recognized me this afternoon, Captain. It has been a long while and a great distance from Calcutta."
She closed her eyes again for a moment, then continued in the harsh, vibrant voice with its overlay of accent that made V of W and Y of J.
"I regret coming to you at this hour, but I just escaped."
"Escaped?"
"I was locked in the house of Bezier about 6 o'clock tonight. I had no place else to go. Pahlavi is dead. You and your diplomat did not know of my liaison with Pahlavi? I was actually beginning to fall in love with the man, me, who never loved anyone. And then that stinking Dufour killed him this morning."
"Why," commenced Merewether.
"They left with their precious document tonight as soon as the Chamberlain brought it," she interposed. "I spent 3 months persuading Pahlavi to have the Shah sign it, and then your Percy comes with his news of the other treaty, and betrays my man by sending the news past him to the Shah. Pahlavi had to protect himself by going to the Shah before Percy's news reached him, and they killed him."
The woman was on the border of hysteria, Merewether realized. "Please, come have a seat. And will you have a drink?" He led her over to a chair, and she seated herself.
"Only water,"
she said, draining off the glass he brought her and holding it out to be refilled.
"Dufour wished to kill me, too," she said dispassionately. "But Bezier would not hear of it, so they only locked me up."
"Where are they going?"
"Oh, back to France. Once I would have jumped at the chance to see Paris, but not with Dufour. Bezier is kind in his way, but Dufour loves to inflict pain, and he would have made me pay my passage in the only coin I possess, since he stole back the gold they had paid me for my services with Pahlavi."
It was an interesting commentary, but Merewether required specifics. "I mean, how did they leave Teheran, and in what direction?"
"Why, over the mountains and down to Shalu on the sea. There they will take a ship for Baku and ride overland to the Black Sea. I do not know how they may travel from there."
"And when did they leave?"
"It must have been 7 o'clock when I heard their train go out of the gate."
8 hours, said Merewether. "And they had that document with them?"
"Yes, it must have come 2 hours before they left."
Merewether found Percy's map. It appeared to be only 70 or so miles as the crow flies to the shore of the huge landlocked inland sea. But there were mountains to be traversed on horseback, and it would take at least 2 days, he estimated, to reach the Caspian Sea. 8 hours start now, and probably 10 by the time he could get his train moving. Merewether went to wake Percy. Percy's tongue was thick and his eyes bleary. Evidently, he still felt the effects of the ordeal of the previous afternoon. But his mind grasped the situation instantly. "Rouse out Keefe and Ali, get the baggage packed." There is yet a chance we may catch them before they embark. Not much, Merewether considered, if they kept moving with a 10-hour start. It was growing light when he found Keefe and gave the orders. Avakian, Senior and Junior dashed off to the opening bazaar to buy fresh supplies, and Merewether came back to put his effects in the chests. Madame Salcedo was still in the chair in the sitting-room, her head back, mouth open, asleep, her face guileless as a child's. She woke at the closing of the door. "You pursue them?" she said. "And what do you do if you catch them?" "Take away the document," said Merewether. "And now, what do we do with you?" The woman presented a problem that he had not had a chance to consider or to consult with Percy about. Presumably she could make her way if he left her here in Teheran, though she had said she was penniless. Yet he felt some obligation for the information she had brought. "I should prefer to go with you," she said with a sideways glance. "If I can reach Baku. It is only a short distance to my home, and I have been many years away. I have a child there, if she is still alive." It was difficult to think of this woman of the world longing to return to a home somewhere beyond the Caucasus, and a child she had not seen for years. "I must consult with Percy," said Merewether, turning to go into his room. "Wait," she said. "I ride like a man. I will not delay you, and I can make a camp like a nomad." Merewether went on into the room, closed the door, and dressed in the cavalry outfit, pulling on the boots, now stiff from disuse these past few days. He took out the pair of pistols, saw that they were loaded, and reprimed them with fresh powder from the brass flask McClellan had furnished, and put one in either pocket of his cloak. The few personal items in the room he placed in the drawers of the campaign chests and locked them. He was ready to move. When Merewether came back out, Percy was in the room, dressed and looking his usual self. "The lady went to the privy," said Percy. "Quite an attractive and intelligent person. I see no reason that she should not ride with us. She knows the risks." Well, that solved the matter, Merewether decided, making no reply. In a moment the drivers came to carry out the chests and strap them on the pack-saddles, and young Avakian came up with two of his servants carrying another chest. "The ladies," he explained. "It had been left at the house of Colonel Bezier." In a few moments the party was mounted and headed north through Teheran, just now beginning to come awake. Chapter 29. It was a long, hard day over winding, narrow trails, climbing ever upward, it seemed. Percy kept the party at a fast pace, changing horses at intervals, but not stopping even to eat. By nightfall they were halfway to Chalut by Ali's estimate, and it was much too dangerous to continue along the rough track through these lofty mountains. "I don't think these Frenchmen can see any better in the dark than we can," decided Percy as they reached a grassy glade with a clear brook tumbling along one border. "We may as well stop here." Merewether dismounted, feeling sore and raw again, and wet with sweat. Madame Salcedo swung off her horse lightly and moved to assist Ali with the fire. She was a small woman, but she had managed her mount with perfect assurance and skill all day. Merewether saw his chests unloaded, a ground cloth spread, and his bedroll laid out, then wandered in the dusk toward the babbling sound of the little stream. A stretch of rapids poured into a quiet pool with a sandy bottom. The prospect was irresistible to a sore and sweat-chafed man, and he was taking off his shirt as he went down the bank. The water was ice-cold, not quite waist-deep, and he squatted down in it to his chin, feeling the salt rime dissolve from his skin and the smart of the chafing ease. He ducked his head under to rinse his hair, and when he raised his eyes above water, he saw Madame Salcedo stepping into the pool.
"I hope you do not mind company, Captain," she said, "but I am sore and sweaty too."
Merewether found himself unable to avert his gaze until the small, perfect body had disappeared under the surface of the pool 10 feet away. At first light, the party moved off. Before long, the trail began to tilt downward, and finally they came to a gap where far off in the distance Merewether could see sunlight glinting on the sea. It was an anomaly, he thought, a huge salt sea 100 feet below the Indian Ocean here between Persia and Russia, and no entrance to it from any other ocean. He wondered for a moment if seafarers plied it in the same manner as the Persian Gulf and the Arabian Sea, and what hazards they faced that might be different from the seas he knew. Unaccountably, it was comforting to him to gaze upon salt water again, landlocked though this Caspian Sea might be. His thoughts turned to the curious episode last night in the pool. The woman had joined him entirely naked, but there had been a barrier between them that was almost tangible, though no more than the cold water of a mountain stream separated them, man and woman, each chin deep and 10 feet apart, but perfectly at ease. She had ducked her head under the surface, her fingers combing through the curls, finally emerging with the water streaming down her face in the dim light to push the mass of wet hair back from her forehead. She took a deep breath and spoke. "You've married since I last saw you?" "Yes, almost 3 months now." "Not the woman who drove you to me?" "No, she married another." "You were a 9-day wonder that summer." "More like 3 days." "I almost turned you away that night. You were so angry, with that scarred face. I was afraid you might try to hurt me." "I never would." "And are you happy?" "Quite." "Would I know your bride? I left Calcutta last December when I was sure the hard-riding Wellesley crowd was through, what with the appointment of Minto. He's religious and very moral." "She was the acting Governor-General's niece." "Oh, the red-haired widow." She pronounced it Vida. "She was a beautiful woman." "Thank you." "But she is thousands of miles away." "At least." Madame Salcedo had laughed deep in her throat. "I like you, Merewether. You are direct. I do not seek to seduce you. That part of me is gone for a while, I think. I told you I was beginning to fall in love with Pahlavi, and now he is dead. I believe I am carrying his child, and I shall go back to the shore of the Black Sea to bear it, taking no more with me than I left with 13 years ago." She paused to splash water on her face, then continued almost in a whisper, "So, if you asked me nicely, I might yet accommodate you." Merewether had stood up resolutely, the vision of Caroline clear in his mind, and waded toward the bank. "I'm really most flattered," he began, as he dried himself off with his shirt. It was almost black dark now, the glow of the fire 50 yards away beyond the scrub not sufficient to cast light enough to find his shoes when he felt the wet body press against him and lips seek his. "Oh, you're not nearly so disinterested as you pretend," laughed Madame Salcedo, proving the case with a flick of her fingers as she moved away. He dressed in haste and rejoined Percy, who looked narrowly at him. The woman appeared a few minutes later. Her wet hair rolled high on her head, and they dined in silence on the provender Avakian had bought in the bazaar this morning. Now, descending to the Caspian plain, moving through increasing forests where scarlet wild pomegranate blossoms lighted the way, he regretted his constancy. Caroline was a long distance away. The vision of her that had been so vivid last night had blurred again. and the woman riding ahead of him, carrying on a steady conversation with Percy, with the caftan draped about her shoulders, her sandalled feet under the tied bottoms of her pantaloons thrust into stirrups, was very near and desirable. He saw her again stepping into the pool, and then felt her wet naked body pressed against his for that brief instant that had aroused him, to her amusement. He decided that he was a complete cad without morals or principles, unfaithful in thought if not in deed, and tried to think what he should do if they managed to come up with the French party. This side of the mountains evidently enjoyed adequate rainfall. The forests and occasional fields were green, and the road became smoother and wider. Percy pushed the horses into their tireless canter, Merewether touching his mount's belly with his crop at every stride as he had been instructed to make him hold the gate. They stopped only to exchange a sweating horse for a fresh one, and by late afternoon had Chaillot in sight. It was hazy out over the sea. There was little breeze and the heat was humid and oppressive. Now, close to the autumnal equinox, the weather promised to be unsettled with squalls, possibly thunderstorms, or even a full gale. Percy reined up at the edge of the village. "Keefe, I don't want to ride in there blind and stumble over those fellows. Send Ali in to see what he can learn." They waited in the shade of plane trees a quarter of an hour until he returned. "So the party arrived an hour before noon and boarded a ship. There was a breeze blowing then, and it sailed off that way." He pointed westward. "Only about 6 hours behind them now, and almost a dead calm," said Percy. "How many were in the party?" 2 Europeans and 4 servants. 12 horses, including the pack animals. They all embarked. "Come on," said Percy. "We must find a ship." As they rode through the mud-walled village, Merewether was having sober second thoughts. "Do you intend to follow them across the sea, sir?" he inquired. "Not only follow them, but catch them," replied Percy. "But if we come up with them at sea and use force, it may be accounted piracy for all hands, sir." "What of it? I'll take my chances, Merewether." "You also are taking the chances for the rest of us," Merewether thought bitterly, wondering if Russia and Persia hanged pirates in proper English fashion, or employed some more exotic mode of execution. They came to the beach, and Merewether was amazed to see a half-dozen respectable ships anchored off the village. There were 3 brigantines of possibly 200 tons burden each, 2 ketch-rigged vessels, a bit smaller, and what appeared to be a topsail schooner. Percy was already giving Keefe and Ali instructions when he intervened. "Now, sir, don't you think this is my department?" Percy stopped in mid-sentence, mouth open, and looked at him. "I mean, the selection of a ship." "I hadn't considered. Certainly. Go ahead." "And how much are you prepared to pay, and when, and with what?" "Gold guineas, as many as necessary, and now." Merewether turned to Keefe and Ali, motioning them to follow him. They went down the strand as he looked at the various vessels. Here there was no proper harbour. The ships anchored out and evidently were served by lighters moored at small jetties in shallow water. What breeze was stirring was now right out of the north, and the haze had deepened in that direction as the sun set. The vessels were painted in various combinations of black, buff, and white, with a touch of crimson or gold on beak and transom. His critical eye immediately discarded the brigantines, deep-bellied cargo freighters and too slow. The ketches were undersparred, he decided, incapable of carrying enough sail for real speed. But the schooner was not too bad. It lacked the lines of Comet or the Salem-built privateer he had brought back from Mauritius, but evidently it could carry almost the same amount of sail. "Find the captains and bring them here," he told Keefe, and Ali went off toward a tea-house. It was almost half an hour before he came back with 4 men. Keefe explained. "The captains of one of the ketches and the Black Brigantine are with their wives in the harem, sir." "Very well. Ask these gentlemen if they are available for a charter to Baku." Ali put the question, and there seemed to be some difference of opinion. He listened to speeches from each of the men, asked a question or so, and finally turned to Merewether. "Sir, none of them is anxious for the voyage. There is a festival 2 days hence, and they would rather stay here." "Ask them how much money will make up for the festival." Ali put the question, and after several more speeches, accompanied by vivid gestures, reported, "Sir, only one of them is willing to go, and he wants 100 pieces of gold for each day." "Which ship?" The man pointed, and Merewether saw it was the schooner. Merewether turned to Keefe. "How much are we talking about in British money?" £50 a day, near enough." It sounded like an atrocious price to pay, but Merewether considered it paid the passage of some 15 persons and double that number of horses. "Take it," he decided, "and we'll want to go aboard at once and get under way as soon as the wind turns fair." He looked at the schooner captain, a squat, powerfully muscled man with almond eyes and straight black hair betraying his Mongol ancestry. "And if he will come with me, I will give him a token of his pay." He walked with the captain back to where Percy was sitting in the shade, conversing with Madame Salcedo. £50 a day for the schooner, sir. It's the best of the lot, and the captain wants £100 as earnest money." "Gad, Merewether, isn't that a bit steep?" "Not for the ship, and it's that or ride back to Teheran. The others prefer to attend a festival." Percy rose and went back to the pack train, where he ordered his campaign chest unbuckled and set on the ground. He looked about, then unlocked and opened one of the top drawers. "I didn't exactly tell the whole truth to Legg," he grumbled. "I don't have a bag of gold to carry around this heathen country, but I do have 1,000 guineas here." The coin was packed in paper-wrapped rolls in a compartment of the drawer. 25 to the roll," said Percy. 4 should be the down payment." He fitted the drawer into the chest, locked and strapped it, then called for the driver to put it back on the saddle. Merewether took the rolls and went back to Ali and the captain. "Be sure you tell him these coins are worth 2 of his," he warned the Persian. He looked out to sea. The sun was down and gloom had descended, with lightning flashes in the distance to the north. "And we'll want the horses and baggage on deck at once. We may as well eat before we board." It was another 2 hours before the train was loaded, and Percy, Madame Salcedo, Merewether, and Keefe came on board. It made no difference. The rain had come with a few gusts of wind, but it was out of the north, and the schooner remained at anchor. Percy and Merewether shared a small, cramped cabin with 2 bunks, one over the other. He could find no sign of infestation, and thankfully laid his bedroll on the planks of the upper bunk. Madame Salcedo had a cubby-hole inside across the passage. He came back on deck and inspected the topside in the flickering yellow light from lanterns hung in the rigging. There was a villainous-looking crew with shaven heads and bristling beards lounging about the deck once the rain had ceased. The ship steered with a long tiller, but it had a compass in a binnacle that appeared to be operative. Midships at the break of the poop was a short brass swivel gun encrusted with verdigris that appeared to be about a 1-pounder. Not much armament, he decided. Rapid's boat gun was a more effective weapon. He saw stars between scudding clouds moving west, and then felt the breeze coming out of the east. Just forward in the waist, the drivers had tethered the horses to ring bolts in a double row down the centre of the deck, and given them their nosebags of grain. There were tubs of fresh water ranged along the line, and each horse was watered after it was fed. Merewether chuckled at the thought of the rage and consternation Boatswain Tompkins would have displayed at finding his decks in rapid, fouled with heaps of manure and yellow streams of urine draining sluggishly into the scuppers. The drivers had spread their rug pallets under the break of the forecastle, set up charcoal braziers, and reclined at ease, drinking steaming glasses of tea. The easterly breeze freshened a bit and promised constancy. He went below to find the captain and Keefe to interpret for him. He set a course north-northwest, taking the direct route to Baku rather than coasting to the west as the other ship was reported to have done. Keefe had identified her as one of the fat-bellied brigantines, and with the wind now favourable he guessed the Frenchman would also change course. The night passed quietly, the schooner apparently making good between 5 and 6 knots. Merewether came below into darkness after midnight, and slept uneasily, awakening to go on deck at dawn when he felt the increased motion of the ship and the shouts and clump of feet on deck as the hands shortened sail. As he went out, he saw Percy's berth was empty, and behind the door to Madame Salcedo's cubicle there was a low murmur of voices. He felt an unreasoning surge of jealousy that Percy was enjoying the woman's favours, and then told himself that he had all the instincts of a dog in the manger. On deck, he found the wind had drawn southeast, and had freshened to almost half-gale force. The schooner was plunging ahead under reefed foresail and mainsail, but still making at least 7 knots. The sea was beginning to make up, the sky overcast, clouds low, but no rain. He looked around the horizon in the grey light, but could see nothing. At the rate the ship was going, it might very well have overtaken and passed the brigantine in the night, and now be drawing ahead of that slower vessel. According to Percy's map, it was a little less than 300 miles across to Baku, and by tonight they should be well over halfway. He considered shortening sail still more, then decided against it. Better to be ahead than behind at this juncture. Keefe came up looking pale and green. "I can ride any horse in the world, but the motion of this ship is more than I can bear. I'll most of the drivers are sick." Merewether was sympathetic. He had never suffered seasickness in his life, but had observed the agonies of hundreds of others. "The only remedy for the malady is to lie down in the grass under a tree," he told Keefe gravely, and then saw the flush of indignation make the man forget his distress for the moment. Below, he found tea freshly brewed in the captain's quarters, and a dish of hard pastries, evidently intended for breakfast. As he poured his second glass, Madame Salcedo came in, her face appearing older in the illumination from the skylight. "Good morning. I trust you rested well," he said maliciously. She glanced at him with a tired look. "He is a very fit man for his age." They sat in companionable silence until Percy came in, his face expressionless. "Good morning, sir," Merewether offered. "A bit fresh and rough topside, but we're making good progress." "I'm afraid," said Percy, pouring tea, "that we may have run by the other ship in the night." Merewether wondered irrelevantly if the man's face showed emotion even in the throes of passion. "Better to be ahead than behind, sir. By night we should be halfway there if the wind holds." He had deferred to Percy at every step along the Persian road and in Teheran, but once at sea he realized he had unconsciously assumed command of the expedition. He went back on deck, leaving the pair sitting silently over their tea. The day wore on. The weather remained stable, though the sea was still up enough to cause the ship to pitch and roll. She was entirely seaworthy, he concluded, and the captain and crew knew their trade. He spent most of the day on deck in the fresh breeze, now pacing the weather side of the quarterdeck, and again pausing to sweep the horizon with the ancient half-fogged brass telescope he had found inside the after companion. Percy and Madame Salcedo came on deck at noon, but soon disappeared below again, and Merewether tried to visualize their contortions in a narrow, rolling, pitching berth. In the late afternoon he sighted a sail to the west, and felt a thrill of anticipation. But by the end of the hour it was apparent that the vessel was a ketch, not a brigantine, and on an eastwardly course. He passed up cold roast mutton for dinner, and contented himself with thin crisp bread, still fresh, dried beef, and the fruit that Avakian had bought in the bazaar. Percy was asleep in his berth as he went back on deck to amuse himself for a half-hour in the twilight by exercising the little brass swivel gun, with its long curved pistol grip extending from the breech until it moved easily, then cleaning the verdigris and old powder residue from the touch-hold with a bit of wire until it was clear. A last sweep of the horizon with the glass revealed no targets, and he went aft to sit on the transom to windward of the tiller-man, feeling at peace for the moment in the cool of the evening.
"Oh, there you are!"
Merewether jumped and opened his eyes. Madame Salcedo was dimly visible in the darkness. She seated herself on the transom beside him and leaned back. Did Mr. Percy strike his colours?
"I think he was justified. But 9 times from midnight to noon. The man was starved. He lost his wife last year, he said."
"But you stayed with him?"
"Of course. It is much easier for a woman. I had a girl who accommodated 43 soldiers in 4 hours, the day General Monk's division paid off in Calcutta."
"She must have been exhausted."
"Oh, no. She went home and entertained her husband. Of course, she was a whore."
"Incredible. What's your record?" He felt rather than saw her stiffen with anger, and her voice was hard.
"Merewether, I am not a whore."
"But I paid 5 guineas.
"For the choice of the house, but not me. I took you because I was only curious as to what you might be like. I had seen you deliver the pirate Abercrombie to Barlow in a barrel of rum."
"I was mad. Entirely mad that night."
"I know. I almost gave you to the Cameroon girl. She had already enough scars that a few more would not matter."
"I'd never hurt a woman."
"Sometimes you don't know your own self."
"But you said the other night you were with child."
"I think I am, but it is too soon to be sure."
"But you have another child?"
"Yes, if she did not die in the plague last year. 13 now, the same age I was when I bore her."
"At 13?
"Yes. Her father was the Count, the ruler of our district. My aunt was childless. She took the girl, and since there was no longer a bride price for me, my father sold me into a harem in Constantinople."
"Good Lord."
"It was not bad. The Turk chose me only 5 times the 4 years I was there. I was not fat enough for his taste, and I learned English and French from the other women."
"How did you leave?"
"I ran away one night and exchanged pleasure with a sea captain for my passage to Cairo."
"Oh."
"I met a Greek there. He became my protector, and we came to Calcutta 5 years ago to establish a brothel for the European community and officers. I only managed it. I did not work there. I am not a whore."
She leaned over and punched her finger into his chest for emphasis. She subsided again on the transom.
"Spiro died 3 years ago. and I had no protector. Wellesley asked me to become his mistress, but he was too hard a man, cold inside and outside for my taste, and I refused him. But he allowed me to continue to operate. When I knew Gibby Elliot was coming, I sold the property, deposited the money with the company, and started on a visit to my family.
Then you were not penniless?
Only temporarily. Dufour stole back the 2,000 gold francs they paid me to influence Pahlavi.
How did you happen to meet that pair?
They joined the caravan 100 miles from Teheran as I was coming from Bushir. I was the only one who spoke French.
And they recruited you for that purpose?
Oh, no. Bezier is a good, kind man. He asked me to live with him a while, and I liked him enough that I did. He is not very demanding. Sometimes I thought that he did not actually like women very much. But Dufour, pah!
She appeared to spit into the darkness.
He cornered me one day when Bezier was absent, and I could not escape him. He tried to make me take him in an unnatural way.
She spat again into the darkness.
Such is permissible as a byway of love, but not with him.
But how did you meet Pahlavi?
Bezier introduced us. Ricky was a guest in his house. I saw the man was taken with me, and so did Bezier. He was trying to obtain the invitation for the emperor from the Shah, and Pahlavi had advised against it. We made a bargain, Bezier and I, 2,000 francs for 3 months as Pahlavi's mistress, and changed his mind. And then I fell in love with the man.
You knew Pahlavi and Percy were old schoolmates and close friends?
Oh, yes. I blamed Percy for Ricky's murder at first, but now I see he had no choice but to try to send word to the Shah by other means. The other French agent at the court had blocked it, but Pahlavi did not know that. He thought he must go to the Shah first to save himself, and Dufour killed him to prevent that. Then the Chamberlain delivered the invitation to Bezier that night, before the news of the other treaty could reach the Shah.
Merewether became aware that the breeze had dropped. The sails were slatting, and the ship was almost dead in the water. He rose and took a turn around the quarter-deck in the darkness. The tiller was lashed midships, the helmsman squatting on his heels against the bulwarks, and he came back to sit beside Madame Salcedo.
Your Percy is hard on the outside, as hard as Wellesley, but inside he is warm and good, and very like you.
Merewether was surprised at her statement. He had seen little of Percy's inner nature, but here was another person comparing him to the man. I was surprised at how quickly you two became such dear friends, Merewether said.
She laughed. He is most persuasive. I saw his need, and I like the man, as I like you.
Thank you.
I have used sex to make my way when it was necessary. But, your 5 guineas notwithstanding, I am not a whore.
She punched him in the chest again, and a voice spoke in the darkness. There you are. Percy walked from the companionway and seated himself on the other side of Madame Salcedo. We are becalmed, I take it. Yes, sir. For about an hour now, and it feels as though a fog is settling. I hope a breeze is not still blowing those Frenchmen along. Not likely. Well, Sally, we don't want you to take a cold in the fog. Shall we go below? He took her hand and pulled her easily to her feet. Au revoir. Merewether settled back again. He evidently had touched a nerve with his flippant inquiry of the woman, but it had inspired an interesting colloquy and revealed some of her history. She might not be a whore according to her lights. Courtesan was perhaps a more polite term, but it was only a matter of semantics. He had slept with her once, and they had bathed in the same pool, but only now was he beginning to feel that he knew and understood her. She, not unlike many a wife, was willing to use her sex to make her way, but she possessed a curious morality, a set of principles of her own, and the fees paid her were never direct. He rose to go below. He envied Percy. Chapter 30. Daylight came late and slowly, the ship enveloped in dense fog, visibility a scant 100 feet. The deck was wet and slippery, trickles of condensation dripping from the rigging to make their way slowly into the scuppers. The horses were being fed and watered, and the waist smelled like a stable as Merewether came on deck to look about. The captain was on the quarterdeck, peering out and then aloft, sniffing the moist air. He made a comment in Persian, and Ali, close by, interpreted. "He says clear and a breeze before noon." "Good. Are you feeling better?" "All over, sir. Some are still sick." The motion of the ship was much easier than it had been last night, and most of the drivers appeared to be ambulatory, scraping and shovelling up the manure, and then flushing the deck and scuppers with buckets of sea-water. He went below for tea, and the captain joined him. They drank in silence, and Merewether ate 2 of the hard cakes and then had another glass of tea after the captain left. Half an hour later, Madame Salcedo came in yawning. "Good morning, Sally. And what's the score now?" "I think you are impertinent again, Merewether." "It is entirely our business. I talked too much last night, and now I should be more discreet." Merewether chuckled and said, "Oh, I quite agree. It is purely scientific curiosity to determine the capacity of a man at 45. I shall be that age myself in a few years, and I should like to know what to expect." "Humph!" She poured a glass of tea and looked up at Merewether, a tear glistening on her cheek. "If you must know, the score remains the same. I became unwell, and I am not carrying Pahlavi's child." "Oh, I'm sorry." No reason to be sorry. I wanted Pahlavi's child at the time, but now that I have Percy, it is better this way." Merewether looked at the woman with astonishment. "He wants me to go back to England with him." "As his wife?" "I think." The thing was astounding. He had characterized the woman to Percy in Teheran as a selective harlot, and of course he might only be playing a game, assuring himself of the continued use of her for the time by means of a pleasant lie. But such tactics did not fit the shrewd, worldly character of the man. He would have remained silent. There was no motive to tell a lie when he already possessed the woman without the necessity of any commitment. "I wish you much happiness." "Thank you. Percy knows all about me, and he agrees. I am not a whore." "I never said you were." "But you thought it. You asked me how many men—" "Oh, I owe you 5 guineas, and I shall pay you." "I'd rather have you owe me."
"No. It is the one time in my life I actually took money. I was only curious, and you were so angry. I would have given it back then, except you slipped out while I slept."
"Do please forget it. I am delighted for you." Merewether put on his hat and went on deck. For some reason, he did not want to face Percy just now. By mid-morning the fog had burned away, and the easterly breeze had sprung up, moving the ship at a brisk rate. But they had lost 12 hours, and it would be tomorrow before they reached Baku. Merewether patrolled the deck, maintaining a constant lookout, but there were no sightings. He did not see either of the pair again that day. The woman apparently was in her room, and Keefe reported Percy was in the captain's quarters. It had been a surprising turn of events, and he still did not know what to make of it. He retired in total darkness during the mid-watch, uncertain whether Percy was in the cabin, and slept until dawn. An hour after sunrise, a casual sweep of the horizon revealed a sail dead ahead. It might mean nothing. They were squarely in the shipping lanes to Baku, and it was a busy port. The schooner gained, and it was soon apparent that the vessel was a brigantine. But it was a common enough rig in this inland sea. Finally, Merewether called the captain over and handed him the glass, pointing to the ship ahead. "Ask him if that is the ship the Frenchman boarded," he told Ali. The captain took down the glass and turned, nodding. "Ask him how far to Baku." "He says about 10 miles. It should be in sight soon." "Let's set more sail. I would like to come up with her before she reaches the port." Ali relayed the request. The captain turned and looked at Merewether, then roared out the orders. In a short time there was a flying jib and a staysail set, and speed increased appreciably. Merewether went below and found Percy in the captain's quarters drinking tea with Madame Salcedo. "Sir, we have the ship in sight, about 4 miles now and 10 miles off Baku. We have all sail set, and should overhaul her before she reaches the port." "Good. I shall be on deck shortly." Merewether picked up his pistols, the powder flask and bullet pouch, and went above. The brigantine was measurably closer, and the coast was now in sight. Percy joined him out for a few minutes, and they stood watching the quarry as the schooner ran her down. "Now, what are your plans, sir?" "Come up with them and cry halt. If they don't, we grapple, board, whatever is necessary to take the men and document. You know these details, Merewether." "I need more than that. How much force may I employ? I don't think Bezier will surrender tamely." "Oh, you'll just have to use your judgment. Whatever is necessary to take them." It was unsatisfactory, but perhaps it was as much as one could expect from a diplomat unfamiliar with war at sea. He went forward to find Keefe. "You know why we are here. Have the men load their jingles and stand ready to fire or board or whatever, but make sure they act only on my command." Keefe and Ali assembled the drivers, and Ali made a speech. The men began pulling their firelocks from under their pallets before he was halfway through, and then burst into a jabber of excited conversation as he ended. Back on the quarterdeck, Merewether put the glass to his eye again. The schooner was only a mile behind by now, and he could see the tower at the port of Baku. The beach was less than 2 miles to port, but the harbour entrance was still some distance ahead, and they would surely come up with the brigantine before it could enter. In the glass, he saw 2 men on the stern of the vessel, one with a glass to his eye. He recognized Bezier and Dufour and realized they had an equally good view of Percy and him. Indeed, the brigantine was already wearing about to port, heading for the sandy beach. "Damnation! They are going to try to land here." Merewether turned to Keefe. "Ask him how close we can come to the beach." 300 yards, reported Keefe. "Tell him to follow that ship in." The schooner turned and squared away before the wind to follow in the wake of the brigantine. "If they make it to the beach, we've lost," he told Percy. Merewether picked up the glass and could see a boat. It looked about a pinnace being cleared and falls hooked on preparatory to its being hoisted out. He swept the glass along the deserted beach, and then caught a flicker of movement beyond on top of a rise. He swung the glass back and saw it was a squadron of cavalry, lancers, sitting their horses with pennons of scarlet and gold flying from the shafts. the points flashing in the sunlight. Off behind them, another column was moving to meet them. "Ask the captain whose those forces are," he told Keefe. "He says troops of the Cossack regiment quartered in this province. They hold manoeuvres along here every morning." Another complication. If Bezier and Dufour reached the beach and he pursued them ashore, surely these Russian officers would intervene on the side of the Frenchmen. Merewether turned to Percy to acquaint him with this new development, and as he turned back, saw the brigantine swing to starboard and let go her anchor. Just beyond her he could see the discoloration of the water marking the shallows. The schooner continued her approach. Only 150 yards separated the ships now, when he felt the grating of her keel on sand, and she stopped abruptly, throwing half the hands and horses to the deck. The captain roared out a string of oaths and imprecations, his Mongol face contorted with alarm, and ran to look over the side. Damnation! The ship was hard aground, short of her target. "Tell them to get that boat over," Merewether shouted to Keefe. He looked over to the brigantine. Evidently she was of shallower draught than the schooner, for she rode easily to her anchor. There was a clump of horses and men at her port gangway, and the drivers were urging the horses over the side into the sea, then jumping after them to cling to their manes to be swum ashore. A procession of bobbing heads appeared astern of the ship, as the animals and men made their way toward the beach. Forward in the ship, the pinnace was in the air being lowered over the side, Bezier and Dufour each with a portfolio in hand, and their baggage stacked beside them, waiting at the gangway. They were going to get clean away. The last of the horses went over, and Merewether guessed the boat was pulling down to the gangway. He shouted to Ali, "Can you hit those two men?" Ali shook his head. "It's a long range, but we try." He spoke to the drivers, and they clustered along the side of the ship, resting the long barrels of their jingals on the bulwark, then fired a ragged volley. At this range, Merewether realized even Gunny and his Marines would have been ineffective. Bezier and Dufour merely moved a few steps out of sight behind the deck-house. He saw seamen passing the baggage down into the boat from the gangway, and a moment later the two Frenchmen scuttled from their shelter across the deck to drop out of sight into the boat. The drivers had gotten off 2 or 3 more wild shots with no visible results. Forward, the schooner's boat was suspended in mid-air, a tangled mass of cordage choking the block. Some fool had fouled the tackle and it would not move up or down. The pinnace emerged astern of the brigantine, 2 men pulling briskly at her oars. Bezier and Dufour were hunched well down below the gunwales. A burst of fire erupted from the drivers forward, most of the shots splashing well short of the pinnace, and the men began the tedious process of reloading the weapons with loose powder and ball. Hell, fire, and damnation! The sudden inspiration struck home. "Ali, bring me all the bullets the men have." Merewether twisted the corroded plug from the muzzle of the little brass 1-pounder, then unscrewed the top of his powder flask and poured half its contents down the barrel. Percy was forward, raging at the sweating seamen trying to unsnarl the boat-falls. He looked about for something to serve as wadding, and saw Madame Salcedo standing by, a long linen cloth tied over her head and under her chin. "Give me that!" he snapped, seizing the piece and tearing it in half. Ali came running up, carrying a double handful of musket balls. "This is all they have left, lead being so dear." He rammed down the cloth and tamped it as a wad on the powder with the butt of a wooden fid, dumped the balls in, then seated them with the other half of the linen. A pinch of powder in the touch-hole, and he was ready. Ali came up with a lighted spill from the charcoal brazier, as Merewether took the curved pistol-grip handle in his hand and swung the gun about to aim at the pinnace with the target clearly visible along the barrel. "Fire!" he told Ali. The man pressed the spill to the touch-hole, and the little gun roared out. The brass handle of the gun was jerked from Merewether's grip instantly with violent force by the recoil, and the barrel pointed straight up. The charge of musket balls ploughed up the water 100 yards beyond the boat. Merewether stood looking at the gun, his hand and fingers tingling, then realized his mistake. The long curved pistol-like handle was not designed to be held in the hand, but to fit over the shoulder of the gunner, thereby utilizing his body as a buffer to absorb part of the recoil that had thrown his shot high over the boat. He fell to again, dumping the rest of the powder down the bore, saving only enough for the priming. "More balls, Ali!" he shouted. "There are no more. The men fired the rest." "What?" Merewether looked about for something, anything that would serve as a missile. Even a handful of stones or nails would be better than nothing. Then thought of his pouch of pistol balls. He ran over and snatched it up. Its mouth gaped open, empty, its contents somehow spilled and lost. He knew complete despair and failure. Percy came back shouting that the boat was now being lowered into the water. It was far too late. They could never catch the pinnace before it reached the beach. He stood there, staring stupidly at the scene. Percy's mission had failed, and by the narrowest of margins. Merewether turned aside and saw a bearded seaman looking up at him with one eye, the other covered by a black patch. A vision of another man with one eye, the garrulous old prize agent he had bought the desk from at Georgetown, Penang, last March, flashed across his mind, with his rambling anecdote of how Captain Francis Light had induced the clearing of the site for Georgetown. "Percy, bring me your gold." The man looked at him incredulously. "I said bring me your gold! Gold, man, gold!" Percy stared a moment more, then ran for the companionway. He was back in a moment, carrying the whole drawer from his campaign chest. Merewether seized 3 of the rolls of coin and inserted them in the muzzle of the gun. The 3, in a trefoil cluster, were almost an exact fit in the bore. He shoved 3 more, another 3, and still 3 more down the barrel, then drove them solidly home on top of the powder with the butt of the fid, and primed the touch-hole. "Stand by!" Ali brought another lighted spill. Merewether ducked under the curved handle, set his left shoulder firmly in it, took a tight hold on the breech, and pointed the 1-pounder at the pinnace. "Fire!" The gun roared again. There was a numbing impact on his shoulder, but the muzzle did not kick up as it had the first time. Percy let out a whoop. "Hit!" he shouted. Merewether's left arm was still numb, but he managed to drop into the boat behind Percy and pull toward the shattered pinnace. Both oarsmen were dead, as was Dufour, the whole top of his head taken off, apparently by a roll of coins that had carried intact to its target. The paper-wrapped rolls seemed to have performed much like canister, holding together during the early part of their flight, then disintegrating to cut a widening swathe as they reached the target. Bezier was alive, lying in the bottom of the boat with gaping wounds in both arms. "Ah, Merewether, Merewether," he said. "The gold guineas of outrageous fortune have struck me down. I knew King George had money to burn, but not that he fired it at his enemies." Merewether picked up the 2 blood-spattered portfolios and passed them over to Percy. "Make sure they contain what you seek." He turned back to Bezier, tore strips of cloth, staunched the bleeding, and bound up the wounds, then moved him to a more comfortable position. "I shall signal the beach to come out for you," he told the Frenchman. "I am truly sorry it had to end this way, for I like you. Perhaps we shall see one another when this war is over, and we may be friends." He stood up and waved to the party of drivers on the strand, then beckoned to them. He saw one urge his horse into the water and commence swimming towards the pinnace. There were a dozen or so blackened and bent gold pieces in the bottom of the boat, but he let them lie. 5 minutes later, they were back in the schooner. One of the Cossack squadrons had moved down to the beach, and the men sat their horses idly watching the curious events of the past few minutes. It was certain they could never have pursued that party ashore. Chapter 31. Merewether took charge of the boat that carried the anchor out to seaward. He was anxious to be gone, since the cavalry squadron still lingered on the beach. The brigantine had hauled up its anchor and gotten under way for Baku almost before they had reached the pinnace. He could visualize a Russian man-of-war coming down to investigate the affair, and he had no desire to be present when that occurred. He positioned the boat so as to give the anchor the maximum advantage in aiding the vessel to pull itself off the bar, then cut the line that suspended the anchor under the boat's keel. Relieved of the enormous weight, the boat almost leaped clear of the water and then subsided, rocking violently. He signalled the captain and saw the hands begin pushing the capstan bars around to wind in the heavy cable. The slack gradually came out, the cable stiffened, finally becoming rigid, extending from the fair leads at an angle into the water. Streams of water spurted from the cable as the pressure tightened, and finally the capstan came to a dead halt. The captain shouted to the drivers standing idly about the deck, and they joined the seamen to double-bank the bars. A drive forward and a click of the pawl, another drive, another click, then an immense concerted surge of the men against the bars, and the capstan suddenly turned easily, tumbling the men to sprawl on the deck, and the ship slid off the bar. Merewether came back on board in the dusk, drenched with sweat and utterly exhausted, as they set sail south. Percy was elated as he displayed the invitation, engraved in French upon a thin, flexible sheet of pure gold that rolled into a scroll with a diamond-studded band to secure it, and bore the personal cipher of the Shah and the Great Seal of Persia impressed in purple wax. "An invitation from one emperor to another, Merewether. Once this crisis is over, I must present it to a suitable museum for display. I have never seen a better example of the art." They were on their second drink in the cabin, the captain and Keefe present preparatory to dining. "But you could probably have delivered a dozen broadsides from 100-gun ship for 300 guineas. But how I shall ever explain the matter to Foreshore, the Foreign Office treasurer, is beyond my imagination." Percy laughed and slapped his knee. Merewether tasted the colourless liquid in his glass again. The captain, no Muslim, with a benevolent grin on his oriental face, had brought out a squat bottle bearing Russian markings, and Keefe had explained it was called vodka, distilled from potatoes. Whatever its source, the stuff was liquid fire, and he bit hastily into his half-lemon. Madame Salcedo, seated beside Percy, was subdued, sipping Madeira and looking from Merewether to Keefe, to Percy, to the captain as the conversation veered to each quarter. Possibly she still felt unwell, and regretted the loss of the putative child. Percy was speaking again. "Grenville told me when I left if I pulled this off, blocked Boney's march through Persia, there would be a barony for me in the New Year's honours list." He chuckled and went on, "The family title is now enjoyed by my nephew, as insufferable a prig as I ever encountered. If I become his peer, and by my own accomplishments his nose will be permanently out of joint." He laughed again. The veneer that had masked Percy's nature ever since Merewether had known him had cracked, then slid entirely off tonight. He was, as Madame Salcedo had told Merewether, warm and very human inside. As for himself, Merewether was suffering ominous misgivings. He had worked like a Trojan this afternoon to refloat the ship, and had insisted on getting under way immediately south under all sail. Insofar as Beziers and Dufour were concerned, they were belligerents in the territorial waters of their ally, and he had a legalistic defence. They had merely suffered the misfortunes of war. The 2 Persian crewmen of the pinnace were a different matter. Their deaths might be accounted murder or piracy or both. The brigantine had headed for Baku, and a complaint by her captain, or a courier from the Cossack squadrons on the beach, would bring a Russian naval vessel hurrying to the scene, and one might very well be in pursuit of the schooner tonight. He intended to reach Persian territory and disembark at the earliest possible moment. Even a Russian naval commander would hesitate to follow them ashore into the sovereignty of the Peacock Throne. He had no intention of going to a Russian prison or facing Russian justice. "By the way, sir," he said during a pause, "I think the captain here is entitled to a statement exonerating him from responsibility for our actions today."
"Quite right. Draft it and I will sign it," said Percy. "I am delighted to take full responsibility."
They moved over to the table for dinner. Pork, not mutton, thank God. In spite of the exhaustion of the night before, Merewether was on deck at dawn with the old telescope. It was clear enough to the east, but northwardly haze hung low over the water. Several times he thought he could see a sail, then decided tendrils of mist had deceived him. He gave up for the time and turned to go forward. "Good morning." Madame Salcedo was sitting on the starboard side of the transom, huddled into her caftan with a shawl tied over her head.
"Why, good morning, Sally. When did you come on deck?"
"Oh, I have been here quite some time. Dawn is when you see things most clearly." She appeared depressed, wearing an expression of sadness and speaking almost in a whisper. "No," she said slowly, "it would never succeed."
"What?"
She ignored him. "I have heard them talk, those men, officers, company, politicians, visitors, in my house of all nations, of your England. It must be a very proper place." He started to make another inquiry, but she went on. "Of course, Percy was determined to seduce me the moment he saw me in Teheran that morning. I did not mind. I wanted to reach Baku. But I made him work a bit for the privilege." She smiled at Merewether, her eyes sea-green in the early light. "Nearly everyone in the European community knew of me in Calcutta, but not so many had actually seen me. When Wellesley commenced his campaign to make me his mistress, women actually sneaked into my quarters to try to discover what I looked like. I simply took to wearing a veil like a Muslim woman, even when I took my siesta." She laughed harshly. "But there must be many hundreds in England now who know all too well what I look like, and would recognize me instantly. Oh, I thought it was the same old story when we first went to bed together. I performed well, and he not so good. He was anxious and much too quick. I did not care. I thought I was carrying Pahlavi's child at the time, and I was buying a passage to Baku. I would have accorded you the same entertainment, but you did not ask, though you were ready enough that night in the pool. But then he came back to me, and I again performed well, but he was magnificent. I thought, this man,
He really likes me, and he pleasured me in spite of my reserve for Pahlavi and his child." The woman was talking in riddles, Merewether thought. He could not see the direction she was taking. "And after a few more ecstasies, I saw he was not infatuated, but actually in love with me. You know, Merewether," she touched his hand, "if a person loves you, it is hard not to love him back." Merewether admitted to himself the truth of the statement. It was his own experience. "And I do love Percy. He is good and kind and warm and honest inside behind that hard face. But it could never succeed. I realized that last night when he said he would become a baron back in England." Merewether at last caught the drift of her conversation. If Percy actually took her to England, there were all too many persons who might recognize her from her days in Calcutta, and whether whore or not, take pleasure in branding her as one. An irrelevant thought crossed his mind. If Percy did marry Madame Salcedo, would she become his stepmother? He looked back at her and discovered she had covered her eyes with her hands and tears were trickling down her cheeks. "I think you are making too much of the matter," he told her matter-of-factly. "Percy is a man who knows his own mind. He knows your history, and if he loves you, hell and King George himself will not stop him from marrying you and taking you as his wife to England. Why, the two of you may spit in the eye of London society if you truly love one another." She continued to sob for a moment or so, then took the end of the scarf and wiped her eyes. "Merewether, you are good. I begin to believe you. I shall see what comes. But you give me courage." She arose and went forward to the companion. Merewether sat a moment. The woman was very human, warm and honest, full of fears and doubts as to her own adequacy, after a lifetime of making her way through a harsh world and apprehensive that she might injure Percy by her past. But he believed her. She did love the man, enough to deny herself the honour of becoming his wife if it might damage him. He picked up the telescope and went to the rail again. It was not until afternoon that he was able to identify a pursuer, still far astern. The captain took the glass away from his eye and said something to Keith, his swarthy face showing an expression of concern. "He says he thinks it is the Volga, 20 guns stationed at Baku. He also thinks his ship is the swifter of the two." They must be a little more than halfway to Hasan-Kyadeh near the mouth of the Kaysai-Usen River, at the northern terminus of the old caravan trail south to the juncture of the Tigris and Euphrates River, and on to Shatt al-Arab and the Persian Gulf. "Can he carry a little more sail?" "No, he says he has everything set now." Merewether remained anxious as they plunged through the night. But at dawn, when he picked up the speck in the glass, its position apparently was unchanged. Percy and Madame Salcedo had been on the deck for most of the day. She appeared much happier than she had at dawn, strolling arm in arm with the man or sitting on the transom, for all the world like a newly married pair on a summer cruise, her fears apparently banished for the time. By morning the Russian ship was appreciably closer, almost hull up, and the wind had dropped. She had set studding and skysails and had what appeared to be a driver rigged above her spanker. Merewether spoke to the captain through Keith. "Tell him I want those sails wet down." The captain was reluctant, but Merewether persisted, and the hands went aloft to pour bucket after bucket of seawater down the canvas, shrinking and stiffening it and causing the breeze to be contained more effectively. The rate of gain of the Volga tapered off, and the schooner began almost to hold her own. By noon they were as close in to Hasan-Kyadeh as the captain dared approach. There was no time to load the horses into lighters.
The man-of-war was almost within cannon range of them. Merewether took a leaf from Buzia's book, urging the horses over the side at the gangways, the drivers and Keefe leaping in after them to be swum ashore, holding on to mane or tail. The baggage was a different matter. They could not hope to make the long overland journey down the Persian road to the Gulf without their gear. Merewether had it already loaded in the pinnace and hoisted the boat over the side, even as a ball from the Volga's bow chaser howled over his head. Percy, Madame Salcedo, and Merewether dropped into the boat, and the hands leaned into their oars to pull double time for the beach. They had paid the captain his fee in gold with a bonus, left the document absolving him of their piracies, and, as window dressing, tied him in his chair to be found in that condition by the Russians. Even so, he might yet have some anxious moments. The Volga was rounding to just beyond the schooner, her ports open to expose 10 menacing muzzles. They were in a more precarious position under the guns of the battery than Bezier and Dufour had been, risking a tiny 1-pounder. Merewether could hear the faint commands coming over the water, and then the battery exploded. The balls ploughed up the sea all around the pinnace, drenching the passengers and crew with spray, and one ball ricocheted so close over their heads they could feel the wind of its passage. Merewether prayed that the gunners would not make good practice of reloading. Grape or canister at this range could not miss. The boat had grated its keel on the sand, and the hands were pulling it up on the beach when he saw the guns run out again. "All down!" he shouted, setting the example. They had the hull between them and the battery, a flimsy enough shelter. It was grape shot this time. The boat was shattered and 2 seamen killed, but Percy and Madame Salcedo were untouched, and they ran up the beach as the surviving seamen and Merewether dragged the baggage clear. Keefe and the drivers galloped the horses down to meet them. Merewether saw the chests strapped on. Percy and Madame Salcedo mounted and cantered off, and the drivers urged the pack animals toward a fold in the terrain that would afford shelter. Percy was just disappearing into shelter, and Merewether was beside his horse, preparing to mount, when the guns peered out of the ports again, and the broadside exploded. He heard the solid thunk as the grape shot struck. The horse screamed, reared, and then plunged headfirst into the sand. Canister or even gold guineas would have wiped out the party, Merewether thought, but they had slipped through the sparser pattern made by the larger shot. Merewether stripped the saddle from the dead horse, seeing that the Volga had a boat in the water pulling for shore, and ran to join the rest of the party. They moved out at a canter, heading up through the valley of the river, where it cut past the Elburz Mountains northwest of Teheran. A half-mile from the beach, they topped a rise that gave a view of the sea. The Russian boat was on the beach, her crew gathered about it, and a considerable number of Persians attracted by the gunfire close by. An officer appeared to be addressing the crowd. Ali laughed. "They will get nothing from those people," he said. "In this province they hate all Russians." Merewether took no chances. They kept going as long as they could see the trail, and then turned aside to make a fireless camp well off the track. They were up and moving at dawn, on the way to Takistan. The train fell into the routine of the journey to Teheran, trying to maintain 50 miles a day, but Merewether no longer shared a tent with Percy. In 3 days, they passed Razan, where Keefe replenished their supplies and bought powder and balls for the Jingols before they headed for Hamadan, the provincial capital. They passed Kermanshah, crossed the old caravan route from Baghdad to Teheran, and were now approaching the village of Dizful. The camp was set up that night by the side of a pleasant stream. A party of nomads was already encamped on the other bank. Parthians, Keefe identified them with a sniff. and I don't like their looks, sir. They have no flocks or women along, and are a long way west of Teheran. The Shah last year waged a war of extermination on the brigand bands over there, and these fellows must have escaped." There appeared to be only 8 of them, wearing long sheepskin cloaks and riding sturdy, shaggy ponies. "Well, post an extra night watch," decided Merewether, and put the matter out of his mind. 3 more days, he estimated, would bring them to the coast, and they should easily find a boat there to give them passage down to Bushire and Comet. Before dinner, Percy came over to join Merewether outside Keefe's tent. He had 2 bottles of vodka, the parting gift of the schooner captain, and was still trying to accustom himself to the fiery liquid. It certainly possessed authority, and imparted an almost instant glow of well-being. Percy had tasted the stuff and decided he would stay with his brandy. Madame Salcedo was overseeing the preparation of the evening meal by the fire 50 feet away. "Merewether," said Percy, breaking the silence, "I assume you've formed a rather low opinion of my morals these past few days." "Why, I don't mind, but I'd rather be in your good graces. You know I lost my wife last year. My daughter is married, and my son comes down from Oxford this year. I've been quite alone for the time, and it is not a happy estate when you have lived with a woman nearly 25 years. He sipped his brandy. "And once you're a widower, you seem to become fair game for every horse-faced spinster and plump widow in the countryside. They think they only need signal their availability with a simpering smile, and you'll fall right into bed. After you've visited the vicar, of course." Merewether smiled to himself. Percy's complaint was almost the counterpart of that voiced by Lady Caroline last New Year's, except for the vicar. "I had been lucky. My wife and I were quite happy the whole of our marriage. And when she died, I concluded I would not tempt fate by marrying again. I became the extra man at social affairs, constantly on my guard against the extra woman, and particularly wary of the matchmakers. Their number is legion." Merewether nodded in agreement, remembering Livy Raffles and her friend Kate Hartley last winter at Penang. "And then I came out here with no intention of changing my situation, and met Sally. Of course, my immediate reaction was—" Percy shook his head, looking into the distance. "I was never more mistaken in my life. I discovered a woman with a depth of character, philosophy, and intelligence I had rarely encountered. To make my tedious story brief, I have fallen irretrievably in love with Sally and shall marry her at the soonest possible opportunity." The man looked directly at Merewether. "Many congratulations, sir. She is all you say, and a beauty with it. I thank you, Merewether, for the advice you gave her last week. She was about to refuse my offer in deference to my career." He laughed. "I know her whole past, including you, and it does not trouble me, nor does the prospect of some nabob recognizing her in London and spreading nasty tales." The air was cleared. Merewether had felt a slight discomfort, some tension at the situation, but apparently Percy had felt more. They went to dine with Madame Salcedo and Keefe on fresh beef, vegetables, and sheep's milk cheese from the village. The train moved out at daylight, leaving the sullen Parthians still encamped across the stream. There had been no incidents during the night, and apparently the nomads intended to remain a while beside the water. It was late afternoon. The party was traversing a narrow, rocky defile opening into a flat plateau when the ragged volley exploded. Ali and 2 of the drivers fell from their mounts, and a cluster of men on foot dashed into the midst of the train, shrieking like banshees and flourishing scimitars to seize the lead lines of the pack-horses. Merewether was completely taken by surprise. His pistols were in his saddle-bag, and he was still fumbling with the buckle when he heard pistols pop close beside him, and saw Percy aiming again, with smoke still rising from a small pistol in the hand of Madame Salcedo. He managed to get his weapons free and shot a bandit in the back as he tried to ride off on the lead pack-horse. He saw another in the act of swinging his scimitar to slash Percy's knee and shot him in the face. Chingals were now banging all along the train as the drivers recovered from their surprise, and in a moment 3 surviving brigands ran to mount ponies tethered behind the rocks and retreated toward the plain empty-handed. Keefe dived into the tangled melee of rearing, plunging horses and established order again. "Those very damn Parthians we left this morning," shouted Keefe, pushing and pulling the train back into some sort of formation. "And Ali is dead, and 3 more hurt." 2 wounded bandits were trying to crawl away into the rocks, and the drivers casually crushed their heads with stones. Merewether reloaded his pistols, and then the tiny Scots pocket pistol that Madame Salcedo had fired, watching the 3 men out on the plain gathered in a group on their ponies, shading their eyes to look back. "Let's get out of here," he suggested, and the train moved out into the flat ground, Ali's body draped over the back of his horse. As the train emerged, the drivers fired 2 or 3 long-range shots at the survivors. 2 of them turned and trotted away, but the 3rd sat defiantly on his horse to display his contempt for the marksmanship. "Well," said Percy, "that could have been much more serious." The lone man out on the plain suddenly gave a great shout, raised and shook his gun in the air, then fired wildly and whirled to gallop off after his fellows. Merewether heard the solid thwack of the ball as it struck the penetrated leather, flesh, and then bone even before he heard the sound of the shot. "The bugger hit me," said Percy in a surprised tone. He was perfectly white, sitting rigidly in his saddle. "Where?" "Right ankle, I think. The whole leg's numb." Madame Salcedo was already off her horse, her face a mask of pale concern. "Can you hold on until we reach that grove ahead?" asked Merewether. "This is no place to try to dress a wound." They rode on, Percy holding to his saddle, eyes closed, and Madame Salcedo close beside him with her hand on his shoulder to steady him. For nearly a mile they rode, until they reached the grove. There was a spring bubbling out of a rock outcropping, and it was a good enough place to make a camp. Madame Salcedo spread a blanket while Merewether and Keefe lifted the man out of the saddle. There was a 3/4-inch hole punched cleanly through the boot just above the ankle, and blood was dribbling out over the instep. Merewether slit the leather down the seam to the heel, and they peeled it off, spilling a quantity of blood from the foot. "The ball is still in there, and probably a bit of leather and cotton, too." Disagreeable as the prospect was, Merewether decided it would be necessary to probe for the ball without delay. Percy lay relaxed now on the cot, a compress over the wound, and he had drunk off 4 ounces of brandy. Merewether and Keefe approached him with improvised surgical instruments in hand. "It will hurt," Merewether told him as he bent over to remove the compress. His hands began to tremble as he remembered that company surgeon reeking of rum last year at Vellore, fishing the ball out of Monsieur Lally's leg in the dawn. He felt himself gently pushed aside. "I do this better, I think," said Madame Salcedo, taking the knife and spoon into her small, steady hands. Merewether and Keefe stood at head and foot to hold Percy, but it was not necessary. He saw the man tense as Madame Salcedo inserted the point of the knife into the wound.
"It is not deep," she said, "but it is partly in the bone."
She moved the knife blade gently from side to side as it slid in, then pressed sidewise. The lead ball, now lopsided, popped out and fell on the blanket, followed by a gush of blood. She went in again and came out with a leather disc and a bloody piece of cotton sock.
"I think that is all,"
she said, watching the hemorrhage with a professional air. Merewether remembered Buttram's statement last year. Blood's the best cleanser and healer. Finally satisfied, she clapped a compress soaked in vodka over the wound and lightly bandaged it.
"All over, Rob," she said.
Merewether and Keefe attended brief Muslim rites for Ali, and the drivers piled a considerable cairn of stone over his grave. Merewether was sorry to lose the man. He had had a fair command of English, was energetic, intelligent, and had served the company of Bushir, they said, for more than 20 years. When he came back, he found Percy seated in his folding chair in front of the tent, legs supported by a pillow on a chest, Madame Salcedo beside him holding his hand. "How do you feel, sir?"
"A bit weak and tipsy, what with that tremendous dollop of brandy you gave me, but otherwise quite fit."
Percy ate sparingly and retired without assistance from Merewether and Keefe. The next morning the wound was stiff, intensely painful, and the ankle and foot swollen. Merewether could not detect any evidence of infection, but it was clear the man could not ride. He took Keefe, 2 drivers and 2 extra horses, and rode 5 miles to a hamlet. He located a litter, a Takht-i-Ravan, a young Avakian had called it back in Teheran, but much less ornate than the ones he had seen there. It was owned by the headman of the village, but could not be rented or borrowed. He ended up buying the vehicle for 10 guineas. The contraption was adequate. Percy could lie in it at full length comfortably, and the horses soon achieved a matching gait that did not jar his leg. It halved the speed of the train, however, and during the rest of the day they travelled less than 20 miles. By the time they camped for the night, Percy was flushed and feverish. Madame Salcedo had kept the compresses on the wound soaked in vodka, but it was angrier looking, inflamed, more swollen, and there was now a bit of discharge. Percy declined a drink, barely ate, and went to sleep immediately after dinner. Madame Salcedo emerged from the tent in the dusk and came to sit beside Merewether as Keefe discreetly moved off into the middle distance. There were 2 vertical lines of worry pinched between her brows, and she was subdued, sitting silently for a time.
"It is worse than I expected," she said, breaking the silence. "I believe the infection has commenced."
"Quite likely," agreed Merewether. "It's almost impossible to avoid it with an open wound." He remembered last year his own flush of fever and the throbbing ache in the arm that Tipu Sultan's sword had pierced as he waited by the beacon on the wall of the old fort for the French frigate to make its signal. "And we don't have the drugs or the skill to treat it as a surgeon would. We must press on, regardless of his suffering. Possibly there is a doctor in the port." The woman sat silent a while longer, dry-eyed but filled with concern, staring out at nothing. He tried to think of something he could say that would cheer her, but failed. Finally she spoke again, but in a different tone of voice.
"He says he confessed to you the other night and cleared his conscience. He feared you thought we were merely fornicating."
"He did, but it was not necessary. I do not pass judgments on what people do with their lives. I am not a missionary." The vision of last summer's Sister Jeanne with her pale, clenched lips and bright hair came to mind. The woman so suddenly and uselessly dead in the night. That woman had expressed an interest in his soul and salvation, but she had also been interested in his body. He wished he might forget her. His conscience troubled him still.
Rob was happy you gave me such sound advice. Sometimes you are too close to a thing to see it clearly. I went straight to Rob to wake and tell him I would marry him. It came clear to me then it is only the two of us that matters. And you know we talked all that day, walking or sitting on the deck, while you kept peering through that brass telescope and worrying about the Russian ship.
She laughed deep in her throat.
And then, all night, I was still unwell then. We must have told one another every single thing we had ever done or thought in our whole lives. How I left home in disgrace after my child, and how my brother came back and castrated the Count with his sabre, but too late for me.
The tone of her voice changed again.
And Rob told me some things you could never guess.
Merewether tried to see the expression on her face in the darkness, but could not. After a few minutes of silence, she rose.
"Good night, Merewether," she said in her usual tone.
He sat there thinking of the woman and her happiness, with the prospect of a life with Percy now marred and imperilled by his wound. But he still felt glad for her. By morning, Percy's whole foot was discoloured, and there was a noxious discharge with an evil odour. Merewether's heart sank as he recognized the setting in of gangrene. While the blood vessels had not been visibly damaged, the circulation must have been impaired to some extent, possibly by displacement of a bone fragment, and heaven only knew what corruption the Parthian bullet might have been soaked in. Percy felt less pain, and insisted they push on.
"The sooner a surgeon can cut away that proud flesh, the sooner it will heal,"
he told Madame Selfado and Merewether. The man did not yet fully comprehend the seriousness of his condition. They harnessed the horses to the litter, fastened straps in loops to the sides that Percy might hold to, and set off at the tireless canter the horses were bred to hold. Merewether estimated they had made a good 45 miles by the time they made camp, and it must not be more than a day and a half to the coast by Keefe's reckoning. The foot and ankle were now a dark maroon, almost black, and the odour was nauseous. Percy's fever was higher, but his mind was clear, indeed hyperactive. They did what they could, and he slept the night. The next day was a repetition, but when they camped at nightfall, Merewether was sure he could smell salt water, and they had descended almost to sea level. By morning the foot and ankle were a shapeless, stinking lump, and angry streaks had extended almost to the knee. The man was light-headed, but not irrational, as they got under way. Just before noon they reached the village of Babdur, almost at the mouth of the Karun River at the head of the Persian Gulf. "See if there's a surgeon of any sort here," he told Keefe. Keefe came back an hour later to report, "There are 2 herbalists who are willing to poultice the wound, and a butcher who claims to have performed many amputations, but no proper physician or surgeon." He looked at Madame Selfado. Somehow he had come to understand that she was the person most concerned with Percy. "Do you want to chance him?" Before she could reply, Merewether said, "I think not. An amputation is a very serious matter. All the blood vessels to be tied off, and then stitch a flap of muscle over to cushion the bone. And Buttram says you must be most careful not to spread the infection to the stump." There were tears trickling down the woman's cheeks as she went over to Percy in the litter. Keefe was speaking again. "The butcher had 2 bullocks hung up he was working on and said he couldn't do the job this afternoon anyway. He's expecting a boat from some Bombay ship anchored downstream to pick up the fresh provisions." They went through the town to the abattoir on the edge of a little tributary creek emptying into the river. The butcher and his assistants were stacking quarters of beef into a wooden wheeled cart drawn by donkeys. The man's hands and nails were caked black, and his apron was stiff as a sheet of parchment with dried blood. A cloud of flies buzzed about the place, settling on the exposed surfaces of the meat to cover it like a blue-green wrapper. Merewether shuddered at the thought of this man with his filthy hands and encrusted sores undertaking an amputation of a man's leg. Keefe came back and said, "The landing is right down at the end of the lane." They walked on down to a rickety jetty extending out into the river, and stood a moment looking at the small craft moving by or moored along the banks. Far downstream, Merewether could see a boat being rowed up the river, and they moved over under a tree to wait. He tried to guess what Bombay cruiser could be out there, whether it was large enough to carry a surgeon, or, more likely, was one of the small gunboats patrolling the head of the Gulf against the endemic Arab pirates who lurked in the creeks and inlets to dash out and plunder unsuspecting merchantmen. Still, 2 bullocks was a substantial amount of fresh meat to be consumed before it could spoil. "Hot as hell," said Keefe, fanning himself with his broad felt hat. "Worse than bush here in July." Merewether went into the sun and squinted against the glare to make out the boat. It was a launch, of the type usually carried by sloops of more than 14 guns. He came back to the shade and waited. The launch finally pulled into view, the oars moving in rhythmic precision. He heard the coxswain's order, "Way enough," then, "In oars," and saw the bow hook poised with his boat hook, the painter coiled ready over his arm. The man hooked onto the jetty, pulled the bow in, and stepped easily ashore to make the painter fast. The boat officer, a master's mate, was standing up in the stern sheets. "Eldridge! Eldridge! I need you!" Chapter 32. The boatswain hoisted Percy, litter and all on board with a whip rove through a block at the end of the main yardarm, and deposited him lightly as a feather on deck. Merewether was chatting with a tall, pleasant young man in the uniform of an assistant surgeon in viper's waist. He looked aloft, and remembered every stay and halyard from the 2 years he had served in her as a second lieutenant under Captain Kersey at the outset of his marine career. "Yes," the surgeon, Bell was his name, was saying, "Bartram and I served our apprenticeships under the same surgeon, Captain, though he was just leaving as I arrived. I have been out here 7 months now, and I'm beginning to learn my way about." 4 loblolly attendants moved forward to take the litter to the cockpit. "Just a minute," said Percy unexpectedly. "Do you have a chaplain on board?" Madame Salcedo was kneeling by his side as Dr. Bell moved forward. "Why, Mr. Percy," he said easily, "you are not in extremis. Painful, but I have no fear but you'll survive. Anyway, we have no chaplain as such on board, though I am told that Mr. Wiley, the carpenter, has been ordained as a Wesleyan preacher." "Fetch him." "At the moment he is ashore buying timber, but he should return before long. And in the meantime, I should like to look at that leg, and give you a dosage of laudanum in preparation for the surgery." "I'll wait here until he returns." The man was adamant, and seeing no sign of the boat returning, Merewether went aft to pay his respects to Captain Dickens. They had been commissioned the same day at Bombay Castle 9 years ago, and had served together in this ship. He left Percy with Madame Salcedo beside him in the waist, Dr. Bell hovering helplessly to one side, and the loblolly attendants lounging against the bulwarks. Dickens, a short, square man, and Merewether were just pouring their second glasses of gin in the cabin.
"Merewether,"
his opening comment had been,
"you are thin and brown as an Arab. How do you manage it?"
"Ride a horse from Bushire to Teheran to the Caspian Sea and back across Persia to Babdur. I warrant, Dick, you'll be down to 12 stone again as you were in '98. Dickens laughed.
"Last I heard," he said, "you had hoisted a broad command pennant over the Bengal squadron, and then someone said you had been lost in the Indian Ocean."
"Well, both reports contain some truth, but I managed to survive."
"And have you seen Norman MacLeod of late?"
"Last September, in Macau. The happy Hebridean has not changed a hair."
"Whatever happened to Toby?"
There was a knock on the door, and then Dr. Bell stuck his head in.
"Sir, Captain Merewether, Mr. Percy requests that you come on deck."
"Very well. Come along, Dick. This bloke is at the top of the Foreign Office list, and you never know when you might require a friend in those quarters." They both laughed and went on deck. Merewether felt an intense sense of relief. At least he had the man in the hands of what appeared to be a competent surgeon, and he had relaxed accordingly. There was a heavy-set man wearing the expression of a benevolent sheep standing beside the litter. Percy was looking at a greasy, many times folded parchment that bore a large red seal.
"Yes, sir. I heard my call in '94, and I studied and read the Bible and everything John or Charles Wesley ever wrote. I passed the examination before a board of clergy at Dulwich in '96 and was ordained on Whit Sunday that year. Of course, I never got a call to a church. I had to make a living for my family. But I've preached in forecastles and barracks and brush arbours, and I guess I brought some souls to salvation. Yes, I've performed some marriages, but I've read a deal more burial services, mostly at sea."
"Well, your credentials appear authentic enough, Mr. Wiley. Of course, I'm Church of England, but John and Charles Wesley started there too, and I'll not quibble. What are you, Sally?"
"I was confirmed in the Eastern Rite."
"All right. You say you even have some printed marriage certificates, Mr. Wiley. Madame Salcedo and I desire to be united in the rites of holy matrimony. Here. Now. And Merewether, will you stand up with me?" He strove to rise, and with Merewether on one side and Dr. Bell on the other, stood swaying on one foot. Madame Salcedo moved beside him, and Bell stepped back, the man supported on either side by his bride and best man, the black, lifted, bandaged foot dribbling pus on the deck. "Go ahead, Mr. Wiley," said Percy in a strong voice. The carpenter was surprisingly impressive, reading the ceremony from a dog-eared prayer book he pulled from his coat pocket, Percy swaying a little on one foot between Sally and Merewether. When the minister demanded, "Who giveth this woman?" Captain Dickens had the presence of mind to speak up. Percy's responses were steady, and Wiley pronounced them man and wife, then gave the benediction as the sun set over Persia. Merewether and Dickens signed the certificate as witnesses.
"That is the first wedding ever performed in this old ship," said Dickens.
Percy kissed the new Lady Percy and said,
"Well, Sally, as the preacher said, you took me for better or worse. I'm a whole man now, but I'll be worse soon when that sawbones finishes with me. For now, I'd better lie down again."
Sally, tears streaming down her cheeks, kissed Merewether, Captain Dickens, Dr. Bell, and Mr. Wiley as the loblolly attendants moved forward to take the litter below. Dickens delayed the move again, while his servant brought glasses and a bottle of Madeira from the pantry for the bridal toasts. They sat in the cabin after dinner, scarcely touched by Sally, for another hour before Bell came in. He had washed his hands and put on a clean shirt, and his manner was entirely impersonal and professional. He stood it very well, off just above the knee, and a splendid stump. He'll be able to walk on a peg in 3 months and even ride again. I'll let him sleep off the effects of the laudanum in the flag cabin with one of my assistants to watch over him for a couple of hours. Then you may go in with him." "I'll go now," said Madame Percy, rising. Viper remained at anchor 2 more days. She had a landing force of seamen and marines ashore up one of the creeks in a search for the base of operations of an especially enterprising crew of pirates. Merewether called on Percy in the flag cabin 2 bells into the forenoon watch next morning. Viper was nearly the oldest ship on the active list in the Marine, laid down at Surat in 1781, and built as a flagship, though it must be years since a commodore had actually sailed in her. She appeared to be still as sound as the day she was launched. The teak planking was almost impervious to decay. Percy was propped up in a handsome brass bed, a half-basket of wicker supporting the covers over the stump. He looked pale and drawn under his tan, but was alert and cheerful. Sally sat beside him, and there was a tray of tea things, including a bottle of Madeira, at his elbow. "That young doctor told me to have a glass of wine with every meal," he explained. "He says it helps to replace the blood I lost yesterday." He laughed. "Earliest I ever remember having a drink, the sun not yet over the yardarm, as you navy chaps say." "We shall be under way day after tomorrow," Merewether told him. "Captain Dickens has orders to Bombay to refit, but he will drop us off at Bushire. The landing force should be back aboard by tomorrow." Merewether went out to go down to the warrant officer's mess and find Eldridge. He still wanted to hear in detail an account of the voyage to Colombo and the Duchy of Lancaster last winter. As he crossed the open deck, he glanced forward and saw the row of horses tethered along the starboard battery, the drivers squatting in a group against the deck-house. Already there was a substantial accumulation of manure, and yellow streams flowed sluggishly toward the scuppers. The boatswain and 2 of his mates stood at the break of the poop, hands on hips, staring in disbelief. Merewether chuckled to himself as he went down the ladder. The landing force came back on board the following afternoon, drenched with sweat, torn and scratched by thorns and covered with insect bites. But they had 26 sullen Arab pirates in tow, and the cutter was loaded to the gunwales with recovered booty. Merewether sat with Dickens in the cabin, while Throgmorton, the 1st lieutenant, Fry, the 3rd lieutenant, and Hussein Jemadar, commanding the marine detachment, made their reports. "Yes, sir," concluded Throgmorton, a huge, hulking man. "We burned the village and destroyed all the small craft. Nothing big enough to be accounted a prize, worse luck." Dickens congratulated them, served a drink, and dismissed the officers. "There's a fair breeze and nothing to keep us here," he told Merewether. "I shall weigh within the hour." Viper came into Bushire the next afternoon to greet Comet, riding patiently to her anchor in the harbour. Merewether became involved in helping Keith get his horses and drivers ashore, then came back to the flag cabin to see Percy and learn his plans. "Merewether, Captain Dickens has suggested I stay aboard this ship to Bombay. I'll keep the services of the surgeon, and these are much more comfortable quarters for a married couple. We did not intend to return to Calcutta in any event, and I fear Gibby Elliot might try to steal the Emperor's invitation away from me for his own museum. I am depositing my report to London in the Overland Mail here, and a copy for him in your care will reach him as quickly as I could. This is a Foreign Office project, not company, and I am under no further obligation to Minto. There will be Indiamen calling at Bombay within the next few weeks, and Sally and I shall take passage to England in one of them." Percy paused, and appeared to consider a moment. Now, two things. Keefe added up the reckoning of the expenses of the journey, and here is the bill of exchange for the balance. Please deliver it to Legg and relieve his mind. Second, I want your itemized affidavit as to how you managed to expend 300 gold guineas at Baku. One other thing, Merewether. Not government or company business now. Full of triumph and a bit in my cups that night as we escaped from Baku, I bragged that I expected a barony out of this. I still do. But I realized that I had said nothing, given no credit for your services, without which the mission would have failed. Please be advised that I have recognized my oversight, and I shall see that you receive all proper recognition for your endeavours. I am well enough connected with the powers at the court of St. James to make this promise. And now, good-bye, good fortune. Remember me to Caroline, and thank you.
It was a privilege, an honour, and a pleasure to serve you, sir, said Merewether stiffly. Good-bye, Mr. Percy, and good-bye, Sally. He turned and marched out, wondering if he would ever see the man he had concluded was his father again. Halfway down the passage, he heard a light step behind him. "Merewether!" Madame Salcedo took his arm and led him out on the tiny stern gallery that had already been out of fashion when this ship was built. "Merewether, the other night I almost